Pranesh M, one of India's brightest rising stars. Dmitry Andreikin, a battle-hardened grandmaster. Nihal Sarin, a speed chess sensation, lightning fast with razor-sharp tactical instincts. Hans Niemann, bold, fearless and unpredictable. Alireza Firouzja, a fearless super grandmaster, unleashing creativity, aggression and world-class brilliance. Arjun Erigaisi, India's attacking powerhouse, bringing explosive chess and an unbreakable fighting spirit. Nodirbek Abdusatorov, the Uzbek prodigy, combining ice-cold precision with championship-winning composure. Gukesh Dromaraju, the youngest world champion, fearless, relentless, and ready to conquer every challenge.
Of the Quantbox Chennai Grandmasters, and we are back with the live games from Chennai. And to take you through the action, I have my wonderful co-host Grandmaster Sahaj Grow with me. Welcome, Sahaj. Day 5. We have past the halfway mark, and I think at this point the standings become very, very important.
Absolutely, because we have Firouzja leading the charge with 2 wins and 2 draws. So he has 3 points, and then Arjun right behind him with just a half a point difference. And then we have Nihal, we have Andreikin, we have Nodirbek, and sadly Gukesh is still looking for his first win. Same goes for Pranesh, but we have some very, very exciting matchups today because I feel the difference is not that high between the players, and still the title is up for grabs. And which match that we can see in front of our screen is the most exciting to you, Sahil?
Oh, wow. All of them, actually. I feel like, with the stakes rising with every game, the Football World Cup is now over, Sahaj, and it's time for the chess matches to take center stage. And for me, at least, the star clash for today is the match between the world champion Gukesh Domaraju and the India #1 Arjun Erigaisi. Both these players with a point to prove. And of course, Gukesh, if he wants to win this event on the home soil, he has to strike today with the white pieces. Otherwise, getting first place is kind of getting out of grasp.
Absolutely. But at the same time, Gukesh he does not have the best head-to-head score against Arjun. However, he did have the first victory in the Tata Steel, I believe. That was his first win. But overall, I think Arjun is having, a better score there overall. And then we have got, of course, Pranesh versus Hans. Very, very exciting matchup. Pranesh playing with the white pieces. We've got Nihal going against Nodirbek. Another very crazy matchup because Nihal having the white pieces. Nodirbek, he's an absolute fighter. Gets into those worst positions and then, claws his way, back there. Overall, I think I'm also looking forward to the match between the world champion and India #1.
Indeed, it's going to be exciting, of course. And I think the standings, as we saw, Firouzja still in the lead. Can he maintain the lead is a big decision today for him. He's playing Andreikin, who's been as solid as a rock, Sahaj. He's shown no signs of weakness, has had comfortable draws. He's not given his opponents even a chance to take the advantage. So do you think Firouzja potentially could win this and just seal the tournament?
I think if he wins today, he could be basically unreachable. It could very well be possible. And he is playing with the white pieces, but Andreikin, we can never count him out. He's extremely sharp, like Vishy sir also, told, gave us a quick little recap about him. He's a very aggressive player, very, very strong. And as you said, he's been super solid throughout this event. In fact, against Gukesh himself with the black pieces, it was a dead drawn position after 1 hour?
Agreed. Yep. And I think it's going to be exciting. Of course, Nihal again went on his pickleball game yesterday. So he's not missing a single day, Sahaj. I think all the players have fixed routines. Nowadays, we meet them, for lunch and dinner, and all of them, their moods are dependent on the results they've had. So this game is the highlight of the day. It has to go well. And we have, of course, round number 5, and we'll bring the action to you in the next few minutes. And of course, we have 6 minutes to lift off. And we will also have a very special youngster making the inaugural move today. It will be the youngest, AFM in the world, Sahaj, the Arena FIDE Master title.
Wow, I'm very, very excited to see that. Actually, it's super cute when, kids... and also, it's very inspiring for an 8-year-old to kind of be around so many players. I mean, I can imagine one of my first moments when I saw a world champion was the world championship match of Topalov, and just by seeing the world champions, I think it made such a huge impact on me as a player.
Indeed, and there's the beautiful playing hall. I think the players will arrive one by one. And as we know, with day 5, only 2 more days to go after this. Sahaj, this is not a 9-round event. I think the stakes are getting higher by the second. And of course, I think Pranesh with the white pieces to play against Hans Niemann, it's going to be do or die for him as well. All the players who are, at the bottom of the standings, right? 3 players. It's Hans Niemann, Pranesh and Gukesh on 1.5 points. If they really, want to have any hopes of winning this event, they have to strike today. Otherwise, it's going to be impossible for them to win the event.
Exactly. And at the same time, I feel we've been seeing too many draws as well. So far, we have had just, I believe, 3 results overall. I think Arjun has won a game and then Alireza has won twice. And apart from that, we've only seen draws. So maybe the players are saving their best for last. And of course, Arjun and Gukesh, I think that game, if you had to predict a result without seeing the first move, sorry to put you on the spot, but what do you think?
I think that's a tough question, Saj. And I feel like today, maybe we'll break the record of the number of results we have today. I think I expect at least 2 results because, again, the guys, it's like it reminds me of football. Again, if you're trailing by a point, by instinct, you are more aggressive, right? You have to equalize instantly. So I see Gukesh, I see Pranesh, I see Hans. They're going to go for the kill. And of course, Pranesh and Hans play each other today as well, Sahaj. So coming back to your question, I feel like Gukesh with the white pieces against Arjun, it's a huge match today. If he wins, he gets his confidence back. Arjun, of course, the India number 1, already second in the standings. This could be not just, I think Gukesh needs that one win that reminds him of his 2024 self. And if that one win goes his way, suddenly the confidence is back and suddenly we could see him take a new trajectory which could take him to his 2nd World Championship title. So every game is an audition, every game is a test. And if he kind of passes that test, it could mean 2 years of being the world champion again.
That would be huge, I think, for the world champion. And I was just looking at the stats. Do you know how many games Arjun and Gukesh have played against each other so far?
You mean classic?
Barring, let's say, online events, let's say OTB events, maybe some online events as well, but I see a whopping 79 games that they've played against each other. 79 games. That is a lot of games. And when we speak of just classical, in the past, let's say 4 matches, Gukesh has had a better score. Basically, it's win, draw, win, draw. However, if we consider the last, let's say, 10 years, that these 2 players have played a classical match, it is Arjun who has a better score. But in recent times, it is Gukesh. So that means we are going to see a result.
And of course, yesterday we also had the football match. We had Vichy sir coming in. There were a lot of fans here as well. But we also saw the players being very serious after the match ended because they knew tomorrow's game, today's game, Monday, back to work day, Sahaj, is very, very important because if they can get a win under their belt, they gain the confidence to finish off on a high. 7 rounds in total. 4 rounds have finished. 3 rounds to go. Round number 5 about to begin in the next couple of minutes. Sahaj, first move predictions for Gukesh versus Arjun.
I think he's going to go for D4 on move 1 because the last time he played E4 against Arjun, it was that crazy Tata match in the Tata Steel, I feel, where Arjun played E4 D6 against Gukesh. But Gukesh did end up winning the match, but Arjun was in a completely winning position. So I think maybe he's going to avoid that. Maybe he's going to go for D4, something more solid. Maybe, one of those Catalan structures. I think it's going to be... That's what I expect, at least from the world champion. But let's see what's going to happen. What about you? What is your prediction?
I agree. I think with somebody like Arjun, who's so well prepared, I think he could be prepared with 25 moves of E4 theory. So getting into something, some uncharted territory might be better for Gukesh. And maybe D4 is the way to do that. And I think there we see Gukesh arrive at the board as well. Looking very interesting. And also, by the way, I saw Firuzja arrive. He's still, I think, wearing the same sweatshirt. It seems to be like a lucky sweatshirt for him. So he's like, I won 2 games in the first 2 rounds. I'm going to stick with this one for now. Let's see how far can I drag this.
Absolutely. And there we see the world champion. By the way, happy International Chess Day to everyone.
Indeed, Sahaj, yeah.
Absolutely. And I don't think it's a coincidence that we see India number 1 going against the world champion on International Chess Day. And there we see handshakes. We are about to begin. First moves are just going to happen very, very soon. Wow. I think it's going to be 1D4. Just based on their past few games. I think Gukesh has employed 1D4 in the last 3 games. And he has scored pretty well against Arjun. let's see what's going to happen there. And what are your thoughts on Nihal versus Abdusattorov?
I think that's going to be an important clash as well. And by the way, there's the opening ceremonial move. It's Joshua J, who is an 8-year-old youngest arena FIDE master ever. Wow. Look at what like this is like an inspiring moment. Yeah, like 10 years from now, you could see him playing in those same seats.
Absolutely. We saw that, the whole thing with Lamine Yamal and Messi, with the...
Yeah.
And I think it could be something absolutely possible. We saw it in football. Maybe it can happen in chess as well. And again, Gukesh took that e-pawn back very quickly, just like yesterday. So I'm thinking that d4 is going to be, what he goes for. But let's see.
And of
predictions on Nihal versus Abdusattorov, if you had to predict a result.
Wow, Nihal against Nodirbek. I think Nihal has been solid, right? This event. Maybe he goes for he will try to push for a slightly better position, but maybe Nodirbek, of course, has also not been the typical Nodirbek. So it's hard to predict the result there. I'm expecting a draw. What do you think?
It could be. I think Nihal has been quite solid, and there we see handshakes. The match has begun.
Let's go.
And which opening is Gukesh going to go for?
D4 is our prediction. And he goes C4. Okay, that's something of a surprise, and likely a surprise for Arjun as well.
So, in classical at least, Gukesh has never played English against Arjun. This is the first time we are seeing this opening being employed. That definitely, I think, takes Arjun out of his book, at least for this round, because I think he would have looked at E4, D4, because that's what Gukesh normally plays for. And Arjun under deep thought on move 1. Wow.
Exactly. That's rare. I think C4 is something you anyway see very rarely being played at the top level nowadays. And of course, Black has the option of playing E6 and transposing to a 1D4 structure anyways. Let's see what Arjun does. And by the way, we see these two players battle over the board right now. In just, I would say, less than a couple of months, they're going to be on the same team, potentially playing for Team India. So let's see how that turns out. But the E6, indeed, he is going to transpose into a D4 structure.
So are we going to see a Catalan? Are we going to see... Okay, not a Catalan because he's gone for Knight C3. Black is going to go for D5. Arjun is not at the board currently. I think he's getting some water. And I think D5 would transpose this into a QGD. White will go for D4. And then are we expecting something solid, or do you think something more aggressive? Because one C4, I think, tells me that it could be something different.
I do agree that it will be something different, though. I think let's figure it out. And by the way, D5, D4, so exactly into what we normally expect from Gukesh. So we did get 1D4. If we give somebody this position, they will say, okay, the first move was 1D4, yeah?
But there is a reason why he went for 1C4, yeah? Because the last time he played 1D4 against Arjun, he went for QGA. So he played D4, D5, C4 and D takes C4. So I think maybe Gukesh was trying to place 1C4 to avoid the Queen's Gambit accepted altogether. And force Arjun into, the QGD, which is, I would say, a lot more solid, and against Arjun's style in general.
And also, by the look how quickly Bishop E7 was played by Arjun. So clearly, this is what Arjun expected, yeah? So both the players kind of getting their prep on the board. So I would expect at least 10 to 15 moves of theory coming in, Sahaj. Meanwhile, maybe the perfect time to look at the game of... Oh, no, wait. We have an exchange on D5, first of all. So E takes D5.
Okay, pawn takes D5. I think Black's going to take back as well. Then you play Bishop F4. And this is what we call the Carlsbad structure, with the idea of E3, Bishop D3, Knight F3, short castle, and, very, very healthy position. Of course, you have a little bit of asymmetry there because you've exchanged the C and E pawns. White tries to play on the... generally you try to play on the queen side. Black tries to, be solid here. Maybe Bishop D6 could be a plan to try and exchange the good bishop of white, the London bishop.
Yeah, I think that's the advantage, right? So Black hasn't put his knight on F6. So that means the queen also controls the G5 square. So if I were to play Bishop D6 in many structures, White doesn't have this move and is kind of forced to trade. And that gives the queen a very natural square. But Bishop F5 played. And Sahaj, I remember playing a game in this structure. I think G4 is the best move here, right?
Yes. And it played. Wow. Sahil, nice prediction there. So, the game is on. We were thinking it's going to be a solid game, but no, sir. This is anything but solid. Arjun hasn't even castled on the king side, and there is already an attack brewing. Wait, is he going to follow up with H4 as well?
I hope so. We would love to see some crazy chess on International Chess Day. By the way, Arjun quickly dropping the bishop back to E6. And now H4 is the move, I think. And that pawn might seem free, but it's always difficult to capture it. Let's see how this game turns out, Sahaj. Both the players gaining time on the clock. So as we predicted, yeah, both the players getting their prep, which is rare.
Ooh, H4 on the board as well. It looks more like Gukesh's preparation at this point because I feel even if Arjun does know it, he didn't look at it on the day. Definitely not. I think one C4 would have already thrown him off. He plays 97, but Arjun knows this. Yeah, he knows everything basically.
Yeah, you can't surprise Arjun. I mean, you will have to
What?
place. Oh, interesting move.
Okay, so generally speaking, the knight goes to e2. I mean, not right now, but you want to play bishop d3, knight e2, and that's how you normally play. Maybe you play f3 as well, and you try to push the h pawns. I don't think I've seen knight h3 before. Is that a
By the
novelty
way,
already?
it is a novelty. So there have been no games played on chess.com, at least with knight h3. I can see h5, g5, bishop g3, queen b3, bishop d3, but knight h3, a new move by Gukesh Domaraju. So this is indeed his prep. And right now, Arjun, we've seen Arjun kind of, he has these weird ideas in his files, but do you think knight h3 is something he's seen before?
I don't think so. I really don't think so. Firstly, I'm thinking about bishop takes h4. Why can't I just capture that pawn? Is g5 a possibility at all, Sahil?
Oh, wow.
G5, bishop h3, I guess.
Yeah, indeed. So the idea is there's a free pawn here and white plays g5 just to trap this bishop, right? So now it's stuck in my half of the board. So that's why bishop h3 is a possibility. But now bishop h3, and if you do play bishop g5, there is bishop takes d7 check. And suddenly you can't take with the queen because the bishop is hanging. So the king has to come in. And I feel like maybe there are at least 10 better squares for the king here, Sahaj.
Also, this queen g4 check and you just lose the bishop on g5. Wow.
Exactly. So that's game over essentially. So knight h3, a venomous idea from Gukesh. Dangerous.
Poisoned pawn, as we call it, the h pawn in this scenario. And of course, ideas are never reactive. Of course, you have to assume that black is not going to take the pawn on h4. And what is Gukesh's plan? Maybe he wants to go knight g5 because that where else is the knight supposed to go, right? Maybe you could go bishop g3 and knight f4 as well. Both of them, I think, serve the same purpose, which is to take that bishop on e6, damage the, move the golden pawn, damage that structure a little bit, and maybe play on the g6 square like you pointed out. I think that's what he's going for, which means Arjun's next move is kind of forced. He has to play h6.
Indeed, I think knight g5. The plan is, of course, usually you play knight to f3, but here the g4 pawn would be hanging. So white plays knight h3 instead with the idea of knight g5. So as you mentioned, Sahaj, h6 would be a nice move, just kind of stopping the knight there from coming to g5 and asking the question to white, okay, now maybe I'm threatening this pawn. So what are you going to do next? So Arjun will have at least somewhat of a thing. So maybe the perfect time to switch games and check out the game of Pranesh versus Hans Niemann quickly, Sahaj. And we have e4, e5, bishop c4, knight f6, d4.
Scotch Gambit. Let's go. We have, I think you generally play d4, ed4, bishop c4, but I think he wanted to avoid the bishop b4 check variation. So he goes with a different move order. And by the way, Hans has sidestepped already. Generally, you go for d5 after e5. That is the main variation here. After e5, black goes for d5. You play bishop b5. Black plays knight d7 or knight e4. It's a long variation there. But Hans more or less has sidestepped with this knight e4. It is still known relatively. Goes queen e2, knight c5, and now short castle. So still very much in prep for Pranesh. And from what I can see on my screen, this is recommended by none other than Gotham Chess.
Oh, wow. Wow. So we know who Pranesh's favorite YouTuber is, yeah? I mean, so that is valuable information, but also I do see the stats for this opening. It does seem like black has a fantastic record here. So white has been suffering from this particular position. So what you're hoping as Pranesh fan is that he has a new idea in mind. He's seen some maybe old Hans game where he made a mistake and he has an idea to one-up him there. So let's see. Meanwhile, Hans Niemann is 5-6 minutes behind on the clock. So just like the game against Hendrekin, maybe Pranesh has a new idea here.
I think very much possible because definitely new for sure because I see maybe 160 games or so in this position. White does have a worse score when black plays knight e6 in this position. But I'm guessing you're playing on the fact that, well, you haven't looked at it. It's a surprise. Plus, it's a mess on the board because white has sacrificed a pawn. It is a gambit. And white has more development. You've castled, you've got your bishop out, you've got your queen out. You're only two or three moves away from, completing your development. Whereas for black, only your knights are out. You just spent the last 3 moves playing knight e4, knight c5, knight e6, just to, stabilize the knight there in the center of the board. But still, the development is more or less incomplete. Plus, black's king is still in the center.
Yep, so in the center, so that's the advantage. White has some extra development. Let's see how this turns out. Meanwhile, Hans Niemann is still thinking it's an important game for both these players who are at the bottom of the standing. So now jumping to the game of Nihal Sarin versus Nodirbek, because this is going to be an epic clash as well. Okay, so Sicilian defense on the board. That tells you what Nodirbek is thinking. He wants to play for all three results ahead. He's keeping the win in his kitty.
Wow. And then look at this bishop c4 by Nihal. No more open Sicilian. You go for the closed structure. You try to keep all of the pieces on the board. And I think this, I'm not really sure whose preparation this is. I feel like both of them are more, kind of out of book here, but looks like it is more Nihal's prep for now. But keeping all the pieces on the board, no exchanges. Gonna be a complicated game. Very, very Nihal-esque, I would say, the position.
Indeed. And so we see both the players thinking very quickly. Let's complete a round of all the games. Quickly going to the Firuzja versus Endrekin game as well. We have another e4, e5 on the board. A Spanish castles, bishop e7, rook e1, bishop drops back to c2. Now d5 breaks. So first d6 and then d5.
Yeah, and also I think white kind of saved a tempo there, because generally after b5, if this was a Spanish, black would play b5 and then white's bishop would be on b3 and then you would play bishop c2. And this is, I think, a nice nuance in this opening, because if you have played c3, then you can technically save a tempo. You can play bishop to c2 and that just saves a tempo for you, because now you can play the same variations, knight d2, knight f1, knight d3, which is a very typical idea in the, in this position. And you're just an extra tempo. And if black has played d5 as well, isn't black losing another tempo?
Exactly, and this e5 pawn is weak for me as well. So let's say white takes on d5. I think you have to take the queen now, right? Because otherwise the e5 pawn could
Knight
hang.
takes d5 would kind of be like Marshall, but I'm not really sure if this is a good version of it or not. Because I'm not really sure if you should go knight e5 here, because that looks dangerous. Takes c6 or bishop b7. Maybe bishop b7, I think, with the idea of bishop d6.
Yes.
And you try to attack on the king side there.
Yeah, somehow it feels like white is a bit too slow. Yeah, knight f4. Oh my god, this is like every black piece coming into the game for an attack. So this is exactly what Dmitry Endrekin needs. So going back to the live position, d5 on the board, maybe knight d2. Development first then, Saj.
Knight d2, I think I like a lot. Even after e takes d5, knight takes d5, knight d2, I like quite a lot. And then bishop is nicely positioned on c2, because the moment you push d4, that bishop is going to become the most dangerous piece in this position.
Agreed. So quite an interesting position. By the way, Endrekin has gained time on the clock. So this is his prep. Firouzja in the lead. He would be maybe even happy to take a draw here, maintain his lead for sure. So let's see how this game turns out. Now jumping back to the star game for today's Sahaj, the world champion versus the India number one, Gukesh versus Arjun. And we can see knight s3 and still no moves by Arjun Erigaisi. So clearly he's a bit bamboozled by this idea. But h6, as we discussed, is the move he needs to find, right?
h6 is very, I mean, it looks logical, but at the same time, you're thinking that if I can somehow play bishop g3, knight f4, maybe not right now because the bishop, the pawn on h4 would be hanging, but in the future of the game, whenever we think of chess strategy, we have to think about what's going to happen, not what's happening right now. So if black plays h6, at some point, white will take on e6, like with the knight. You can play knight f4, knight e6, if you can just have that arrow on the both sides, right? That knight. At some point, this should happen. And if black takes on e6, then that g6 square is left up for grabs. So I can put my bishop on d3, queen on c2, and put some pressure on the g6 square. So this is maybe why Arjun is thinking in this position before committing h6.
Yep, let's have the camera as well. We'd love to see the expressions of Arjun Erigaisi, who's not used to sitting at the board in the first 25 moves or so. And he was surprised, I think, on move 1, transpose into a d4 structure, which maybe he's prepared better for. But now what does he do? Right now, knight s3 on the board. Saj, any other move apart from h6 that comes to mind? Because Arjun is clearly taking this seriously, and maybe he has another, trick up his sleeve.
It's a difficult question. I think knight f6 looks logical. Just I don't care that you're going to play knight g5, but maybe you can go f3 and now the h4.
F3 from you, Saj.
Oh, but it's I mean, I want to say it's an attacking move because you have a kingside attack, but it looks like a defensive move in that sense. But I think here it makes sense because you can go long castle and your king will be safe. Plus there is an attack brewing on the king side as well. One bad positional move and I think white could be in deep trouble here. So you have to be a bit careful. And after something like f3, black should always have c5 ready. Because in such structures, in Carlsbad structures, the goal is that before white is able to play e4, of course, now you're not going to play e4 because you've already committed g4, h4. But in terms of principles, before white is supposed to play e4, you're supposed to throw c5.
Hmm.
So it's like before you break the center, I will break the center, essentially.
Agreed. And the position looks quite interesting, actually. It's ripe for some sort of attack building up for white as well. There's one move that the engine is screaming, and which is queen to b6 in some cases, which is quite weird because I already have rook b1 idea, so I don't get this move. What's the logic here, Sahaj?
I think we're just attacking the b2 pawn, and I think maybe we can just answer with rook b1. I also like the move a3. And maybe we can ask the question to the audience, what's happening after queen takes b2, or whether it's working or not.
Chat,
I see the bar has dropped, so maybe that's a different question.
We're going to completely ignore the best move, bishop takes g4 in this position, because after queen takes g4, there is queen takes b2, and suddenly, Gukesh will be at the bottom of the standings. So going back, I think let's assume black is hungry for the pawn. He wants to grab this. What is the best move for white is the question here. White to play and win. Anybody in the audience who can guess this move?
Knight a4. Very well done. Knight a4 would trap the queen here, and that is just GG. Basically, you can play bishop g4. Nicely done, by the way, Sai.
I couldn't even complete the question and the answer was ready. That's how strong the Chennai audience is.
Absolutely. And this is why I think the move order is matters so much in this position, because after you play a3, you take on g4 first, queen takes g4, and now queen b2, and now the rook on a1 hangs as well. So there is no more knight a4 in the position.
Yep, and now rook c1 is also not possible, and suddenly white is lost. So queen b6, another plan, but I still feel h6 is the more human move. That's a logical idea. It's a very, standard concept in these structures as well. You control that g5 square. And of course, after, let's say, h6, as you mentioned, the knight might still come to f4, but it gives black time to kind of prepare for that maneuver. So Arjun still thinking, has used up more than 10 minutes though for this move.
That's a bit surprising, I think, considering that it is Arjun. It's already, move 7 or move 8 or something like this. And Arjun doesn't have an hour and 35 minutes. That's what's surprising about this game.
Chad is letting us know Chennai kids solve 50 chess puzzles before breakfast. I mean, I think that's just a fact. That's not even surprising news.
It's actually a fact, yes, 100%. I mean, we're going to play pickleball and we run into a 2300 player. That's the most... Chennai thing, I think, out of all.
Yeah, this is story, right? So if you go to Russia and take a cab, I've never been there, but I've heard this story so many times. It's very likely the cab driver knows how to play chess very, very well. It's very similar here now. Yeah, the culture has kind of developed so rapidly and so well that we have 2 world champions in the same city itself. So if you drew a graph of India, right, average rating per state, like Chennai would be dense, dark color.
100%. I think it's the strongest city in the world when it comes to chess. Possibly. Hands down, I think. So I think Arjun's still taking his time to think. I don't think he has played h6. Let's take a look with Pranesh, who's going up against Hans here. He has played rook d1, and firstly, he is still very much in prep. There was apparently a slight inaccuracy by Hans there with bishop e7. I'm not really sure if it's an inaccuracy because knight e6, bishop e7 are kind of interchangeable. But Pranesh has gone rook d1, going for that pawn on d4, and now knight e6 is forced, right? Otherwise, you lose the pawn on d4.
Actually, it's a very clever idea. So I think the move order does matter a bit. So for example, rook d1, if knight e6, white has this very nice move that engine recommends, is c3. And now you see, for example, if you do take this pawn, knight takes c3, there are ideas of bishop takes c6 or knight d5. And if you castle, then suddenly, I feel like black is really lacking space. This d pawn can barely move anymore. And white has quite a free hand though here, right?
Oh yeah, for sure. Like queen e4, bishop d3, and you can put pressure on the h7 pawn. I really want to throw h4 as well for no reason.
Yeah.
Because, if black takes on h4, just showing it, white can play g3 as well. This is a very cool idea. I think this was popularized by AlphaZero, where you use the H file as basically a way to attack. First, you sack the H pawn, and then you use the H file as a way to attack. And this looks, I know on the bar it's showing better for black, but this is very, very difficult, I think, for black to play on.
Agreed. And Pranesh, of course, is very well prepared for this event. He had that crazy opening prep against Endraken, and he lost the first game, but since then has had 3 draws in the field, which on paper is much, much stronger than him. So I think he's doing a great job so far. If he gets that first win, that will suddenly unleash even a stronger Pranesh.
Oh, 100%. I think, as you said, yesterday he was so close, I think, to scoring his first win against Arjun. I still think, Pranesh is so underrated. I feel he's gonna pull off a surprise. It could happen today as well. And judging by how the opening has went, I think this could be the perfect game where he can pull off a surprise.
Agreed. And by the way, chat letting us know, at least that's a question, very interesting question. Could this be the game and this be the tournament, Sahaj, that gets Gukesh back to his 2024 Olympiad form? I think we've all discussed this. I'm sure it's on Gukesh's mind. Just jumping to his game back for a second. Like, what do you make of Gukesh's form in this event so far?
I think very good so far. I think barring his one match against Firouzja, which I also think was a pretty nice game and it was very good defense. There's a saying, right, that defense wins championships in the sense. And if you look at how the games have gone for Gukesh, he has defended incredibly well in time pressure. Again and again and again. And I think that's a very good sign. Again, one match against Firouzja where, it all came down to that H6 and H5. And still he defended that position, I think, for more than 30 moves while having, seconds on the clock. So I think overall he's doing quite well. And judging by how this opening has gone for him, I think he's looking incredibly good.
So question to you and a question to chat as well. What does success look like for Gukesh? It sounds like an interview question at this point, but like, let's say at the end of the event, right, 7 rounds, what score would Gukesh look back and say, okay, this is a very nice performance, a positive performance for me. And I think I'm kind of, on that path of retaining my title. Like, what does that success look like for Gukesh after 7 rounds?
I think +1 would be a good score. Like he's currently at -1. So I think +1. So 2 wins and 1 draw would be a very, very good, score for him. It would also, I think, maybe put him in top 3, maybe at top 2 as well. Not really sure if that would guarantee a win.
Look at that move.
Ooh.
So Arjun, the madman, plays the first preference of the engine, and to Gukesh's credit, he's ready with that move already. Rook to B1, played in a second.
Wow. I think that's, because this is still preparation for Gukesh, and now I cannot go long castle in this position. That looks just bad because that bishop on F4 is just looking on the queen side. That diagonal looks horrible for black there. I'm sure at some point you're going to throw B4, B5. Maybe not immediately, maybe like first A3 or something, and then you play B4, B5, or knight A4 as well. And that queen on B6 is, running the risk of getting trapped. In fact, I can play knight A4 right now.
Yeah.
Let's say if you play knight F6 or something in this position, like a random move, knight F4, you can just resign here. The queen is trapped.
Yeah, it's basically game over. So black cannot castle on the queen side. That would be a blunder at the end of the game. So what does black do now? Can he pick up that H4 pawn still? Or is that still poisoned, Sahaj? Let's say bishop H4.
100%.
G5.
Oh, wow. This was actually better than the previous position. Yeah, because the queen on D8 looked kind of interesting. I'm wondering, after bishop H4, do I have to play G4? Wait, he does take the pawn on H4. Wow.
What? Oh, he took that pawn. That's why he was thinking for so long. He wanted to grab that pawn.
Oh, that's very interesting because it looked like it is Gukesh's preparation. Arjun thinks for 15 minutes and goes for the most aggressive line.
Okay, can we go
full? That doesn't make sense, no?
Can we go full screen? Because I think we're going to have a very, very crazy line. Sahaj, I'm going to take you through the next 3 to 4 moves. So anybody who's learning chess will lose all faith in their capability. So let's have a look at this. Now, G5, of course, is the most strategic idea, right? You want to trap the bishop and at some point attack this. You know what the best move for black is now?
No, I don't believe this.
The best move is knight to F8. So black is already not developed well. And suddenly knight comes back to F8. And now white says, queen to H5 attacking the bishop. Knight comes to G6. And the best move for white is now knight to G1. So I don't understand this knight dance that's going on, Sahaj.
I think they're just trying to take the bishop on H4. Black is trying to defend the bishop on H4. And that's pretty much, what's... how you can explain it. Otherwise, it doesn't make any sense. Maybe there's knight F4, bishop F2. I don't really know, but this looks like a very, very crazy position. And looks like Gukesh is taken by surprise with that bishop takes H4. Because generally speaking, if you do surprise your opponent, you don't expect them to play the most aggressive move.
Agreed. And to, help us navigate these complexities, we have another close friend joining us and co-commentator. Welcome, Rakesh Bhai. What do you make of the position so far? And it seems like a complete mess on the board.
Absolutely, nice to be here on International Chess Day. Best wishes to everyone. And yeah, normally, Arjun is the madman and he does these crazy ideas and opening stuff. But here, Gukesh has come up with something different. And also against his Olympiad teammates. So exciting times ahead, but it just feels that Gukesh's opening has given us a higher chance of a decisive result.
Absolutely. And Arjun's response has, I think, doubled down on that higher response as well. Because, I mean, you just take the pawn on h4, keep your bishop. I mean, that bishop is getting trapped in just the next move. You were talking about knight g1. It's happening right now. Knight g1, knight f3, and then bishop is gone on h4. There is no way to defend it. So I think you have to play knight f8. And that was, I think, risky. But that is, he's known as the madman for a reason, Sahil.
Okay, we are excited for the position now. I think that, one mistake here is basically game over. The stakes are very, very high. Knight f8, the idea is to play knight g6, defend the bishop. So not knight f8, he brings the other knight's edge. For some particular reason, it seems like this knight coming to g6 was better than the other knight coming to g6, which is very weird, yeah?
Yeah, I think he thought, I have to get one knight on g6, so might as well I'll develop a new piece.
Yeah. Sahaj, what do you make of this move?
I think this is about, let's say, black does get the knight on g6, right? And I will play, so let's just have some arrows on the board. Let's say if you go knight g6 here, so before queen h5,
okay,
let's say you play knight g6 with an arrow, and the other knight is gonna go to f8 to defend that knight on g6.
Okay.
Correct. So
okay,
in that sense, I think black cannot castle anymore. Or at least the coordination of the rooks is maybe ruptured. And I think maybe in some very deep engine line, knight f8, knight g6, and keeping the knights on e7 and g6 is better than keeping it on f8 and g6. And this is a very, very deep nuance in the position. And that's, of course, where, extremely strong players like Arjun would, make a mistake. And looks like Gukesh has won the opening battle there.
And it's very interesting, Rakesh, because if you go back for a second, right, after knight f8, like we were looking at queen h5 as the first recommendation of the engine, and then the knight comes to g6. If we go back now to the current position after knight e7, queen h5 is a mistake now. So maybe this is what Arjun prepared against, but he kind of underestimated this knight g1 move directly.
But how easy is this to find?
Almost impossible.
They normally say knight retreating moves are difficult to find, let alone in an opening.
Yeah.
So I feel it's going to be a tough one, but also to Gukesh's credit, yes, I agree, Tiku. He has won the opening battle, and overall it feels like Gukesh would be the happier of the two.
Oh, look at this. So after knight g1, Sahaj is completely engine lines chat, but it is insane. So knight g1, knight g6 now, knight f3. Attacking the bishop. The only way to save it is to pin the knight. Now bishop s3, challenging the bishop. If the bishop drops back, then no, and that's why the knight should not be there, I think.
Oh,
wow,
insane.
And I think we can complete the line as well. After king d7, there is rook h4, I believe. Knight h4, there's knight e5 check. And then you win the bishop on h5.
Wow.
This is crazy.
So the knight, that is so deep. Easy to miss for both the players, actually.
Wow.
Yeah.
But okay, this is very, very difficult to find, I think, over the board. You're talking about knight retreats. Can anyone, maybe in the chat or maybe in the audience, tell me, in the World Cup semi-finals, one player missed a retreating knight move. He dropped a whole rook. Does anyone remember who that player was?
And maybe we can give some words for the correct answer.
For sure.
Okay, let's see who can answer that question correctly.
Does anyone remember? Sorry?
Andrei
Stepenko. That is correct. Yes. Wow. Nice.
So we have our first winner of the giveaway here, and well done. And it was against Wei Yi's ahead.
Exactly.
He dropped a full rook.
And a fun fact, by the way, I made that exact same mistake 6 months before that. Like literally the same place. And it was a rook as well that I dropped as well. So these knight retreating moves, very easy to miss. And Gukesh, I think, Yes, knight g1 is a good move, but it's clearly not something that he has seen, before the game. And I think it's going to be difficult to find all of this. Queen h5 looks a lot more logical here.
Agreed. Wow. So Gukesh could have an opportunity here. It's not an easy one, but maybe the 2024 Gukesh would have found this, Rakesh, and maybe this is the opportunity. This is the kind of win. When you find a move like knight g1, let's say Gukesh finds this, thinks for 10-20 minutes, finds this move, you kind of gain a lot of confidence, after playing such a cool move like knight g1.
Yeah, and he is winless so far in this tournament. So if he finds it, it's extra special. But I think he'll just take a win from wherever it's possible, Sahil.
Yeah, true.
But wait, what happens? Like, how is Black defending this?
That's a very good question. I think, of course, knight g6 is forced, knight f3, bishop g4, and bishop h3 is where we left it. And now, supposedly, Black has to find the only move h5.
What?
No way. What?
What?
Wait.
So-
No,
Grandmaster Sahaj Grover, can you take us through how this move is working?
I'm still trying to process h5 in this position. What? I'm completely at a loss of
Yeah,
words with
I
move.
think this is
looks
just-
complete. Wait, if I go bishop, it is working. Bishop g4, h4,
Four
knight
opens
h,
the rook's file, right? So
knight
now
h4,
it's knight h4,
and then queen g4. No?
rook h4,
Rook h4.
rook h4, knight h4.
Oh no, but this
queen
is bad.
g4.
This has to be
and now
bad.
knight g6 back.
But that bishop on f4 is a monster. Bishop g3
Agreed.
and then king e2, and you don't want this position against Gukesh for
Maybe
sure.
it's like, the white piece is also stuck, right? Because my king cannot castle anymore. So both the kings are a bit weak.
I would rather be white here because I cannot castle, but I really hope that black castles here. Because the moment you castle, knight takes d5 is GG. So bishop g3.
And also, it's a free pawn, right? White is a pawn up.
Yeah.
No, not at the moment. I think but he does have an active bishop, I think, in the moment. And knight takes d5. GG.
Yeah. That's game over,
Wow.
basically.
Beautiful.
Beautiful tactic. So going back, so that's the defense.
Sahil, wait, it's International Chess Day and something normal folks don't understand is about this end passing move. So what if White does this crazy move, G6?
So I think we have to go back. The question is, if you directly take this, rook h3 and the bishop is trapped. So that's why you first play h5. And once you do en passant, then you take this. And now hg7 is the intermediate move. I think we should invite Vishnu today as well to take us through the complexities.
Yeah, so this looks. Yeah, maybe he's the only one who can walk us
And
through
now
all of
look at
this.
this. Bishop f6 is the move to defend.
No chance.
No chance.
And still h7 is possible, yeah. And I can play h7 as well. I mean, it probably is not a good move, but that pawn is on the 7th rank. I mean,
Wow. This is just insane chess. So the odds of, Gukesh or Arjun finding all of this over the board is, I would say, rounding off to 0. So, but they can kind of take this move by move. I think knight g1 is findable, but to kind of see this h5 idea and then all this right now would be very tough.
But maybe he's calculating that,
Yeah, absolutely. He could be. And
Sahaj, sorry to cut. Sahaj, what percentage do you think Gukesh finds knight G1?
I think you can find knight g1 by process of elimination. Like if he figures out queen h5, knight g6 does not work tactically for him. Still, it's difficult because you can think of bishop d3 and you can say bishop g6 is there. What's happening here actually?
Long castle, I think.
yeah.
So that now if you take on G6, edge G6 and the rook is protected.
So after
Yeah.
long castle, my eyes are going on the queen side because I'm looking at that diagonal. And I was thinking of knight b5, but you have knight takes f4, I think. Oh, knight b5 is working actually.
You know what the best move is? I think I should learn maybe some other game, Rakesh, because the best move here is knight de5. And good luck explaining that. Sahaj, but please take us through how this move is so strong.
I love it how Sahaj gets all the tough questions.
Wow. So not knight takes f4, yeah?
Knight takes f4
working?
also possible. It's a decent move, but knight d, and it reminds me of actually Vishy sir's move, Rakesh, against Aronian in that epic game, which is my favorite game of all time.
Yeah.
Where he played knight d5 and then bishop c5 and won the game in spectacular fashion.
In candidates, right?
In
Why
Tata
can
Steel.
see?
Tata Steel, right.
2013, I think. So, yeah, and okay, Sahaj, any words on this move? Like, why is it even possible?
I think it's just restricting the London
Yeah.
bishop because it's too strong. Yeah, the power of London is so strong that even if you don't play the London, you still have to restrict the London bishop there. And if you go pawn takes c5, I'm guessing there is bishop h3 and knight f4. Can I play bishop h3 and knight f4?
Bishop h3, rook
Rook h3, knight f4.
Knight f4.
Because I was looking at that f2 pawn.
And apparently you can allow this. Yeah, it's okay to allow
And
this.
of course, white is, of course,
Winning,
you would
completely
think queen f2 check and black is winning, but of course not. This white is winning here.
This queen even check also. It's
Queen. King c2, queen
King
f2,
C2,
king b3, and yeah, somehow
Very simple
you're
to
fine
understand
here.
why white is winning. Yeah, I mean, the
no
bishop.
way, man. No way.
Okay, going back, I think we've gone too deep here. Gukesh probably is still wondering about knight g1 because the thing is, we have the luxury to go back, change our move Rakesh and Sahaj, but Gukesh has to choose one move now and he cannot take it back. No take back allowed. So what does he do? Knight G1 is the move here which will give him an edge. But is he capable of finding all these complexities? Very, 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 very tough. But if he finds it, that's the confidence Gukesh, the world champion, needs.
100%. Curious to know from chat as well, does he go for the queen move or the knight move? Because queen h5 spoils the advantage, knight g1, and he might be close to winning. And, he'll take it. He'll take a win from anywhere at this point. And I feel Gukesh has with a big chance, Sahaj.
Rakesh, generally I would disagree because it's only the bar only says 0.6. But since we have looked at how the position is gonna unfold, and if we can just go back to that position, where White had that bishop on f4, the only one, I think it was with knight g1 and with the h5 variation, it was somewhere knight g1, knight g6. I think you played knight f3, right?
I think it was the other knight g6 variation. No?
Yeah, it was this one.
Are you sure it was not this one?
No.
I think this one, right?
Pretty sure that it was knight g1.
Bishop d3 in castles.
No, not
okay,
this one.
okay. Got it.
So knight g1, knight g6, knight f3, bishop g4, bishop h3, these are all top moves. And now there was a variation where you were showing us you can take the not on passant here. What was the other line? Bishop g4, yeah. Pawn takes, knight takes. You take everything. I see this position as you are at least playing for two results. At the very least, because how can White ever lose this position? You have that monster bishop, you've got space on the king side. Black cannot castle on the queen side. Your queen on b6 is completely out of place, and it seems almost strategically lost to me, this position.
Yeah, I think I agree with your assessment there. For example, if Gukesh doesn't want to enter the complexities, this is okay. It's still very, very complex. But we'll
try
be
to make a move here, like as black. I think it's so hard to make a move here as black.
I was thinking, something like king e7 and rook h8.
King e7, f4.
Oh yes, you see the bar rising.
Yeah, exactly. Like simple looking moves are not gonna work here, I feel. What is happening after king e7?
King e7, apparently king d2 and then king c2.
And then you free the rook.
Yeah, basically. Either rook e1 or rook h1, depending on the circumstances. And the king on e7 is kind of stuck, yeah?
You can have rook h8, you can have the open file, but you don't have a single square on that file. Look at that, h6, h5, h4, even h6 is, White's. So you have no access to the open file, whereas on, for the white rook, you have the h7 square where you can put pressure on the g7 pawn.
But also, Sahaj, I would love to bring the rook on the central line and blow open the position with e4 and it's GG's.
Yeah, this is why I think this position is strategically lost, because if you get into this, you have to play accurate moves you have to play top moves just to survive, and that's incredibly difficult, I think.
We have a comment in the chat, let's go to the live board. We are right now in Gukesh's mind. I think very rare opportunity to kind of understand what he's thinking, because he must be considering some of these options. Now, going back indeed to the live position, this is where we are right now, 97, a slight inaccuracy, if you can call it. I would say it's harsh to call this a mistake, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, if Arjun loses this game and he analyzes it, I don't know where was his mistake. Maybe being greedy with bishop h4?
Yeah, maybe that's the...
knight g7 is objectively the bad move here. You could have gone for knight f8 instead, but I think bishop h4, just a decision, because your opponent surprised you. You generally try to play a safer a choice is there, but then you also run the risk of your opponent, being really well prepared. I think he took on h4, believing that Gukesh had not looked at this. I mean, he's right about that. He has not looked at knight e7 because it's a mistake, but it's a game on the board. But I think how the position is going to unfold is really bad for Arjun. So this was an unnecessary risk of sorts, in my opinion.
Wow. So how much time do you think Gukesh takes for this move? Like, what will be the time situation when he finally plays? I'm guessing like at least a 10 to 15 minute more thing, yeah? For more,
because he's already thought for like 10-15 minutes, I think.
I think so, because I think he's been playing, he's always been behind the clock, yeah? Anyways, and this is such a complex position. And if his spidey sense is tingling, Rakesh, he might notice it's a crucial moment.
He should trust that, and maybe that gives us a chance to maybe check out the other games as well.
Speaking of taking time, let's take a look at Pranesh versus Hans, because we have a half an hour difference there between the two players, and he has just played short castle after a 24-minute think. And I see a blue arrow. He has given up the pawn as well. Is Pranesh just clearly better here and having a time advantage?
I'm allowed to check out Pranesh's reaction as well, because it looks like he's gotten the opening edge and extremely comfortable position for White.
Exactly, and this is where I think Hans even went, had a slightly wrong move order. Bishop e7, maybe knight d6 was kind of essential there. But now after knight d4, as you mentioned, Sahaj, let's say if you were to be cooperative and take, suddenly, white has better development. I have the pawn on e5. My pieces are quickly going to come in here, and black is just lacking space. What do you play? If you play d6, his pawn is pinned anyways, Rakesh. The bishop on c4 is an absolute beast looking at the black king here.
Yeah, and looks like Pranesh is still in his prep, so probably the first time he'll actually think in this game. And what good opening prep by Pranesh.
Absolutely. And by the way, if, when black played knight e6 in this position instead of short castle, we were discussing the possibility of going c3. So I think it was after rook d1 side.
Yes.
So in this position, if black plays knight e6, we were discussing the possibility of c3, right? So the question to, the chat and question to the people in the audience, if knight e6 allows c3, what if after short castle white plays c3? What is the difference between these two moves? Why can't I play? Why is there a blue arrow with knight takes d4 showing here? Why not c3 now? How is the position different? Very good.
Yeah.
Very, very nice. You can play d3 and basically give the pawn back, and with that you don't have the initiative anymore. Your knight is not jumping to c3. You probably have to go bishop takes d3 there, and of course Pranesh knows all of this. Well done, Sai, for finding this, and this would just completely give up the initiative here.
Yeah, you can't lose the light square bishop. That's the pride and joy of white's position. By the way, knight takes d4 played by Pranesh, who has a 31-minute lead on the clock. I saw it's like a world championship match, and I remember one of the commentators said, like 30 minutes is basically half a pawn in a classical chess game. So I think this is a huge
More,
lead.
I think.
More, yeah?
More, way more. I think 30 minutes is way too, especially when you don't have extra time, because at some point it starts to add up, and I think it's a problem for sure. And he has taken on d4. The difference is only increasing. It's only getting more and more.
And Sahaj, speaking of problems, another problem for Hans is Pranesh is extremely fast on the clock as well. He's a very good rapid and blitz player. In fact, he's also qualified for the EWC after MVL withdrew.
Oh, interesting. So very, very, I think important month for, Pranesh ahead.
Yeah.
Wishing the best for him. And, what better way to start than, surprising Hans here. Let's see how the game is going to unfold. Let's take a look at Nihal versus Nodirbek as well, because I see that the advantage is kind of slipping, that opening advantage that white gets in the position.
Apparently, this was the move. I think queen d2 was slightly stronger. Totally understandable why. You could consider bishop h6 ideas. But he chooses knight d2. And now comes e6, bishop b3, and now h6. So Nodirbek kind of asked the question, where is the bishop going to go? Rakesh, there doesn't seem to be a clear choice, right? I'm not happy with the bishop exactly. Where do I put it?
Yeah, bishop h4, then he can always kick it away with g5.
Yeah.
I don't want to trade and give you the bishop, double bishop advantage as well.
Oh, if you played g5, can I do it?
No.
I feel like I really want to do it. I don't know with bishop or...
Does it work though?
Irrelevant. Bishop takes I think bishop takes g5, knight. Both seem interesting, no?
Apparently, bishop takes is a blunder and knight takes is a great move. Sir.
Really? So there is a difference.
Wow.
So the intuition is correct,
Wow.
but you have to calculate a bit in this position. So of course,
it's equal. Casually equal. Yeah? Sometimes I think today we have such engine variations that we are all learning something, Rakesh.
Yeah, and it should be your favorite day, Sahil, with all these engine lines.
We had an inaugural move by an 8-year-old Rakesh, who is the youngest AFM in the world. So a lot to learn, I think, for me here.
Wow.
I have rook e3, rook h3, like you pointed out. Queen f3 is another plan. f4, e5 is... e5 and knight e4 is another plan.
Stuff.
So many ideas that are putting pressure on the black king there. So g5, I would definitely avoid in this position. This feels like it's unnecessary attack.
And Saj, I think you guys were mentioning, before I joined, that today it looks like we'll have the highest number of results.
Yep.
Because we have only had 3 wins so far in the event. 2 for Alireza and 1 for Arjun. And most of the players are winless. In fact, Nihal and Andriken have drawn all 4 of their games. So today might be the day it all changes.
100%. And I think all the games we have looked at, Pranesh versus Hans looks really good for Pranesh. Gukesh versus Arjun looks, strategically very, very good for Gukesh. Nihal versus, Nodirbek in this position, I feel because no pieces have been traded so far and knowing, how the players naturally play, I think a result is the most expected. here.
Agreed. I'm going to go with 3 results today. Any predictions, Rakesh and Sahaj? How many
3.
results? 3, huh?
Yeah, yesterday there was 0, so we have to make up for that.
Overcompensate for that one. Yeah.
exactly.
I think 4. I think.
4. Wow.
I think Firouzja also has.
All 4.
I think all 4 can be results today. To be honest.
Okay, let's go to the
No
4th
way.
game then. Let's figure it out. I think this is where we left it, right, Sahaj? And after knight d2, bishop f5, heavily pressuring that d3 pawn, which looks kind of safe. Oh, queen e2. Apparently, knight f1 was the strongest move, but queen e2 played. And now queen d7, and maybe with rook d8 to come. A lot of pressure on this pawn, Rakesh, and somehow I don't know how you liberate this pressure.
It's tough, I think. I have to get the other rook to d1, I think. But I may not have enough time.
I see a crazy move here. I mean, there's firstly knight takes e5, which I'm not sure if it's working or not. I mean, in principle, it shouldn't, because this is kind of like playing a very bad version of the Marshall.
Yeah.
The queen is on e5. I mean, your rook is supposed to be on e5, generally speaking. Oh, bishop c2. Yeah,
I wanted to play the other tactic, but okay.
Bishop d6, yeah, maybe. Is that what you were looking at?
That's what I wanted to play.
Nice.
This queen f5, actually. I forgot about the
Oh,
bishop
the
on
knight can go to f1, but...
Yeah, I forgot the bishop on c2. But okay, I think this is very dangerous, actually. I agree with you. So what does white do really here? I'm not sure.
Can I play knight f... Oh, or maybe knight e4. Knight e4 also looks kind of interesting. Knight h4 also looks kind of interesting here as well.
True. If you get this bishop, then the pressure is kind of gone.
I just take the bishop. No, bishop g4, I think you have to play. And then I put my queen somewhere. I'm not
Draw?
sure. No.
No
No,
way.
4 results. We have 4 results today, I think.
Ali Reza is having a great year, but he definitely wants to also win this tournament as well. It helps him for the FIDE circuit points. So yeah, I don't think he's going to repeat, Sahil.
Yeah, and FIDE circuit points, yeah, qualification to the candidates is on everybody's mind here. So, by the way, I see a bar go down for Nihal. Just quickly want to check what happened. He put the bishop back on e3. And now if black plays e5, suddenly black has more control in the center. Although giving the d5 square doesn't make that much sense. But what do you make of this, Sahaj?
I mean, optically, I like Nihal's position, but I see the bar does not like it. Why I like Nihal's position is because he has space. He has a pawn on e4. He has central pawns. His pieces seem quite well placed, but I think black can play d5 or e5 at the right moment and also take, seize control there. But if I had to choose a color, I would choose white. But I see that the engine prefers black here.
Indeed. So
What about you?
What do you think, Rakesh?
Yeah, I would also prefer black, I think.
Really? You prefer black here? Makes a lot of
black
sense.
has equalized and there's going to be some pawn break.
But
And
d5,
then
yeah?
the two bishops will say hello.
But you cannot play d5 really, because I have e5 and d4 and that would be quite bad. So I'm guessing you have to play e5 first.
So can I prep with like queen c7 and then d5, like
I
controlling?
think still I have e5, no? Because the rook will have some discover attack ideas
True.
on the queen.
So interesting that for queen c7, white's best move is actually bishop f4 back.
What?
So it does seem like the bishop on e3 is kind of misplaced, is what I'm kind of
Exactly.
understanding. And bishop h4, keeping the pin and maybe preparing yourself for that piece sack on g5 was the way to go. So Nihal slightly worse, but I think not a big deal. As you pointed out, white's position does look quite solid. So going back to the game of the world champion for a second, because no moves as we expected by Gukesh, if he can have his camera as well. He's really considering all his options, and knight g1 is a move which he has seen at least. What do you think, Sahaj? He's seen this, yeah?
100%. It has crossed his mind, but he is not sure, what the follow-up is going to be. I mean, knight g1, knight f3, bishop h3, all of those moves are quite difficult, to find.
Can we go full screen? Because it looks like Guki is, thinking something and not at the board. And he just moved his attention.
He has
Yes,
to
played
play
it?
I don't think so. Not yet. But we'll have it very, very soon. He is thinking. Oh, he just played it. He just played knight g1. Wow. What a move.
Nice, you were
Thank you
right.
in the audience as well for letting us know. Knight g1. Sahaj,
Wow.
we have fire on the board.
We have a blue arrow on the board as well. Knight g6, only move to defend the bishop on h4, and then knight f3, bishop g4, and I think Arjun is in big trouble here.
By the way, just a brief question before Arjun plays knight g6. What's the problem with knight f5 here, Sahaj? If you can share with the audience. Why can't black play this?
I didn't even think of this. I think there's bishop d3 probably, yeah, with the idea of bishop f5, and then you go rook h4, and the bishop is just... Because that knight is on d7, you wanted to play knight f8 and, to defend the knight on g6, but here there is no knight to defend the
Yeah, and Arjun has played knight g6.
Also, knight f3 is just winning.
Also,
as well.
bishop g4 pin is not possible now, so maybe
Correct.
that's also an issue. So,
yes.
knight g6 played now, and knight f3 blue arrow again. So, bunch of blue arrows. That means both the players have to be absolutely accurate. They have to play like an engine for white to attack and for black to defend.
Yeah, knight f3 is the only move that gives Gukesh an advantage, and I think he's going to find. If you find knight g1, Sahil, you should find knight f3 as well.
Yes, I think that's, if you say A, you have to say B. Of course, you could change the move order, but knight f3 just looks so logical. But there is this possibility that he's irritated by this pin, yeah? Like, it's like, okay, my knight gets pinned. Maybe I should handle the pin first. Any move that comes to mind here, Sahaj, apart from knight f3?
No, I mean, knight g1, you have to. You play knight f3 on the first move. So this is like, I think, pretty automatic. I think we'll see it from Gukesh very, very soon. Because I think bishop d3 is what I look at apart from this, but it feels unnecessary to play something like this to me.
Wow.
Knight f4 and bishop f2 and queen d4 alone is enough for me to not consider this.
Yeah.
Wow.
Like even bishop f2 and queen d4, or bishop g5 and queen d4. At least you get 3 pawns. Maybe you're still a bit worse, but this feels unnecessary to even calculate.
So going back, this is the live position. Knight f3 is the move, attacking the bishop, and then black will have to play another only move, bishop g4, and we enter that h5 line, which we were discussing, Rakesh. Very, very probable this happens now.
Yeah, and luckily for Gukesh, he has two options. He can just play that simple pawn up middle game position, which says is objectively lost, or he can do that on person line and go into the complete jungle of engine variations. So I think he's in a good position.
And
It's a good choice to have, yeah?
Yeah. Correct.
And likely I'm blundering something, but could I consider bishop h3 here? Clearly I'm blundering something, yeah?
So,
The plan is takes, and now knight f3 because there is no bishop g4.
okay. But I have h6 maybe now.
Black is just in time, yeah?
Just one move. I think if you play knight f3, h g5, and that knight on g6 very smartly defends the rook on h8 as well.
Very smart, actually.
Ooh, that's a great point, Sahaj.
So that means white doesn't have any time at all to waste.
Exactly.
One slow move by Gukesh, and then Arjun does not get an equal position. He could get a slightly better position, Sahaj.
Wow. I mean, that's simply because Arjun is a pawn up. And if you don't, capitalize on that poor placement of the bishop on h4, then you're just a pawn up for no reason. So it must be better for, Arjun there. But right now, that bishop on h4 looks very, very, very out of place.
Yeah. Guki has to strike, before his advantage evaporates. So knight f3, I think you play that, Sahil, and after he plays bishop g4, then you maybe go into a deeper think.
Agreed, and look at how fast Arjun played actually.
Smart.
He sat at the board, barely wrote the move down, plays knight g6, also puts a lot of pressure on you that maybe my knight g1 plan is not as strong as I had thought. Like you see ghosts in the position there sometimes. Okay, my opponent plays this quickly, he's seen this, he got up again, that puts you under pressure.
Yes, 100%. And also, but the bishop on h4, I think for Gukesh, he knows he's better because he knows that what he prepared, and he knows that Arjun didn't play that. And if Arjun didn't play that means it's not the top move of the engine. So I think he will know that he's a bit better, but whether he's able to find all of this, he has found the most difficult move, which was knight g1. I think knight f3, bishop h3 is comparatively easier to that. Do you guys agree with that, or do you think it's still quite difficult?
I agree. I think knight g1 was the trickiest of the lot, Sahaj. Sahil, what about you?
I agree. I mean, if you have to travel from, let's say Delhi to Chennai, the first step is the right direction is the most important, right? Then you just have to move. So I think I agree. Knight g1 was the toughest. And of course, once you play knight g1, the probability of you playing knight f3 is very, very, very high.
Correct.
So expecting that move from Gukesh, the world champion, and if he does play this, then this bishop is going to start sweating, and then bishop g4 is the only move. And we saw this, right? Bishop h3 and now h5. Defending this bishop is where maybe they'll have the next long thing.
There is something else that is quite interesting here after knight f3. You can play h6, I think. Like, okay, the bar has gone up, but I think knight h4 and h5, bishop g5, you are pinned. f6 maybe? Knight g6 is there.
Wow, and wow. And apparently if you take knight g6, then the rook is hanging.
Yeah.
So that's pinned. If you move the bishop back, then, the knight is hanging. So we'll have to come up with a new move here.
Bishop d3.
Bishop d3, but fg5.
Oh, so a lot of possibilities to make a
Wow.
mistake here. Okay, so what's happening after f6? Is it a forced
Can I
move?
go rook h4, Sahaj, instead of knight h4?
In what
So
position?
h6,
Uh-huh.
like one more. Yeah, here instead of knight h4, can I go rook h4?
Oh, that's a nice move. But I think I still have takes and takes everything
Oh,
in
yeah,
f6.
yeah, yeah.
Wow, and
And
f6
now
again.
F6.
So guess what?
problem.
F6 comes from Sahaj again. I think today is like,
But
countering
it's
all your
for
beliefs there.
But it's for attacking purposes, so then it makes sense.
Yeah.
But not
So
for
what's the move for h6?
Apparently, it's a crazy move. So I think we were looking at h6, knight h4, knight h4, right? No, I think it
No,
was
edge
g5,
G5.
edge g5, bishop g5, and now f6. And the main move and the only move seems to be queen to f3 here.
defending the rook on h1. That makes a
Yes.
lot of sense.
And if you take this, then I pick up the knight. And if you take the knight, then I pick up this. And of course, I'm also kind of developing a piece, so it makes a lot of sense here.
Can I go bishop g2 with the same idea side?
Ooh, bishop g2. Bishop g2. I'm telling you, this position is very tough, man.
Wait,
They're
he
going to
just
blunder the game.
He has just played something.
Oh, that is on the board.
Yes. Wow.
Beautiful
that's a
move by the world
beautiful move by the
champion.
world champion.
Not an easy plan at all. And now the blue arrow on the board again. Bishop g4. Arjun has to play this move, Rakesh.
Now let's go full screen. I want to see this crucial moment where Arjun has to play bishop g4 and played.
Easy peasy.
Dominoes
no stress.
easy.
Oh, wow. That's great. I know.
There was another very crazy move in this position possible. Instead of bishop g4, he could have gone bishop f5. After which, Gukesh could go rook h4, knight h4, bishop b1, and queen b1. That's like sacrifices. You have 2 rooks for 3 minor pieces. The weirdest,
Rare.
Wow.
the weirdest imbalance that you can think of, basically.
Wow, never seen that before. So I think it does seem like, okay, that was the cop-out option. Yeah, if you don't see anything else, you go for this one. But heading back right now, we have the live position where bishop g4 was played by Arjun in just, I think, 5 to 6 seconds.
Yeah.
That tells you he's seen all of this, but that means h5 will also come in 2 seconds.
Correct. And Sahil, I think you were mentioning about, Arjun being smart, just showing, everything's okay. Like, he's trying to put ghosts in Gukesh's mind because he's chilling, he's swirling in his chair.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
he's
look at
making
his body
Gukesh
language, yeah.
think that, your position is not that great.
Wow, my chair is not swirling,
And now he gets up.
unfortunately.
How he gets up?
My chair is not swirling like Arjun, unfortunately. So, but yeah, he looks very confident. He was sitting in front of Arjun. I would say, okay, maybe at least a piece down or something. So, bishop s3 is the blue arrow again. Both the players have to play only moves. And Gukesh already 14 minutes behind on the clock. He does have a better position, but he needs to constantly play the top preference of the engine. Otherwise, he could just be worse.
I think he's worse, like in any case in this scenario. And I think we have seen a blue arrow from the black side over and over again, right? Like knight g6 was the
For
mistake.
Both sides, actually.
Knight g6, knight f3, bishop g4 were all blue arrows, and now bishop h3 is another blue arrow. And I think h5 will also be a blue arrow. Wow.
Yeah. Yes. Usually when we commentate, I think I don't remember seeing that much analysis in the last 1 year, Rakesh. This is such a crazy position. And now Gukesh has to go through this all in his mind. He doesn't have the evaluation bar. He doesn't have, 2 co-commentators. He doesn't have like the engine there, but it's so complicated. Look at him right now, calculate this position. But okay, there is no other way to get rid of this bishop, right? Does anything else come to mind?
No, I think bishop h3 is like the first move you see, or if it was a blitz game, you would have seen Gukesh play bishop h3 already. What he's figuring it out are these moves like h6 or h5 after bishop h3. So I don't see he plays anything else apart from this.
Yeah.
I'm thinking of something. I mean, it's 100% bad, but just worth a mention. Instead of bishop h3, knight h4 is interesting.
What?
Bishop d1, knight g6, fg6, king d1. It's an interesting position. I mean,
No,
of course,
come
it's
on.
bad for white, but I think it's worth exploring because you have got double bishops. Black's king is not safe anywhere. I think it's.
Yeah, I would love that all my opponents explore this position against me. To my every single opponent that I play, please do explore this position. We would love to analyze
Think
it
about it.
together
No,
in an actual game.
For example, if you go long castle, knight takes d5 is winning for white, I think.
That's true. That's true. You found a way to win.
Not
That's
even
true.
winning though.
But if you go short, knight d5 is not winning, really?
No, it's better for white though. It's better for white.
Yeah, if you go short castle, then I thought the bishop h3, rook h7 ideas will be there as well. It looks
Oh, wow.
interesting.
Rook f4.
Okay, maybe. Oh, first I go bishop g3, of course. And then maybe something like, bishop h3, bishop e6, rook h. I mean, there's some interesting
This look
ideas
really
there.
has the bishop's number. He wants to grab it at all costs. So, but yeah, I think the idea is quite interesting though. But I think maybe Gukesh has a simpler answer, bishop h3
course,
here.
yes.
So let's see how this turns out. By the way, he's dropped below the 1 hour mark, Rakesh.
Yeah, drop below the 1 hour mark, behind the clock as usual for Guki. But speaking of exploring knight h4, Sahaj, I think if I were a Gukesh fan, I would love for you to explore of being Sindaro's second there, because playing these crazy lines,
I mean,
which helps him.
I think for queen for 2 bishops is always, I think, a very interesting position. I remember it was, maybe I can ask people in the audience. There was a queen sacrifice once made against Alireza Firouzja, and it was an Indian player, and it was almost dubbed as almost game of the century, and it was from the black pieces. Who was that player?
Correct.
Wow. Let's go. Nice. Grandmaster Karthikeyan Murali. And it was bishop and knight, I think that was the...
Correct. Queen c3.
Queen c3, exactly. So I thought it's something similar there.
Very nice idea there.
Yeah.
I mean, great memory by Sahaj and by the people here in the audience. And I
How
think,
do you know that? That game was played like 10 years ago. That's
Exactly.
insane. Well done.
Yeah,
and I think he deserves one of the giveaway prizes here
For
for
sure,
the Chennai
for sure.
Grandmasters team. So well done. And funnily enough, Karthikeyan Murali is also from Chennai.
Yes.
Yeah, I think the common theme in all these situations is the king is weak somehow.
Yeah.
Once black castle queenside, suddenly knight d5 worked in that position and white was better. And meanwhile, we have a comment that Levy aka Gotham Chess has said he'll sponsor 10 rounds of classical matchup between Firouzja and Arjun. I don't know if he said that, but we'll be quite curious about that
That
result.
would be, because those matches would just be insane, I think. Because both of the players have such a dynamic style, you would just see queen sacrifices basically in every single one of those games.
And crazy opening prep.
Absolutely.
I would love to see Nihal and Firouzja play over the board bullet. That's something I want to see. That would be insane.
Funny that you mentioned this, Sahil, because Nihal and Abdul Sadr, who are playing today, have a very similar video where they were playing OTB Bullet
Wow.
when they were like 10 years old, which means 10, 12 years ago. And that went viral. They were playing this in a tournament in France, and it went viral back in the day, seeing two strong kids battling it out over the board, and there's like literally pieces falling, clocks being smashed.
So request the organizers to let us play over the board bullet after the tournament is over, because we break half the pieces and then the tournament can't go on at some point maybe. But right now, Gukesh still thinking Sahaj, and he's already 20 minutes behind on the clock. The first, not a sign, but at least a reason to potentially start worrying, yeah?
Maybe, but the position just feels so good for Gukesh. If he's able to calculate, with bishop h3, maybe this is the time when he realized there is h5, because that was, I think, a surprise, for me as well. Like h5, when you see a move like h5, you panic for just a second, and then you can calculate, okay, I can take everything. And if you get into that position where Gukesh has that bishop, I think it's so simple for Gukesh to play that. And so difficult, I think, for Arjun to carry that position. You saw king e7, just one move, and the game was lost.
What I'm thinking is he has seen bishop h3, h5, but he's trying to figure if there is more, and he knows, there is something in his back pocket. Like, just worst case scenario, he's going to play that position with queen g4 in the end.
True. I think that was a very comfortable 2-result position, as Sahaj pointed out. And you see Arjun constantly move past the camera at flash speed. Look at how slowly Andrekin is moving. And just notice whenever Arjun comes in,
Nodirbek as well.
he is like the flash, right now. So I'm with Levy there. We want to see a classical match between Arjun and Firouzja. But I think maybe normally we'll have a 10k steps goal. Arjun has like a 30 or 40k steps goal, yeah?
Yeah, and speaking of that, he has become,
There he is again.
he's become extremely
It's
fit,
like he's walking with a purpose, like he has to complete those steps. So,
Wow. So Arjun there, of course, just kind of putting some psychological pressure. You, of course, as an opponent, might be noticing it as well. Your opponent pacing up and down the tournament hall. So Gukesh must be wondering, okay, what is Arjun's defense? Am I missing a resource? But it seems like I'm slightly better, but maybe there's something hidden and he's using up his clock time, yeah?
He is burning up a lot of time. In the last two moves, he's taught for almost 35 minutes now. But yeah, speaking of Arjun, he looks extremely fit now. And his manager also told us, he's dropped almost 10% of his body fat.
Wow, that's insane. That's also true for our commentator here.
Yes.
So something in common, Arjun and Sehaj then.
I love that there is something common between me and Arjun, you know.
By the way, we have a comment. What about bishop e2? Just unpinning this knight. But the problem is we need this knight to attack the bishop. Black can just actually take this. And suddenly it's almost impossible to reach this bishop now. Black can simply play queen d8 now. And in fact, black is the one who starts winning after potentially grabbing this pawn.
Ooh, that's a great point.
Yeah,
Sai.
because there is no queen h5
Yeah.
to, you know, bother the bishop. Maybe bishop d5, queen h5, but okay,
That you're only giving up a piece. So
yeah,
it's-
I'm just giving up a piece. I'm taking the piece. I mean, I have to give the exchange on h4 as well. So I do not like that option for Gukesh. Plus, I mean, we are seeing blue arrows after blue arrows. So I think moves are going to be extremely forced for both of the players. Let's take a quick look at Pranesh versus Hans, because looks like Pranesh is, I think, out of prep, finally. And I see that he went knight d4 and he made a slight inaccuracy here somewhere. I think he was supposed to go
Yeah.
pawn takes d6 and then knight b5, which I think is a very difficult move to play, because I think you want to develop in the opening, at least those, follow the opening principles, and your knight has already moved twice and you don't want to play knight b5 and take the bishop. And
Yeah.
at least if you don't know that this exists, you will not think of it. Bishop f4, I think, is a way more logical move. Black takes, and there was a very cool move here that Hans could have played, and that was b5.
Insane idea, yeah?
And I thought to myself, no chance that, and he hasn't played it, yeah?
No, not on the board.
Okay, he has not played this, move on the board. He's gone for knight e6, I believe.
But this is the plan, yeah? You go knight e6, you attack both these pieces. If rook e4, then there is d5. And you have to really go rook a4 here to save the bishop. So quite an interesting idea. But okay, he doesn't find, very tough those days, right? To find b5.
Yeah, I think that if you see knight e6, bishop e6, f e6, and you evaluate this as, okay, maybe I have some problems, then you will look at b5. But considering Hans's time, he's maybe compromising. Yeah, he's saying, okay, I was down about half an hour before. I don't want to think more anymore.
Okay, so
Oh, wow.
we have to switch games quickly because bishop h3 played by Gukesh and h5 on the board in seconds, Rakesh, seconds.
And
Arjun,
we'll get up. Is my prediction.
And
There it is.
There we go.
There it is. And now back to the 20k steps. Let's go.
and if you're wondering why he was walking a bit slowly then, because he was accelerating, right? So he just got up. In the next time he comes...
Wait. There's going to be just a zoom like that, He's
Yes,
gonna
how
walk.
many seconds will Arjun pass this camera?
You can do a giveaway for that also. Maybe we
Wow,
can do a
look at
countdown
Gukesh,
from
by the
10,
way.
yeah?
Yeah?
Let's
He
go.
looks a bit stressed.
Yeah.
He
Why
looks
does
a bit
Gukesh
stressed.
look stressed and Arjun is just chilling in this way? I mean, chess is, if you look at the board, it's completely the opposite situation. And if you look at the players, it's just, there he is.
Maybe they've both missed the same resource, Sahaj. Like there's
But
some
bishop
resource...
g4, knight h4, both of them will find this in their sleep. Bishop g4, knight h4 is simple.
But they're not
no?
sleeping, no, Sahaj.
Good point. Fair enough, fair play.
But okay, I think we've reached that position, right? We talked about. And now the question is, we can't take on g4. I mean, we can, but
Why
again...
not? This is, I think knight h4, queen g4 is, I think,
best.
strategically, I think
So-
so bad for Arjun.
So let's compare it to this one, right? So we take on h6. Which one do you prefer?
Bishop g4, 100%. Because it's so easy for Arjun to go wrong there. Like, I think if you go to that, we were looking at this, rook g8. I think it's a good exercise
Yeah.
anyway. So we can look at both positions.
Rook g8,
Yeah.
rook h3 now,
Yeah.
rook g7.
Yes. And now
And-
knight h4 is not possible because it's knight f4 and
Let's
rook
show that.
Wow.
rook g1. I
And
think.
suddenly you're losing your queen, yeah? No, thank you. So you have to actually put the bishop back maybe. And now black saves his bishop, yeah? Maybe bishop e7, bishop f6.
So we've got this position in front of us, and I think the other one is where you have to go knight h4 and queen g4 as well. And in that position, white has the bishop and black does not have the bishop. And here the black bishop is, I think, really important to put up a good defense here, because you need to control those dark squares.
But Sahaj, here one of the best moves is king d2. So I want to see king d2 as well, yeah?
No, I think you see king d2, king c2 in the other position too.
Yes, you are right.
There is-
Yeah.
But,
I
you
think
know,
it's a no-brainer for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Saj, let's go back to King D2. No, you can play out the variation. After everything is done, the material is equal. So why would you play this rather than in the other position? You are getting a healthy pawn up with no counterplay for Arjun. And Arjun loves to go into the positions where 2 + 2 = 5. So I think Gukesh will go for bishop g4.
I mean, I think you're not getting a pawn in either of those scenarios. You're just getting that bishop, and that bishop has no opponent basically.
Yeah.
And I think that's and also it's simple to calculate all of this.
Yeah.
No, the other one. I think maybe we can just check that position out as well after h5. You go knight bishop g4 at g4. First of all, it's just one move, two moves. Okay, it's just trade and queen takes g4, and you can literally stop your calculation after bishop g3. That's like all trades and bishop g3, and it is black who has to find. What does he have to find even here?
I do agree, because I think black's best move actually is queen b4, which is not actually natural at all.
Oh, you want to play knight e5 again? You want to play knight e5?
Knight d5. Wow.
Well,
Insane tactic.
okay, that's difficult to see, I think, for Gukesh as well.
And also maybe the queen can go back here and maybe it's much safer, right? So what does white play now is the
It's
question.
not the queen, it's the king that has to be safe here. Because if you go long castle, the king is still...
It's a king d2
Can I
and
play
knight
A3?
d5, yeah?
Can I play a3 as well? Or you have knight e5 there?
A3, queen c4, just...
Queen d3 actually is even stronger.
This is so, I think, difficult for black to find all of
And
this.
if king d2, then
Then
there's
knight
knight
b6,
d6, and suddenly black is the one attacking.
No.
So you have to be careful. And then again, that knight idea is insane. Knight d5. So if you don't see knight d5, you might not see queen b4 at all.
Correct. And what if you make like a human move, knight df8 and knight e6?
I think this must be very bad.
Wow. Already better
Yeah,
for white.
f4, f5, Sahaj, I think.
King d2 even, yeah? Oh, f4. I really like f4 here. f4, f5.
What's happening today, yeah? Are you Sahaj Grover?
Argentina lost yesterday, so I'm doubting myself, in that
I don't know the
sense.
context for somebody.
Now we can push the golden pawn as well,
For somebody who doesn't know, so Sahaj is a firm believer in not pushing the H pawn, the golden pawn as he's termed it, and we all completely agree. But today, I think Sahaj is the one to push the
only
F pawn.
for attacking reasons. For attacking reasons, I think it works out perfectly. And f4, f5 looks like black is about to resign here.
Agreed.
Like knight e6, f5, and GG.
You know,
If you play queen b4, still f4.
Yeah, that's the best move actually in the position.
Wow.
And now knight d7, f5, and you just keep going forward.
How is this equal? How?
G6 maybe is the move, yeah, because now if you play f6, knight f5, and suddenly, this is weak, your king is weak, and now I would rather play black, and now this diagonal is also blocked.
Can I go pawn takes g6 instead?
Knight
Knight
g6.
takes maybe.
Again, your king is in the center. I mean, mine is too, but I think black's king looks very dangerous, I think, in this position. Like queen somewhere, let's say queen f5 or something. Black has to be very precise, no? Because you can never play long castle here.
True, that's actually true. So let's just say that, you cannot just stop the calculations at bishop g3 maybe, Sahaj. Like, you have to go much deeper, yeah?
That's why, world champion for a reason. If this was my game, I would have gone bishop g4, knight h4 instantly here and gone into the endgame. But so g6 is, let's say, the engine's preference here.
Yep. So very interesting position actually. And we can see Gukesh think 47 minutes now. That's a healthy time lead for Arjun, who's again not even seated at the board.
It feels like when you mentioned that Gukesh is below the 1 hour mark, it felt like it was like 2 minutes ago. But suddenly you see that time ticking, and Gukesh will also have, an eye towards the time.
He has the lowest time among all the players right now. The second is Hans Niemann with 53 minutes. So Gukesh has to keep an eye on that clock, because as we discussed, that the troubles for both the players don't end after this variation.
This is the start.
This is the beginning, actually. So they will need that time. And as the format does not give them extra 30 minutes after 40 moves, they will have to be careful. So Gukesh wondering about the best possibility. Here he actually has a choice. So it makes sense that he's thinking, though, g6 or bishop g4. Two options.
I'm voting for bishop g4. Sahaj, you as well.
Bishop g4, I think, is still very logical to me. I think very difficult but okay, I after looking at that knight d5 idea, I mean, I'm second guessing myself again, just like, with Argentina there. But I think...
But you didn't second guess Argentina, though. You were even I was quite confident they'll come back.
Yeah.
But it never really happened, yeah?
Yeah. Sadly. But I think bishop takes g4 still makes way more sense to me in this position. Just practically, I think that's the move you will look at, because it's the simplest to calculate. Wait a second.
What?
That's
Hold
Hans.
on a second.
That's Hans.
Can I do it?
Do what?
No.
Can I?
95?
Knight
No,
h4?
No, knight h4. How bad is it now? Bishop d1, because this is a better version of that same position, no? And now king d1? Wait, this is interesting because now the pawn is on h5 and you have to think twice before you castle.
That's a passed pawn, no?
It's middle game basically.
Queen d8.
That's an
And now
why
queen,
queen d8?
just to put in the queen here, I like the queen there. Quite solid. Like I can take with the queen also.
Hey,
on d7.
such ideas I think are interesting to try. I think in the. I mean, I think they're unnecessary, yes, but it's interesting. I think.
So, question:
It's
would
so
you think of
interesting.
this move in your own game, Saj?
I would consider it for
Ah,
sure.
okay.
I would consider it, and then I would say,
then it's fair.
Yeah.
Then it's fair.
of course, I would consider. I actually have a game very similar to this.
And by the way, we do have a comment that this is an easy move because n percent is forced.
yeah. This is more, some people have this.
I think we can
doubt
do
as
like a
well.
chess mythbuster kind of series there, but no, n percent is actually not forced. You have the choice to choose whether you want to n percent or not, but you can only do it on the first time you have the option. For example, if I play, I don't know, a3 and a6, now n percent is no longer possible. Now it's forced that you can't take it.
Yeah, we get a lot of complaints, on chess.com. Like, how did my opponent capture my pawn? Like, give me a refund for the rating lost. But that's not how it works. And thanks for busting this myth on International Chess Day, Sahil.
Indeed, mythbusters here, you, me, and Sahaj.
Absolutely.
But there are 44 minutes, Sahaj, now for Gukesh.
I'm still trying to calculate this knight h4 business because it's so interesting to me that it's sadly not working.
Yeah.
I really want to see a queen sacrifice somewhere.
Saw that
I
look,
think
Sahil.
I'm alone in this.
See,
Yeah,
so
completely.
we can play a game later tonight, and I will voluntarily anyways blunder my queen, so that will be more fun maybe. But right now, Gukesh, I think, would not do that. Look at him, by the way. Can we go full screen again? He really looks stressed. It doesn't look like he's even close to making his move. That means by the time he makes it, he might be below the 40-minute mark.
I think by the time he makes it, Arjun would have completed 10,000 steps. For
Easy.
sure.
I mean,
Oh, come on. Look.
man, we need to learn from Arjun. Like maybe it's a question worth asking. Yeah.
Yeah, and look at maybe a power statement again, just calmly placing the bottle. Some psychological tricks for sure. In this one.
Yeah, that's true. And Chad, I know you're wondering why we're sticking to one game. It's because this is so sharp. So let's do one thing. We can do a roundup of all the 4 games and then quickly have our first break of the day because this game promises to be a treat. So quickly, Sahaj and Rakesh, first game, Pranesh versus Hans Niemann. What do you make of this expected result?
I think maybe a draw is most likely in this position. There is a knight versus bishop, but there are hanging pawns in the center. Pranesh has more time on the clock, but that time is kind of, evening out there. So I'm going to say a healthy draw would be the most appropriate.
So how many results in total? I think we need to figure out.
How
Rakesh.
many results in total? I said 4. Now it's 4 minus 1. Yeah, so maybe let's say 3.
3 as well, and I think this one would be the draw.
Yeah.
Draw. So draw likely result. We all agree on that one. Next week come to the game of Firouzja versus Endrekin. What do you make of this one? Called a strategic position though.
Ooh, that's
Thank you for the last move, which is an inaccuracy. And I think Firo is going to take this one.
Wow.
Yeah, same actually. I will second that. I think he has to play a5, which is a bit quite a typical move in these positions. You want to make that a6 pawn a bit weak. You also want to disrupt the harmony of the pawn structure. Plus, bishop a4 is a very nice, attacking move there as well. So a5 should give Firouzja a good advantage in the position. So I'm going to predict, I think, a Firouzja win here.
If he does win, I think we're going to see that sweatshirt till the end of the event. And also that means he would definitely be in the lead with 2 rounds to go. So this win could be huge and could almost seal the deal in terms of him winning the event. So super important game, this one. Next we come to Nihal against Nodirbek. And Nodirbek, after a long thing, has found the best move e5 and the bar slightly favors black. Your prediction, Rakesh, for this one?
Ooh, this is the toughest, I think. Predict. But I don't want Nihal to lose, but position-wise, it looks like Nodi might take this one. And Nodirbek, has drawn all his games as well. Normally, he's like an up and down player, like he wins and loses, but this might just be his first win, Sahaj.
I think Nodirbek looks incredibly good in this position. I think Nihal is in deep trouble. Also, it's worth mentioning that Nihal's last move, I think, was a bit of an inaccuracy, which was knight f1. And this is, I think, a pretty normal idea that whenever black has a fianchetto, g6, bishop g7, you never want to play knight f1, knight g3. Generally, you want to play knight f1, knight g3 in Spanish positions to play knight f5. But since the pawn is on g6, it covers both f5 and h5 squares. Maybe he wants to go knight e3 and knight d5. That's the plan, the secondary plan in the position. But the bishop sits, is sitting there. So Nodirbek
Bishop is like
looks,
a big problem.
Yeah.
it looks very good. I think for Nodirbek, I think he's taking this one.
In fact, d5 could be on the cards as well very, very soon, and that would put all of black's pawns in the center. So Nihal slightly, lacking space. So Nodirbek seems to be the favorite here. And the final prediction comes for the world champions game. Wow!
Ooh.
Okay, Sahaj, your prediction on the board. Gukesh says absolutely yes. Bishop takes d4, pawn takes, knight takes the bishop. A lot of exchanges. Rook takes, knight takes, and queen takes g4. Knight drops back. And finally, we have this position. So your predictions, guys. Sahaj, prediction for this crucial game.
If Arjun finds queen b4, I have no idea. But I think Gukesh looks very good to me still.
Wow.
Strategically, I think it looks like a very good position.
Gukesh winning. Your prediction, Rakesh.
I think Gukesh winning if he manages his time. That's the critical factor.
I'm going to second that as well. And what is your opinion on this game?
Same. I think Gukesh has a good chance to convert this one. I did like the angle you had of practical play. Black's moves are not easy. Queen b4 in itself, involves black finding knight e5 as a move, which is very tough. And Arjun, of course, not spending as much time at the board, but so far his moves were kind of forced. Now it's not forced, right? He could have a move and not lose instantly. So we'll get to know if Arjun can still find these little resources. So the perfect timing for the first short break, Rakesh and Sahaj. And on the other side, we'll be back with this crucial game and the updated moves. Will the world champion be back on the other side? And we are back after that short break. The action continues on day 5 of the Quantbox Chennai Grandmasters. And I have two amazing co-hosts with me, Rakesh Kulkarni and Kinshu Thought. Welcome back to the stream. I think we don't even have time because we have to directly dive into the exciting game of the world champion and the India number 1. This is where we left it last, right, Rakesh? Because we had Queen G4, Knight G6. And after a bit of thought, Gukesh, the world champion, drops the bishop back. That important bishop that Sahaj pointed out, is the piece that could win in the game.
Yeah, that's the most important piece in White's position here, because not allowing the Black King to castle on the long side or on the queen side. And I feel this game might be heading towards a win for Gukesh.
Ooh, that's an important result, right? That will do wonders for the world champions' confidence. This is arguably the second last event before the world championship he's playing.
Yeah.
He's going to play the Olympiad and the world championship. After this, he's not playing I don't think he's playing the GCL as well. So very few events for him, and this win could turn the tide in his favor.
Absolutely agree with you. And this position, I must say that it just looks so amazing. I mean, all of the black pawns are on white squares, and that bishop is just completely taking over all of the dark squares here. And just imagine a situation where the king would walk to c2, just kind of protecting everything, and then the rook could somehow get into black's position via h1. And just imagine something similar to that. I feel like black's knights are kind of, well, not the best situated, because all of the dark squares are protected by pawns or the bishop, so it's really difficult for black to really do anything here.
Yeah, I fully agree, and one problem for Gukesh's position is not, in fact, on the board, Sahil. It's his clock. 35 minutes for the world champion and no additional time. And looking at the overall body language, we've seen Gukesh being stressed throughout, and Arjun is just chilling, Sahil.
Absolutely agree. I think body language wise looks like Arjun is the one completely winning in this position. He's trying to about to resign or something. Yeah? He's like, okay, should I resign now? Should I play till mate? Like, that's the kind of expression he has. Maybe it's more of what he's kind of gone through in the last year or so. So a lot of pressure on his shoulders. But of course, this is the golden opportunity. He should sense it. He of course knows this is better for him. The Black King does not have a safe home, as we discussed in many variations. If you do castle queenside, knight takes d5 is an instant winning move for you. If you take it, then rook c1 and the game is over. So going back, Rakesh, as of now, black needs to be very, very accurate. Any other move apart from queen b4 that comes to mind?
Not really, because we discussed this, moves like king e7 or knight df8 run into the same problem that Sahaj is not here, but we still like to make fun of it, that the golden pawn will be touched for an attacking reason, and it's going to be GG's. So I think queen b4 only move. What do you think, Incho?
I mean,
he plays knight df8. Oh, he does not find queen to b4. And now the thing is, white can actually play b4 himself as well and start pushing these pawns. And again, if you castle queen side, let's say black goes, okay, he can't do it. I forgot to queen. Okay, illegal move there by me. Okay, you've seen illegal move go, but okay. If you can't even castle
it could
queen
happen,
side, yeah, I mean 96 now, yeah, you try to block it, but then f4 becomes even stronger here, Rakesh.
Yeah, I think this is a big step in the wrong direction for Arjun, Eric, I see. And I would be worried if I'm an Arjun fan.
And I mean, my question is, how can even black continue playing here? Because, okay, knight df8, but what is the idea? We are just kind of doing some waiting moves, because I feel like if black doesn't do anything concrete, white is just gonna push the whole board on them.
Agreed. And this knight doesn't have a square. Knight h7 makes no sense. This is covered. Knight t6, as we saw, leads to f4 directly. You have to again move the knight. So this knight basically did not really improve matters for the black position here.
Correct.
Maybe queen d8, queen d7 is like a queen trade. Would you play something like that?
Probably, and black doesn't have the best of ideas here. And, someone in chat is saying it's a kind of a crazy game. I think it's a completely crazy game. And to Kincho's point, if I give you, 3 extra chances as black, I don't even think you can improve your position.
Wow, that's a good point. And Kinsho, now the question is, B pawn can be pushed. The F pawn can be pushed. King D2, King C2 is something we discuss as well. Great idea for white. So Gukesh is spoiled for choice. My only worry is he thinks for like 15 more minutes and then gets really, he's stuck on the clock.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I feel like Gukesh really just needs to be confident here. Like he needs to be like, okay, I need to speed up a bit. Let's just start pushing, because realistically, what can Black do against for example, F4 or B4? Even like a very safe King D2 is still completely fine. I don't see how it would be any danger for Gukesh here. So I think he just really needs to make a decision quickly, and he has a lot of moves to choose from.
Yeah, King D2 I think is a common theme. So let's say Black does go Queen D8 now. The best move is King D3.
Wow.
King is like, okay, I don't have the bishop, so maybe I have to kind of cover up the bishop for now. 7, even the endgame is better for white, although I'm not sure if Gukesh goes for this, Rakesh.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of spoils his advantage or just minimizes it a bit. But something I like is, Sahil, you mentioned pawn to b4. And the idea is, let's say knight e6. I know the f4 is an option, but continuing that pawn push with b5. And the point is, the rook is protected by the knight. So, Gukesh can really open up stuff on both sides of the board. And I think he's in the driver's seat, but now closing in the 30-minute mark, Sahil.
And Kinsho, look at this. For example, even the variation Rakesh mentioned, like the best move is actually c5. Allowing knight takes d5, queen a5 check, king f1 and cd4. And I mean, the bar is saying it's even, but you look at this position, if I switch off the bar for a second and we start calculating, we'll blunder pieces left and right.
Yeah.
So this is just so complicated. Both the kings completely open. I mean, the knights are barely holding on. There's this threat, queen coming in, rook coming to c1. I mean, it's an insane position, yeah?
It's one of those situations where, the computer can count so many moves.
Wait.
Whereas us humans, we see what's comfortable or
Wait, what did he play?
He played king
happened?
f1 instead.
What?
Why? He's coming to g2. Maybe he wants to... Okay, he's thinking Black is going on the queen side. I'm going to keep my king on g2 so that I can push these pawns, freely.
Idea is not bad.
I think.
Yeah.
And Joki was in the chat and he was mentioning Gukesh had 99.1 accuracy and 98.1 for Arjun. But Sahil, I'm curious to know, has that 99.1 dropped?
Yeah, it is equalized. Yeah, 98.2 now, Kinsho. So the accuracy is completely even Stevens. And king f1, not the best plan. But do you still see potential in Gukesh's position that, okay, if I put the king on g2, I still have the same plans, although maybe f4 now becomes less of a possibility.
True.
Yeah, but so now my question is, okay, king f1, supposedly it's a question mark, exclamation mark move, but how can Black keep the position equal here? Because the computer is almost on 0.0, but to my eyes, this is still, as a human, much better for white. So what is, for example, the best move here to continue for Black, or what are like future plans here for Arjun?
So I'm going to sync with what he did knight f8, right? So maybe queen d8 again. I just want to trade queens.
Yeah, I like that.
That's my plan. But maybe, Rakesh, look at this. Maybe this is why he played king f1. He saw the queen trade and the engine was going into the endgame, right? So he says, I want to avoid the endgame, even if that's objectively the best way to play. I want to keep queens on. And now after queen d8, there is e4. And the rook comes to e1. And suddenly maybe there is some potential to attack.
I think that is Gukesh's idea for sure. So queen d8 is the move which allows the rook to move because you're no longer attacking the pawn on b2. So I think this is an option. And another crazy option that we saw earlier with king to d3, Sahil. So now after king f1, queen d8, maybe Gukesh knows endgame is coming. So he wants to recapture on g4 with the king. So he can go king g2 instead of e4. Queen d7, king f3, and you capture, and my king is on a good square now.
Oh yeah.
Wow. Wow, that's like,
it
I think...
does work 100%. I mean, this looks fantastic.
Wow, this is like position maxing. I don't know, king coming to g4 next f5 and whatever it is. But going back, this is a typical Arjun move though. Playing it against him would be kind of hilarious. But going back, right now, queen d8 is one of the options for Black. Any other move that comes to mind, Rakesh?
I mean, Queen A6 is just a check, nothing more.
Yeah.
And the problem is because, your queen is so beautifully placed on G4, cutting across, those two scissors, the queen and the bishop on G3. I feel the rook cannot come into the game in the corner. So to bring that rook in the game, I have to trade queens or I have to shut down this diagonal in a way.
Okay, the game is getting more and more complicated. Arjun, by the way, still thinking, I think maybe King F1 was a surprise for him as well. It does seem like that, yeah, because he's coming up to the board and playing quickly. But after a while, for the first time, we've seen him really go deeply into the position now.
Correct. And you saw Gukesh glance at the side. So it's like the reason is, he's actually watching the TV screen as he gets up for the first time in this game. So he's just wanting to see, what's happening around, what's happening on other boards. There we see he's checking out Pranesh versus Hans. And he'll have a quick look and then back in his chair, back to King on the board.
Yeah, he doesn't have the time to explore too many options because 32 minutes on the clock compared to 62 for Arjun Erigaisi. Of course, both these guys, have kind of grown up in the same age groups, are very, very strong players, would have, as you mentioned, have played each other multiple, like 70 plus games, in over the board chess. So the rivalry is real. And of course, after King F1. So I'm going to go again. So Queen D8, E4 is what we saw. Is it really that strong? Can't I just play Queen D7 again, Rakesh? But D5 pawn is
Well,
again.
we can just trade, no? I think it's completely fine here.
Yeah.
I mean, going into this endgame cannot be bad for white, right?
Okay, I win a pawn at least now, yeah?
Yes.
And if, 96, double attack.
Yeah. And you lose one of the pawns. But
But
maybe
is
I can
it,
go F4, and if you capture knight D4, I have rook D1 and some nasty discovered checks.
Ooh, this is tricky.
Yeah, this looks great.
Oh my god, this is super tricky.
Okay, going back. So we can't take on D4.
So let's show that till the end. A cute variation there. Arjun has played, we'll go there. Knight B6 check, King C7.
Yeah.
Knight A8, and let's say you want to go in the corner to grab it, King B8, and Rook D8 is a cute checkmate.
Beautiful.
Beautiful. By the way, he has played a move.
Knight
And it's knight to E7. So Arjun's still maneuvering with his knights, yeah? And what's happening, Kinsho? Because I feel like he's delaying castling. He's not moving the queen. What is his plan, really?
I am not entirely sure. I mean, I think maybe the reason why he moved back the knight is because F4 is coming, or he sees he's maybe concerned about F4, because F5 would come with the tempo there, and then we push all the way to F6, and I mean it's a really unpleasant position. But I am not entirely sure. Okay,
Ooh,
King
King
G2
G2
happens. I mean,
Quickly.
that was most likely the plan, anyways.
Yeah.
I mean, of course. So.
And also maybe now I think the D5 pawn is defended, Rakesh, and it can show, because now any knight D5 tactic maybe doesn't work. And also maybe G6 knight F5 could be in the air as well to cover that F5 square. Lot of things happening, but black cannot still castle like I tried to a few moves back because the C8 square is covered. So what does black do now? Because if you play knight E6, for example, you can see the power up. It feels a bit shaky because I had this G6 idea and so on. Bishop D6 also incoming.
F4, F5
Yeah, F4, F5 as well.
100%,
So what is black's move here again? I'm not sure.
I think you mentioned it. G6 and knight F5. Blocking the diagonal.
Oh, wow.
It also doesn't look great.
Clearly. So I would rather play the illegal move, than this one. So Queen F4 apparently is very strong here. And if knight F5, Queen
Dark
E5,
squares are just very weak in this whole position.
H8, knight A4 is winning. Man, this is getting tricky. The dark squares are very complicated. Yeah? White is completely dominating on the dark squares.
So by the way, G6 is a blunder, that means. So,
Yeah.
And what
hoping
would be,
Arjun doesn't play that.
What is the best move here then?
It's still Queen D8. It's still Queen D8, but the knight moves don't sync. Why would you first play knight D7 and then Queen D8? I'm not sure about that one.
Yeah, it feels like Queen D8 he wasn't really considering, because I mean it doesn't make a lot of sense. If you already see the Queen D8, Queen D7 idea, then you wouldn't play knight E7 first.
Agreed.
So I'm very curious what Arjun's thought process was in this position.
Wow, and Gukesh's plan now does not look that bad at all. King on G2, very safe away from this. And if black does go queenside ever, then B4, A5, B4 comes, very, very quickly. The bishop on G3 is a beautiful piece right now. So what will black do is the question. Arjun Erigaisi falling below the 1 hour mark. Crucial moment in the game, critical moment in the game. Okay. I think either he just equalizes the next two moves or Gukesh just gets a clear edge. Like, because he's run out of these casual moves, which don't spoil the position but don't improve it either.
It's like, I think, decision time for Arjun now. He has to, come up with the goods and make some concrete ideas. Otherwise, it might be getting difficult for him.
I feel like he doesn't even need to come up with anything great, as long as it's confusing or creates some very interesting imbalance. The time difference can actually favor him in that situation, but I feel like it's kind of difficult to come up with anything crazy, right?
So, Kincho, you are saying Arjun just has to be himself.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's quickly do a roundup of all the three games and then we rush back to this one because this could be the move of the game. So, first of all, Pranesh against Hans Niemann.
What?
We talked about this being a draw. We have to take that prediction back because knight c3, queen b6 was an extremely risky try because I think Hans is trying to go for the win, create imbalances here. But now rook d1, queen b2, knight b5, and Kincho, I mean, this is attack. The queen could be, rather offside while there could be an attack on the king's side. So it does seem like a result possible here now.
I mean, this game looks insanely sharp. I mean, of course, this was some insane prep. I mean, we will have to, get to know about this maybe in an interview or something. But I don't know. I feel like, I mean, from White's perspective, how we are looking at it, it looks kind of nice. There's so much stuff we can do, and Black's job is to kind of protect everything, wire themselves together. So this is definitely much more comfortable for Pranesh here.
Yeah, I mean, this is like Messi, for the Argentina team. One man is handling so much stuff. The rest are just chilling here. The bishop on c8 not even developed. In the final, this formation is going to break down, Rakesh.
Yeah, it's looking like Spain is equals Pranesh at this point. And, nice to see some support in the chat for Pranesh as well, because chat is cheering on they're saying, go Pranesh.
Insane. So Pranesh, and he has almost double the time as well. So this could be a huge win for Pranesh here if he manages to do so. Right now, pressure is on Hans Niemann. Going to the next game, Nihal Sarin's Nodirbek seems to be a nightmare for the pickleball, future world champion Nihal Sarin. Queen c1, defends the pawn, knight h2, and now knight a5 going after that star piece for White. To be honest, this is the reason why the game is still holdable for Nihal. If that bishop vanishes, I think Black will just break with d5 and take over the game. So bishop c2, another error. And Nodirbek is now in full control of the position, minus 1.6 advantage for Nodirbek.
And Nodirbek thrives in these positions. I mean, this sort of c4 or d5 pushes are very much in his style. So I think he's very enjoying the game here. And that bishop on c2 now looks a little bit, unpleasant or even a little bit embarrassing.
Yeah.
I mean, that bishop now doesn't really have a future, right? It's blocked by its own pawns. There's nothing really that bishop can do right now.
I'm extremely worried for Nihal here. He is the bullet world champion, but he has just 30 minutes on the clock. He might have time, but the problem is his position is also not good. And you're talking about Firuza's sweater like a superstition. We did not play pickleball yesterday with Nihal, so
that could be the reason.
Yeah, we broke the streak.
Oh no, I think tonight pickleball for 2 hours. But I want to point out also, I think Nihal might be just losing a pawn because
he takes on c4.
Threat is takes and knight b3.
Yeah,
forking queen and rook, so you're forced to take, but now Black picks up the e4 central pawn, and then Rakesh f5 e pawn comes in. This is just a disaster right now for White, while the c4 pawn is also weak. Black can take it later.
That is in my back pocket. I can take it whenever I want. And bishop into
anytime.
e4, a simple move, getting rid of your star bishop as well. And f5, f4, it's time to resign.
Okay, so Nodirbek in the driver's seat. I think maybe a win for him, very likely.
Yeah.
And it's very much likely.
So far, 2 results possible. Now going to the Firuza's and Endraken game.
Ooh, 3 results possible maybe.
What's happening today? Knight e4, b4, a5 as Sehesh predicted before, leaving for the break. Pawn takes, I thought recaptures were possible, but no, bishop a4. And completely crazy position, and now cb2, bishop b2. I mean, Kincho, this feels like potentially another result coming in.
I'm loving this position. I mean, it's full of some nice pins there on c6. And having the bishop potentially move to b2 if a capture happens. I mean, I'm really enjoying this position for White, and Andrei can find himself in a very tough situation.
Look at him. He is worried.
Yeah.
He
Staring
must look-
at that wall. He's looking scary.
Yeah, I think this is a tough position for him right now. Only 16 moves in, by the way. So I think this is going to get very, very tough. So clearly, Pranesh pushing against Hans Niemann. We have Firuzja pushing against Andrekin. We have Nodirbek almost winning against Nihal. And then finally the game of the world champion where, one move could just end the game. So feels like Sehaj's prediction, where is the genius man? 4 results could be possible.
Definitely could be possible. And we have had only 3 results so far in 3 decisive games so far in 4 days.
On one day we could have 4.
Exactly.
Wow. Gukesh drinking water before launching, his pieces towards
Getting ready.
Arjun. Wow. Okay, crucial move for Arjun Erigaisi. He is taking his time. He's been thinking for around 7 minutes now, I think, for this move.
His longest thing in the game today.
It also does feel like Gukesh is much more confident than maybe a few moves ago.
Agreed.
Yeah.
I think he feels it for sure that he might take the lead here.
Wow. So crucial moment. Now we discussed Queen D8 as the best move to offer that queen trade. But the problem is Arjun's last 2 moves, he could have started Queen D8 a while back. For example, even here, Queen D8 was possible, but he went 97. And now, will he still find these moves or not? And now there's no 95, for example. That Queen B4 move has lost its purpose, Rakesh. So now Queen D8, anything else that comes to mind as a candidate move?
Nothing. I think Queen D8, Queen D7 looks like the only try. You can't go 96 because F4, F5 is coming. And like my first thought was to play pawn to G6 instead of 96, which I thought, no, instead of 96.
Sorry, yeah.
Yeah.
But it just looks like it's lost after Queen F4 and the dark squares are busted for black.
No,
Surprising, yeah?
You cannot afford to open the dark squares even more because once like even the rook comes h1 h8, I mean this position is or h7 also, yeah. I mean this does not look fine at all.
And if black plays rook d7 here, Sahil, a nice little checkmate here, and showing the power of the bishop and the dark squares for white.
And sort of point out, the material is even.
Yeah, not even a pawn.
There is nothing going on, but it's +3 for white almost because of this battery. There is no way for black. For example, if you play knight to f5 to take the bishop, white even has knight to a4. And Sehaj was talking about sacrificing his queen. You might be forced to do so very soon for 2 minor pieces. So going back, I feel like this is crunch moment for Arjun. Look at him. He also looks stressed for the first time in the game.
I feel like the reason why 97 happened in the first place is that he just simply wanted to put some pressure still on b2. Like once you go back Queen d8, you're kind of allow the rook to start moving around. So maybe this is the reason why he didn't go back to d8 with the queen. But right now I feel like it's sort of forced.
Agreed.
What else can you go for? Your rook is so much out of the game.
Yeah.
So that is one issue that he has to solve somehow.
Great point. Yeah, because the rook on b1, I can quickly activate it on e1 or h1 at max at the cost of a pawn. Black doesn't have that luxury. Yeah, and you actually put the knight on f8 now, so there are 2 pieces in the way. And this does feel like practically Arjun needs to come up with Queen d8. Otherwise, there could be serious issues. For example, even a6, a random move. Look at how bad that is. Knight a4, knight c5, and you just busted completely.
And even more dark squares open,
Yeah,
correct.
It's not looking great.
And I think the reason why Arjun is thinking is he has seen queen d8 for sure. But if you move the queen, let's say queen to d8, suddenly white has the luxury to play or move around with this rook on b1. So you can go rook h1 or have rook e1, e4 ideas as well. But that's why if the queen is on b6, then the b2 pawn hangs. So that is the reason why Arjun is skeptical about moving his queen.
Also, that's why he played knight e7 as well, to block the e-file. Now that I look at this, that makes some sense. But again, he has to find queen d8 regardless. Otherwise, this diagonal is going to be a nuisance.
Oh. And he didn't play queen d8.
That's a mistake. That's a mistake from the India #1. He's developed a piece. He's trying to cut this diagonal. But Gukesh could have an opportunity here. And surprisingly, the move is the very interesting. Any guesses here? What could be the move? Anybody in the audience, in the chat, in the panel, what could be the best move for white here?
Yeah, we have someone in the audience. If they can speak into the mic.
Yeah, we heard. Well, yeah.
B4 is a very, very good move, actually. One of the top 2 preferences of the engine. And, you're ready for black castling on the queen side. Look at this,
then
how
just-
bad this is.
Ooh.
Knight A4, Queen A6, Knight C5, everything comes with the tempo. The knight is also pinned, and this is just game over, yeah?
Yeah, this is game over. A very nice suggestion there by our audience. But there's, in fact, an even stronger move than B4, Sahil.
Yeah, and that is Knight to E2, a weird one. But the idea is if you castle again, I'm going to play Knight F4.
Very nice.
Pin and win.
Either
Very
through
nice.
left or through right, I'm going to reach that E6 square, and you will at least lose a pawn here.
But you see, the thing is, it's so nice to play here for Gukesh, because you can see that there's so many options here, and it's really difficult to find one of the ones that don't work. I mean, I think we even mentioned F4 earlier. I mean, that also like very naturally comes to mind. Okay.
Maybe G6 now is the problem.
Maybe
Now the
computer
knight
doesn't
E7
like
move
it.
helps, maybe.
Oh
yeah.
yeah, right.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe I did find one that doesn't work.
Yeah, but I think, maybe Arjun saw that F4 move and that's why he played these knight moves. So that did give us some insight into what he was thinking. But right now, the problem is Arjun's last 3 moves have been knight moves, and technically none of those moves have really solved the problem of the king.
Correct.
Rakesh, the king is still stuck. If you can't castle here, then... I mean, there's also Rook H1, by the way, which you've not even considered as a strong move. I'm wondering if Knight A4 also does the job. Yeah, even that's possible. So Gukesh is spoiled for choice, actually.
He's spoiled for choice. And if we think about, what Arjun was thinking. So Knight E6, his idea is actually to play G6, Knight F5, and then he can long castle safely.
Yeah.
But the problem is, let's show that.
Yeah, this is what he wants, actually.
And
Perfect.
that is why the engine is suggesting us to play Knight to E2, which stops long castle as you showed. But also, Sahil, now if you go G6, I can go Rook H1.
Oh.
And there is just not enough time for you to get Knight F5.
And very important, once you take on B2, Knight is already defended. There's no Knight on C3.
Yeah,
So I have a free hand. You can't retake. And King D7 is now the only move. Imagine.
Exactly.
Wow. Okay, this is very
This
tough.
is so tough. I completely agree with you.
Okay, I think you have to kind of look at the practicality of this. Also with 29 minutes skin show, it does feel like Gukesh has great chances to get his first win at the 2026 Quantbox Chennai Grandmasters. This could be the kind of win he needs, right? Just kind of going through the initial moves, how we reached here. First of all, this was the calm position. G4, H4, Knight H3. Now, like Rook B1, then taking the pawn, blocking the bishop, then finding this Knight G1 idea, then Knight F3, then Bishop H3, all these only moves he's kept on finding and enters this now, kind of middle game where he has attacking chances. This has been a top class game by Gukesh so far.
Such a crazy game. I mean, after so many draws in this tournament, and of course, especially after yesterday when there were no results, we sort of expect sometimes that, okay, some of the games will be a little bit, more quiet. But today we are absolutely spoiled with all of the games. I mean, all of the players are just going right at it. Maybe they got inspired by Spain yesterday.
Sahil, couple of pointers here in this game. You showed the game from the start till here. Remember that Knight E7 move in the opening, which was a mistake.
Yes.
Those knights have been the problem for Arjun actually throughout the day today. So I think he has to get rid of that bishop by trading the knight.
Yeah.
So it's looking tough.
And this bishop is the star piece for white. Black's entire goal here is to exchange it. I mean, he would add a pawn as a bonus, 30% off and exchange that bishop as well. But Gukesh keeping it safe near his king. No black piece can approach it, and it takes a lot of time for black to reach that bishop. And meanwhile, white is already ready to play Rook H1, Rook H8 ideas. B4, B5 is incoming. Knight A4, Knight C5 is incoming. And the black king is still stuck in the center. And kudos to Gukesh for finding his King F1, King G2 idea. Because practically it seems to have worked. Because black thought nothing is happening while white fixed his king position. And now suddenly, black has not solved the same problem.
Absolutely. It's looking like a difficult road ahead for Arjun, and I guess, as Gukesh is thinking, and I think he'll do a longer thing as well, Sahil, because you mentioned the plethora of options he has. Knight A4, Knight E2, Rook H1, F4, plenty of options here for Guki.
Wow.
Yes, and I think while Gukesh is thinking, let's take a look at some of our other games because all of the positions were crazy when we left them off.
And I want to point out all the 4 games have one side which is clearly better now.
Yeah.
So 4 results would not be an exaggeration. I think maybe the players were saving the best for last. And the final 3 rounds are going to be explosive. So meanwhile, just checking this game, Queen B2 is where we left it. Now Knight B5, Queen A2, Hans is munching pawns. His plan is simple, move the queen back and queen the A pawn. Now comes Knight D6, Bishop D7 only moved territory already. Now comes Bishop E5. Oh my God, look at the attack building up very, very soon here on the G7 point. The B7 pawn is also hanging. Tactics against the Bishop on D7. I mean, Hans could be one move away from collapse.
Yeah, he definitely needs to be super safe here. But it's kind of tough when you have half of the time of the opponent. Like, okay, not maybe half, but close to half of the time of the opponent. And I don't even know what to do here. It's like so difficult to look at anything because I feel like all of the moves I'm looking at are kind of running into some tactic.
Yeah.
This could go. This tournament could go really from bad to worse for Hans. He started off well. He was a piece up against Nihal, didn't convert, lost to Arjun, and now I think my prediction is he's going to lose tonight.
Wow. So Pranesh putting pressure here. I see another tab coming in. So where is that tab coming? I see another board there.
Is playing around with something. So
I see another board there. But meanwhile, jumping to the next game, Nihal Sarin's game where bishop takes e4 has been played. He attacks the bishop with knight d2 and the bishop calmly drops back. Nodirbek is saying, you know what? Your bishop, your best piece on c2 is still worse than my bishop on b7. So I will not trade it off. I mean, this just looks horrific for Nihal, yeah?
Yeah, this looks very bad for Nihal. And, shout out to his second Sethuraman, who's actually playing a Simul in the fan zone here. So he must be definitely worried. And I think Sethu and Nihal...
Not the best timing for a shout out.
yeah, but I think he must be more worried than Nihal.
Yeah. But okay, I think Nihal, we know how tricky he is. He's come back from, worst position in this tournament and he's defended very well with confidence. The clock not on his side, but maybe for Nihal at least, the clock is never a problem, yeah? He's always very fast.
He thrives in these short time controls. So I'm not really worried about the time. I'm more worried about the position because, that h2 knight is not great. The c2 bishop we already mentioned. And the problem is that, as you just highlighted, f5 is coming very soon and f5, f4, e4, everything is coming. It's so scary to look at this from White's perspective.
This will get trapped at some point. This has been the problem, I think. The best would have been just take that knight on f6 on move 1. Yeah? Just get rid of that bishop somehow. But this is going to be a tough one. White simply does not have the squares to keep all his pieces active here. So Nihal under pressure.
And Sahil, you mentioned this in a different game, but look at that eval bar. Minus 1.5 for Nodirbek. He's completely winning, but the material is absolutely equal.
Yeah, true. And finally, in the Firouzja game, bishop a4 and queen e6 unpins the knight, a minor error, takes the pawn, knight a5, and it seems like after knight to g3, Firouzja could be very close to sealing the event for him. Bishop, if you drop it to g6, then bishop d2 fully developed. And black has a bunch of weaknesses here, Rakesh, which white can target.
And after bishop d2, c4 is my idea, and you might lose a piece.
Wow.
Yeah, super dangerous. And I was kind of looking at if black could at some point play some f5 moves. But it's so difficult because we have the knight and the queen on that.
Yeah. It's very hard.
It's not so easy.
Not easy at all because you have so many weaknesses. You will have no time to counterattack here. And Firouzja in his lucky sweatshirt, potentially looking forward to his third win of the event in 5 days. What a tournament this has been for him. I think started off so well and he's shown no signs of weakness there, Rakesh.
No signs of weakness. And, I think he's going to almost guarantee first place if he wins here.
Yeah.
And while I think Firouzja has a great chance, it's time to maybe go back to the Gukesh board as Chad. You've seen Chad again coming back with those lines like go Guki go. and you see the support coming back for him.
And also, let's keep in mind, Firuza is in first place, clear first place. Arjun is
Clear
in clear
second.
second place. So if Arjun were to lose here and Firuza wins, I think he's first. He's basically first, right? Because that would be kind of look at the standings for just about 10-20 seconds. Would love to kind of figure that out. Is that possible, Rakesh bhai?
Think so. And while our producer works on getting the standing, and also we see a frame on the left.
There
If
we
you
see
could
the
remove
standings.
that.
So
See.
Firuza goes to 4 potentially, and if Arjun were to lose, the max somebody can go to is 3, right?
And you know,
But you
both-
see what's interesting that all of the players after Firuza are kind of in trouble right
So
now.
Nihal in trouble, and Draken in trouble. So Nodirbek could potentially go to 3.
3, yeah.
And with 2 rounds to go, he'll be like a point behind. And they have a final match against each other, I think.
I think that would be the
Oh,
decider.
Wow. So I think the tournament is heating
And
up.
also, if you just for 10 seconds, if you go back to the standing slide, Sahil, one thing you probably didn't notice is the world champion in dead last place. But if he wins, he suddenly jumps to almost the second or third place.
Wow. So I think, as you mentioned at the start of the broadcast, right, that the field is quite, packed together. They've not been something, of course, Firuza is way ahead, but I still feel like it's possible to catch up with the leaders right now. Today is the last day when you want to strike, and Gukesh has a great position to do so. So let's go back to the board and see what the world champion is thinking. Let's go full screen actually, because he's 20 minutes now on a clock. It's real time pressure here, Kinshu.
Yes, I mean, he really needs to make a move here, and I mean, I understand why he's thinking for so long, because I feel like when you're doing great in a position, you always want to find even the best move, so you can end the fight fastest as possible. But I think soon it's time that he really needs to make a move, because now he's down 30 minutes on the clock, and in the moment when Arjun can go and find some crazy idea or some crazy imbalance potentially, it's gonna be really difficult to manage that position with the 30 minutes down the clock.
And chat letting us know that he has played knight e2. Okay, one guy, maybe he's in the hall or something. I don't know what's happening there. But no, I think we'll have the move very soon by Gukesh. 19 minutes. I don't think he can afford to spend any more time. And
it did happen.
Chat OP.
Oh.
Time travel in the chat. Let's go. So knight e2 played the best move in the position. And now for the India number 1 Arjun. And you guys see the best move is the very, very uncomfortable king to d7, so that the king physically defends the knight on e6. And after knight f4, at least you don't lose the pawn, Rakesh. But no, he's not happy doing this.
Yeah, and after King D7, finally the rook on e8 will get a chance to move. It's kind of like you're uninvited to a party, but finally he gets a last-minute invitation to join the action.
Yeah, he's wondering, should I even come out now? The real action is already over. There's nothing left at the buffet. I mean, the DJ is now playing sad songs. Like, I don't know.
There's leftover food.
Yeah. So, but regardless, I mean, Black will need that rook for the defense. But it does seem like after knight f4, like white is kind of dictating terms. And let's not forget, this knight could now come to e3 and then e5 and c5. So the king is still not safe.
I don't think there is anything safe about Black's position here.
Yeah.
It really requires some very precise calculations here. I mean, we have already mentioned so many moves, and none of them look fine to me with Black. I mean, it all looks like, just trying to end the suffering, maybe somehow making a comeback.
Yeah. And if you're a Gukesh fan, this game could be it. This game could be the turnaround, the confidence the world champion needs to retain his title. Rakesh, I mean, take us through the upcoming events for Gukesh. This one, of course, there's still 2.5 rounds to go. How does his, life look like in the next 6 months? Because I feel like of course, there's a lot of eyes on him right now, but it's only going to increase dramatically as we reach the end of the year.
100%. Before the World Championship match in November, 25th November, it starts. There's going to be just one more event that Gukesh plays. So that will be the Olympiad. And we realistically know the stronger players are rested in the first couple of rounds. So let's say he plays 10 games there, 2 games after this. There's only a dozen games left for Gukesh to, try out some ideas, new openings, get back in shape, get back in form. So these are, like, including this one, there are 13 crucial games. He has to start winning. And, if he wins, the most important thing I think that's lacking in Gukesh's play is the confidence.
Yeah.
You remember 2024, Sahil?
Yeah, we were there commentating on those games, and every game we just knew, like we knew he would win. I remember, like I would love to even walk like Gukesh maybe at but he would win the game, get up and start walking so confidently, like his opponent would lose all his aura automatically. Yeah, it was so great to see him in action. But right now, of course, it's not the same. He's not had the same results. But as you mentioned, around 13 games remaining, every game, is worth its weight in gold. I think every game is crucial.
Yeah.
If he can somehow catch a few wins there, can show, I think, it could be a completely different Gukesh in the World Championship.
Well, I really hope that happens because I remember that 2024 Gukesh, we actually just visited that memory back with Rakesh today. Because when they won the Olympiad, so it was like before, it was a round in advance, right? And Rakesh was there. I also was there as a volunteer. And I remember congratulating Gukesh in person. He was so humble, but the confidence he had was unmatched. So I really, really hope that he gets to get that confidence back by the time of the World Championship, because I mean, it's gonna be like such a special event. So, like two extremely young players who have fought so far already, and I don't know. I really, really hope that he gets to get back that confidence on time.
And of course, for the World Championship, we've seen, right, it was Magnus when he played his first one against Vishy. Even he was nervous in the first game. Then we saw the same when Gukesh played against Ding. He lost the first game at the World Championship, even though everybody predicted like a easy win for Gukesh in the World Championship, but that didn't happen. We had to wait till the absolute last day, the last minute. We even thought we were going to have a tie break. We had literally booked a hall or something, sold tickets for the tie break. So it does seem like even though Sundaro is the favorite, the match usually will be closely contested. And also the start will really matter. Gukesh has the experience. He's done it once. So if he can somehow start off well, even if he's not in the same form as 2024, he could still win the World Championship. But of course, he's very few games, as he pointed out, gained back his confidence.
Yeah, and speaking of the match, it's going to be like a big difference in rating. There's already a 60-point rating difference.
Oh my
as
God.
Sundaro is 2,777 right now. So Gukesh wants to also close down that gap. And while he's working hard here, we saw Sundaro and, Bibisara there enjoying the FIFA World Cup in the US.
And of course, they might play each other at the Olympiad as
Correct.
well. I wonder if they're on the same board. And of course, the board order is a very important decision that I think the Indian captain will have to make, who's, by the way, sitting right here. Any hints of the board order, Sri? Maybe not really, but
He's enjoying his coffee. Sri is not listening to us.
Yeah, or at least trying not to listen. But the question is, do you see Gukesh on board one this time, Rakesh? That's a very important decision that the team has to decide, yeah?
I think that's going to be answered in the next 3 games, according to Sri.
Okay, I think you revealed too much there, Rakesh, but I do kind of agree. I think this tournament is the one before the Olympiad.
Yeah.
I think he's not playing anything after this, and his form really dictates whether he'll be on board one, of course, because Arjun has had a great run this year. Prague also winning Norway Chess, and of course Nihal, what a year it's been. So I think Gukesh, if he catches his form back, then we could see him in board one in the same shape. I mean, he had like a 3,000 performance
Oh my God,
at the
yeah.
candidates, right? It was insane how well he played, like 10 out of 11 or 9 out of 10, something like that.
And, 2 Indians playing in this year. We have Gukesh and Arjun. So, kind of, you can decide the board order.
The board match, yeah.
right now.
Who's on board one? Let's go.
And, remember, Sal, we were talking about 2024 and you were saying how confidently he was walking. How many reels have you created when Gukesh is walking behind the chair once he has a winning position?
Wow.
Do you think, Kincho, we can see that today?
You know what? I'm really hoping. So, of course, like Sahil is gonna get some content out of it, hopefully. But I mean, I just want to see that Gukesh back.
Yeah,
It
everyone.
was such a pleasure to see that.
Indeed, and chat, we are ready for, this exciting game to come to a conclusion. It's still far away, of course, but Arjun was playing so quickly, moving like a flash in the tournament hall, but he slowed down because he also understands the path is not that easy. Looking at the moves, queenside castles is a big blunder here, the most natural move, because knight f4 and you will have to say goodbye to the pawn on f7, and of course, then the queen comes in and then sweeps and everything. So king d7 is the move here that should happen. Knight to f4. let's say Rakesh, Black finally, after a million years, activates the rook to h8. How do you see the game moving forward now?
I think I have a couple of options here. Maybe knight d3, knight e5 comes to mind. I can also go rook e1 instead of...
Wow, look at how
What?
bad that is.
I
King
mean,
c8,
yeah.
most natural move, and you just lose, +5 valuation.
Yeah, because the point is, let's show that to chat.
Yeah.
If you have to defend the pawn on f7, rook f8 runs into knight, takes f7, rook f7, and queen check picks up the rook.
And the bishop is also, this fight will mate Rakesh very, very soon
Yeah.
actually. So that means the path is not easy. And after knight d3, you're supposed to play king to e8 back.
Oh,
And now then b4 king show,
Yes,
knight coming to
b4.
c5. And if you take, then there could be some queen check if the knight were to move. I mean, this is just... And why have we not considered this move so far, I feel? I feel like this is all collapsing for Arjun unless he comes up with like a series of only moves, yeah?
It's so difficult to do that, though. I mean, producing only moves while being in a worse position is close to impossible, I think.
Yeah. Who is an Olympia team? I think we've not had confirmation, but if everybody is playing, which I would feel is the assumption, then the team for India could be, I think, Gukesh, Parag, Arjun, Nihal, and Vidit, which seems to be the likely field.
in no particular order. We are just...
Yes.
we're just saying
I mean,
that.
that's, I think, the rough order we had last time. I think Vidit was on 4, Nihal wasn't there, Hari
Yeah.
Krishna was there. But the team has not been announced. And I'm guessing that it should happen very, very soon. But the board order will be a mystery. And in fact, last time, I think the team had a little joke there. When they changed the order and kept it randomly one day before the Olympia, I would have thrown off a few teams, yeah?
For sure. I think that was a nice trick there. But yeah, coming back to the position,
Ooh.
do you think there's any trick for Arjun though? Because it feels like it's going downhill for him.
Yeah, it is going downhill. I just don't see a move. I just don't see a long-term plan on how he can hold. Like the dream scenario would be moving the rook here. But even when the rook comes, I think we discussed this earlier, rook on h8, where is the rook entering? Because you don't have any of these squares for the black rook. So it's he's come to the party, but he's not dancing, he's not eating, and he's sitting in the corner. Might as well have stayed at home, right? I mean, I just don't see the point.
No, also there's a difference. Like he wants to talk to someone, but nobody's talking to him. He wants to eat food, but nobody's allowing him an entry into the kitchen. It's something like that. And I feel King D7 still has to be played because let's show an interesting line. Long castle, like we know, is a blunder. But after knight f4, again you have to play King D7. So might as well
Wow.
play King D7 now and save yourself a move.
Agreed. Wow, this is so tough. This is so tough for Arjun. Any other move that comes to mind for the chat, for somebody here, for the panel, any other move from King D7 that you might be considering as a candidate move?
What about that Queen D8, Queen D7 idea again? Like,
Again, but-
from 5 years we are mentioning this.
But the problem
but,
is, there's
now
no Queen
rook
D7 now, right?
Also,
Oh,
like
yeah.
rook h1 is coming. I'm wondering,
Ooh.
is
Let's
that problematic
show
also?
that. Yeah, let's show that. I love rook h1.
Knight.
No, Sai, like if I double down on my idea with Queen D7,
Huh.
now rook h1 check, knight f8 and a simple tactic for chat.
Wow. Come on.
Yes.
Anybody here who can find the...
Correct.
Wow.
Sai
haven't
again.
Couldn't complete the question by the
Yeah,
way.
exactly. Like,
Wow.
he knew it before we even asked.
Wow. So I think we might see you play in this tournament 5 years from now, but what a
Hopefully.
tactic there found in a second. And it does seem like the task is not easy for Arjun Erigesi. That knight e6 move was practically a huge mistake, clearly. And now he needs to come up with tough moves. He has the time on his side. That's the good news. If the clock was flipped, I think this was basically gone.
Oh, absolutely. And I think his posture also shows like a little bit less of a confidence. I mean, earlier, he was kind of leaning back, thinking, but right now it kind of seems like he's in deep thought and he knows that, okay, this is now even a bigger trouble than it was earlier.
Yep. So interesting position on our hands. And of course, we are sticking to this game because this seems to be the star game.
I was just having a look, Sahil. Let's go to the Nihal Sareen game because he's completely busted. Minus
Oh my
3
God.
for Abdu Satarov. Abdu is about to get his first win of the event.
Look at this. He played Queen C1 to attack the 6 pawn. Black calmly develops his king, which he anyway had to play F5, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and also Queen C1 had a threat. Bishop takes pawn.
Yeah,
Yes.
but now the queen comes back to D1, Rakesh. I mean, it just feels like White is not making moves. D5 breaks in the center. Now, Queen C1. What? What's happening here?
It's like how Nihal was making us run on the pickleball court.
So that's me, huh? Basically, that's what you're saying. That's me.
Yeah, you're the queen on
I'm the
C1.
queen on C1. I'm not the bishop on E3. I'm just happy about that. But wow, F4 incoming, trapping the bishop instantly. I just don't see a move. What's the move here?
It's I don't know, like something knight F1 with the other
Okay,
knight.
still-
So
Oh,
we're
so
not.
other one, sorry,
Yeah. So we create some space. But I thought the idea of Queen D1 was to open the C1 square for the bishop in case it needs to fall back. But I don't know, like
No, E4 is also possible. And that's also strong with F4 to come. This is so tough. I think
Nihal has played something.
Okay.
okay, let's
He
see.
does
He goes for that.
Okay.
He does go for it. Now the question is, does Nodirbek just improve his position? Does he push instantly? Because F4 now at least gives Nihal the E4 square, right? So that's hope. That's what he's hoping for here. But Nihal has 11 minutes, man.
Yeah, F4, by the way, big mistake. And knight C6 is the way for Nodirbek to continue.
Knight C6.
And why not Knight C4, for example?
Yeah, I was wondering too.
I just want to activate all. Look at Black's every single piece. Like, they're all just kind of showing off at this point, yeah?
Yeah, and
So good.
White's pieces are kind of the exact opposite. I mean, look at that knight, an H2, Rook A1. I don't know, like, not so many pieces I can say that look actually fine.
So,
Incredible. And on the previous move, I had a peek at the engine. The best move by the engine was knight H to F3. Give up the bishop because that allows you some breathing space. But for the best move for black is just to play rook D8, not even go for that piece. That's how bad white's position is.
wow, the best move here is Bishop B6, A B6, and just kind of play this position.
Wow. Insane.
I would say that, we get maybe some initiative, but we don't even have the initiative in the position. So it's just a complete mystery.
So that means Nihal Sarin could be going down, and a crucial win for Nodirbek, who somehow held on in so many worst positions in this event in the first half. And that tells you the power of resilience. Yeah, you hold on to those lost positions. At the end, you gain confidence, and then you have a chance, a crack at the event. Of course, but Firouzja is still having his own chances. Just one look there. Apparently, he's messed up his chances a bit. He had to play Bishop D2, but took the pawn, which was maybe not the accurate move. And now Andrekin is back. Wow.
Yeah, I think Andrekin has survived the worst, I think. So if you can see, maybe Firouzja is he at the board? I'm just curious to see.
Can have his camera quickly. That would be nice. But meanwhile, a queen trade potentially going to happen very, very soon as well. Black's pieces now looking a bit more active. The rook on D8 has pressure on D3. The bishop attacking D3. So a complex positions with mistakes possible. What happened?
Sorry to cut you, Sahil. We have to go to the Pranesh game because Sahaj Grover's dream has been finally realized. Black sacrificed his queen finally.
Wow. So
What?
let's have a look. This is where we left it, right? Bishop C6, rook C4.
Nasty idea of rook A1 trapping the queen.
Wow. That's tricky. Bishop D6, rook A1, queen C4. Wow.
Oh my god.
Okay, this is very complex actually. Now the question I'm going to ask both of you is, would you prefer to be white or black?
White any day like that.
Actually, I would take black here.
Really?
Yeah.
I think you and Sahaj have a lot of similar interests there. playing without a queen. Sahil, what would you prefer?
Yeah, I would prefer white as well because I think I have simply F3 and blocking the bishop. I'll play H4, put the king here. My king is safe. I'm not worried about anything.
Yeah.
But how do I win? How do you win as white here though, Rakesh?
I didn't say anything about winning. I just had a preference of, playing from the white side.
For example, rook A7, let's say, rook takes C2. Like, I feel like the C2 pawn, once it falls, like, white is not really playing for a win, no?
Yeah, the bishop on d5 is a monster.
And I love that we finally broke onto the second rank with the black pieces, and now
Yeah,
not so easy.
Maybe
not so
H4,
comfortable.
H5, H6 is the plan.
probably. But if this position is equal, Sahil, that kind of messes up with our 4 results today predictions.
Okay, I think Pranesh maybe has still other plans. Maybe we still might see, well, I do agree with you, objectively equal, but good chances. By the way, do we have a move? Because I see Gukesh is
Yeah, Arjun
thinking.
has played.
He's played G6. He's
That's
not
a
playing
big
Queen 7. It
What's going
jumped
on?
from 0.8 to 1.4 now. So Rook H1, but only move for Gukesh.
Okay, touch wood and knock it down and everything for all of our cultural jinxes. But he has to find Rook H1. I mean, this screams for Rook H1.
Yeah, because now Knight F4 makes no sense, right? I mean, okay, even that's a good
even
move.
that's okay.
Okay, I think then this is tough. Okay, the point was there's no pin, so Black can just take actually.
Yeah, but
And
then
Queen F4, Knight F5.
and now Rook H1.
Even this looks dangerous actually.
I mean, you still cannot castle really,
Yeah.
right? So okay, you take the bishop. I can still go Rook H8 there. So
Yeah, even this looks tricky, but at least Black is holding on because you trade a pair of pieces. But okay, this is very tough for Arjun, by the way. 18 minutes for Gukesh now.
You know, when Sahil, your moves like Knight F4 start working, you know Black's position is tough.
Agreed. And the evaluation is jumping up constantly. It was 1.4, now it's 1.6. So that tells you as the engine is calculating deeper and deeper, it's finding new resources for white. So Rook H1, let's have a look at this move. So the idea is some Rook H8 check, something crazy. And if you do play King D7 anyways, then Rook H7 and now F7 is threatened.
Correct. And Sahil, just to point out, it's actually +2 in the current situation according to Cloud engine. The strongest engines are screaming that Gukesh is almost 2 pawns up.
Wow. And now after Knight F4, threats could be Rook F7, Knight is, oh my God, this is all collapsing for Arjun unless he has a miracle save. I think his plan is logical, but he's simply not in time to take that bishop from G3 Rakesh in the correct circumstances. And Gukesh about to potentially win his first game, gain some rating back, confidence back. But can he finish off with less than 17 minutes is the major question here.
Yeah, and Black had a chance to, move his rook in the corner for 22 moves now, but he didn't do that. And he is going to be punished because White's rook can come to H1, take control of the open line on the rightmost file on the board, and it's going to be GG's.
Wow. Crucial moment, critical moment. I'm just wondering what other moves, potentially D4. This also seems to be doing okay. So that means even if Gukesh were to go wrong, he still has good chances to convert this. Okay, so it does feel like Arjun under huge pressure. Gukesh has 16 minutes. And again, that extra time not coming in is kind of a problem for Gukesh. So he has to play quickly.
yeah, but I think he's just locking in last few thoughts, and I think Rook H1 is definitely going to happen. I mean, I don't see him not playing that move. Then this is the moment.
Yeah. So
But I think he's getting ready.
yeah, he's setting up his chair a bit for the time pressure phase of the game.
And Sahil, I mean, I don't know if you've noticed, but since yesterday, Gukesh has started to bring his lucky grey jacket, which he had during his candidates and his World Championship win.
And he plays Rook H1. Wow. Beautiful move. Only move in the position that gives him a clear advantage. And as you point out, it's +2 according to the engine. So objectively, Gukesh on the cusp of this.
See, now you
keeps
see
going
rising.
up. It keeps going up.
The point is, it's still King D7.
Which he could have played 3 moves ago.
Exactly. And the knight has already come from F8. So Rook H8 is the real threat here.
Yeah. And Sahil and Kincho, we love Arjun and he's the Indian #1. But the world champion winning on International Chess Day is kind of, fitting.
Yeah, it feels a bit different. It feels a bit heartwarming also. The world champion is winning on International Chess Day.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that would be amazing. And
also it's the kind of game which Gukesh used to win in 2024. Yeah? Very smooth so far. Very, very smooth. Very, very ambitious. Nice opening prep. Also some crazy tactics on the board. Nothing held back. Yeah. So if he can convert this smoothly, oh my God, the kind of confidence he's going to gain from this would be, immeasurable.
Yeah, and checks all the boxes. Yeah. It's not like he's going to win because of any blunder. Great opening, and especially the Knight G1 move. I think that is what put Arjun in trouble.
Yeah. And Arjun Erigaisi, of course, would love to win this as well. He's in second place of the tournament. If he can hold this game to a draw somehow, then Firouzja, of course, is not winning anymore as well. He would still be half a point behind the tournament leader. So he would still have hopes of holding this. The time is on his side. Can he come up with some defensive resource that the Indians can't find? Something practical. For example, Gukesh's King F1 plan wasn't the best according to the Indians, but it was practically maybe the best one. Maybe something like that for Arjun as well.
Yeah, he might, Sahil, he's extremely tricky and he is resourceful. So I don't expect Arjun to go down without a fight.
Agreed. I think there was this game at some Tepe, I think the Tepe 7.1 where he in the middle game went like King E2, King F3, some King G4, King H4, which was the best way to defend. So Arjun defends like a lion here. But yeah, this is going to be tough indeed. Gukesh now 16 minutes versus 32 for Arjun Erigasi.
Yeah, maybe let's very quickly look at the other games, just you know, to see if anything major happened.
So no moves in the Firuzja game after Rook A8, I think. No, we have one pair of moves. C4 was played and Bishop B4 attacking the Rook, still roughly even. But so many pieces on the board. Yeah? Look at the number of pieces kind of interacting with each other. Yeah? Knight is hanging, Rook is hanging, Queens are traded off. This is attack. This is a lot of stuff happening here. Very hard to comprehend who's better. But the eval was saying it's equal. I'm going to trust that one. Pranesh, of course, Rook takes A7 was played. Now Rook takes C2, F3 played, blocking the bishop. Very important move there. And now comes check, King F2 check. And Hans Niemann is offering a repetition. Now the question is, does he go King G3 and play on? Or does he go back? But that's also risky. Yeah, the King stuck on the back line. Let's see what he does. Maybe a draw though in this one.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, both sides have some...
Wait, Arjun has blundered again.
What?
He played Queen B2. He took the pawn.
Oh, okay.
That's another blunder plus 3.2 for the world champion now. Rook H8 check. Only move. But I mean, what else can you play here?
But Rook H8 isn't... Rook H8, yes.
Knight F8, only move.
Don't we...
And that move, Sahil, which we hadn't given much love to. Bishop D6 coming in and...
He's played it. He's played it.
This is on
Let's go full screen. I think this is the moment.
Yeah. Wow.
Oh my God. Yeah.
He knows it now, I think, yeah?
Both of them know.
Both of them
sure.
know it.
But what is Queen B2? I didn't get the idea. You are attacking the knight, sure, but it's like a... Maybe acceptance, yeah, that I can't save the position.
Exactly.
Maybe.
And one good thing, Sahil, you mentioned a couple of minutes ago was Queen B2 is great. Is not great because it doesn't even attack the knight on E2. That's defended already. But now the winning line for the world champion is Bishop to D6 and, keeping those two knights in check. And it's going to be GG's.
And let's say Rook D8. Now, can I is that winning or not is the question.
Oh my God.
Oh.
I think you're just letting go of the pressure.
Because I thought that if you take the king comes up, then my knight can come, but it's not enough. You have to play Bishop C7 here. Wow. And if Rook D7, we have the same tactic. Yeah, we saw earlier Rook F8, King F8, and Queen D7, and white wins. Wow. Interesting position still. Yeah, some tricks. Okay, where do you move the Rook now, actually?
Back to A8.
Back to A8, yeah? Wow.
No, this is incredibly tough for Black. And I don't really see... Okay, oh, wow.
Rakesh? I mean, I think there are a couple of tricks here. Look at this. So we play Bishop D6, Rook D8, Bishop C7. Now Bishop E7 is already equal. So this is what Arjun is hoping for. Bishop C7 and Rook A8 back. Now, where do you play the knight? Knight F3 or Knight G3?
Knight G3?
That's very important to control the F5 square.
Yeah.
If Knight F4, which looks very strong, it's again even after Knight to F5. That's the difference in the evaluation from +4 to 0.
I think maybe this is what Arjun calculated. It's not acceptance. I told you, don't underestimate Arjun.
Yeah. I think Arjun has some tricks up his sleeve, not even at the seat right now. And Gukesh has 13 minutes can show. They could be an upset. There could be a turnaround in this game.
That's the thing. When the time is low, anything can happen. And especially in this game, we already looked at so many moves that accidentally gave away the advantage. So I think Gukesh is aware of this though.
No, he knows.
Yeah,
he knows the
100%.
importance of this move, the importance of this game, the importance of this tournament, and the importance of this year. This year could be another 2 years of being the world champion. This year could cement his place as one of the, I would say, this is a year which he wants to go his way. If it goes his way, he's there as world champion for 4 years, and then his legacy kind of continues. Yeah.
Yeah. And you really want to continue that world champion privilege that you have for another couple of years at least.
Yeah.
And then, we might have an all-Indian world championship as well, Sahil. So we need Gukesh to win really bad.
Wow. And no rest days at the Chennai Grandmasters. It's 7 rounds of intense action. Round number 5 today, 2 rounds to go. Firuzja in the lead. In second place, we have Arjun who's struggling right now against Gukesh. And Gukesh at the bottom of the table. This is the opportunity. This is the comeback he needs. And we talked about this, Kincho and Rakesh. Gukesh's ideal finish is 2 wins and 1 draw in the final 3 rounds. And then he could be in the top 3 of the standings.
Yeah, and for that he has to win this one. And Chad is saying he only has 13 minutes, and I agree. It's not going to be easy because that knight f4, knight g3 is such a small subtlety, Sahil. It's easy to go wrong in such positions.
Yeah. So any other moves that come to mind? So we've seen bishop d6, which is, as we saw, a bit complicated. Anything else? Because black is threatening knight f5 next. And then once I take on g3, you can't even take with the queen because the knight only 2 would hang. So black has a plan. What is white's move here, if not bishop d6? Anything else that comes to mind?
I think bishop d6 has to happen, especially because of knight f5. I mean, if you go even anywhere else with the bishop, like let's say bishop c7, I
was
think it's
thinking
the
bishop
same.
e5, if that's a possibility. The idea
but
being
knight
bishop
f5?
f6 was my plan at the right moment. Can I do it now? Oh, queen c2 apparently. It's again equal. Wow.
Yeah.
So I keep
so
it here.
I think we really have to.
Wow.
But what is the move here though?
It's queen f3, which is not so clear why is it so strong, because black can now castle. Bishop f6, rook e8, now knight g3. Okay, that does make sense, but it's again not as clear and not as easy to find queen f3 as a move. Wow. So interesting position. Rakesh, I feel like there could still be a comeback from Arjun here. It's not completely over.
Yeah, bishop d6 is the move Gukesh has to play.
Gukesh is reaching the 10-minute mark also.
Yeah, true.
It's starting to be a bit scary.
Yeah, 10 minutes. 10 minutes is all it takes for Gukesh to potentially win this. Is it enough time?
And I think he's getting ready to make a move. It kind of seemed like.
He doesn't look that convinced though. It doesn't look that convinced that he's about to win. Yeah, that's the problem here, I think. He doesn't look like he's ready to play the winning move. That makes sense.
Yeah, and it looks like, he's not fully convinced there. Because, we were talking about the walk, right, Sahil? Once he's in a winning position, we saw in 2024, he used to stand behind his chair, just walk there and kind of see what his opponent is going to do.
Wow, this is such an important move for this game, for this tournament, for the Gukesh's career. Let's see how he handles this. Bishop d6, not an easy move to find. And of course, move in itself is easy, but the sequence of moves he needs. Bishop c7, and then, it's not that easy. Knight g3. Vacating the g3 square for the knight is very, very important. 9 minutes now for the world champion. Look at that bar in his favor. Plus 3.6 is the current evaluation. Can he convert it smoothly is the question. Still not close to making a move here.
Yeah, plus 3.6, even though black is the one, who has an extra pawn, Sahil. And I feel just Gukesh has got it. Like, Gopal in the chat is saying Gukesh is low on time, but he thinks he's going to take this home. Sahil and Kincho, what do you think? Does Guki take this one?
I think so, but he really needs to make a move for that. Like very, very soon because
Tough.
Yeah, but it's so
Tough,
scary.
really tough. And Chad is also saying Arjun's position is horrible. But trust me, after g6, his position does have potential. After knight f5, I can keep this bishop under my scanner at all times.
He's hovering.
He was about to play, pulls back, looks a bit excited. But is he going to find the best idea or is he going to blunder it all the way?
Bishop
Important
D6,
question.
yes!
Plays it! Wow! Best move played by the world champion. And now 8 minutes on the clock and 58 seconds. But he is in a commanding position right now.
Yeah, and the double stare to Arjun there by Gukesh clearly knows he is in command, but it's still tricky. Arjun extremely resourceful.
Wow.
Yeah, he's definitely one of those players who would thrive in such a situation. Like, you're given a task. Your task is to make it difficult
Yeah.
for the opponent to win, and I think he's gonna do everything in his power to do that. So
You just know Arjun's going to play rook d8 and just offer you this trap of taking on e7. You just know Arjun. So hopefully Gukesh has seen that bishop e7, let's say rook d8, attacking the bishop e7 is just dead equal. 0.00. There's nothing for you. And honestly, Rakesh, I look at that a pawn hanging, I look at these pawns. If you go wrong, like black could win this.
Correct. And I think in the next couple of minutes, we're going to be seeing this. Arjun plays rook a d8, writes down the point, quickly gets up from the chair.
it's gonna be okay. I'm leaving you with this decision.
Yeah, another tough decision actually.
Very tough. And the stakes are very high, right? It's like final 5 minutes of football match. You're trailing. You know it's all going to be over in 5 minutes. Arjun about to play his move. And plays rook d8.
Oh, Gukesh plays immediately.
Oh,
wow.
Look at that. Rook d8 and Gukesh plays bishop c7 in a
my
second.
God.
That is a great
That's
sign
amazing.
for his winning chances today.
Huge. And the point is, chat, you can't go rook d7 because Gukesh has a nice move like rook f8 check.
Yeah.
And queen d7 picks up a
Everything.
piece. You think, but queen e2, it goes on side.
Yes, but bishop d6.
Bishop
no?
d6. Do not go queen d8 check because it may allow some
Yeah.
perpetual.
This-
Arjun
this-
has
Yeah,
played,
you
by the way.
scrapped it.
He plays rook c8. And now what does Gukesh do? Because now he's attacking the bishop. He has to move. Maybe he repeats once, gains some time. I don't know.
Yeah, just to get some quick time back.
I'm going to move the... Oh, he does repeat.
Yeah,
Bishop d6.
he goes for that.
Okay, there's like 0% chance of a repetition, I'm going to guess. Here.
No way.
Kinsh's laughing. She's like, okay, maybe 1%.
Please don't.
No chance, I think. He's getting time on the clock. That's
Yes.
very valuable, of course. 1 minute gained by Gukesh for no risk whatsoever. But now, where do you put the bishop?
Okay.
Inaccuracy.
For a second, the bar went almost to equality. So that tells you maybe the plan is not so easy for Gukesh now, Rakesh. Because after knight f5, you know what the best move for white is? Any guesses? It's bishop f4 back.
Wait, make it make sense.
Yeah, explain it to us.
I'll do after the break, maybe.
When we'll have Sahaj on.
GM in the panel. But very tough, man. I think this tells you the game is not over just yet. Arjun's confidence is not just acting. He does see opportunities. He does see possibilities there, and a comeback could be possible, especially with the less time that Gukesh has. Bishop e5 on the board, bishop g7 on the cards, bishop s6 on the cards. But we've already seen some variations where the bishop, when it enters here, that's a mistake.
Yeah, and I'm just thinking, knight f5, let's show that. What if I go knight g3, Sahaj?
So we can ask the question to everybody here. I can already see we have the answer. Yes. And that's a simple winning move because the pawn is pinned thanks to the queen. And you can say goodbye to the queen and goodbye to your result. And Arjun wins. So going back, knight is not possible.
No chance this happens.
And that's why the bishop belongs on f4.
Protecting
Defending the
pawn.
entry pawn.
That's the ancient's idea. Wow. You
Very
see, kids, that's why you solve tactics.
Yeah. Wow. So a typical puzzle rush moment, but bishop e5 on the board. Arjun right now thinking has more than thrice the time that Gukesh has. Will he make a mistake? I think knight f5 should be an automatic move though. I just don't see anything else as a possibility.
It is everything that Arjun likes. It has, like some defensive stuff that's sort of like in the background, but it also has some attacking ideas, like, that variation we just looked at. I think he would probably hope for that. So I think knight f5 is very much in the books.
Yeah, this looks interesting. I think Arjun, Erigasi here under pressure. If Gukesh keeps playing the best moves, the time will equalize it at some point. So the power of good chess is you really force your opponent to difficult territory and the solutions are very complicated. But the problem is knight f5 is incoming, that blocks the queen. So you will need knight g3, and for knight g3 you need to defend e3. So the path is simple logically if you think about it. But let's see what Arjun does. His queen b2 move was a bit weird though. Like, just grabbing a pawn. He could also collapse. Yeah, the game is still very complicated.
Some other thing that could happen, Sahil, is he picks up a pawn. If Gukesh doesn't finish him off, suddenly Arjun will be a couple of pawns up on the queen side and might even win the game.
Yeah. Let's see what he does. Important moment in this game. Arjun, I think about to play a move in the next minute.
I think knight f5 is just obvious, right? You don't do anything else.
Yeah, I mean, I think that should be automatic because you are blocking the queen's path. You're threatening knight e3. By the way, knight e3 is an idea in many variations. The knight cannot move wherever. So you have to be very careful with this knight now.
Also, knight f5 kind of blocks the queen's way also. So I think the idea is also that after knight f5, you can also play rook d8 like you wanted to earlier. And then you can also play rook d7 because there is no queen takes, there is no rook takes f8 idea.
Yeah.
So I think logically, I think knight f5 is very possible to happen in the next few minutes.
Let's see how this turns out. Arjun Erigaisi still thinking, has played
No,
knight to
f5.
f5.
Wow.
Yeah.
So this means crucial moment. Okay, we've seen bishop f4. Any of the moves that come to mind, Rakesh?
No, see, the rook on h8 is on a beautiful square. The queen on g4 is active. The knight you can't touch, even if you want to.
Agreed.
So, kind of by method of elimination, you know you have to play bishop f4.
So bishop f6, for example, you can see already
Wow.
that it looks active, but it's not doing anything. And now black can simply even just take the pawn and it's equal. It's
and
equal.
even I like the fact that you can go queen c2 after bishop f6, queen e4 threatening to trade queens. And I'm a pawn up now.
Wow.
Actually, I sorry for interrupting, but I actually was looking at bishop g7 here.
Oh, that's a great
Because you
idea
cannot
against
I mean, I might be wrong here. Okay?
Yeah. You cannot
But-
take actually because queen c8 is actually game over.
But I'm not sure like what is so wrong with it. I mean, I guess there is a maybe king e7.
King e7, check, but at least I gain a move here. Oh, king e8 is actually tough. Oh, rook f8.
And then checkmate, queen h3, queen h8.
Oh.
Wow. So you have to actually play king d6 here after check. Okay, I mean,
That's a tough way.
oh, that's
Okay.
tough for him as well, yeah?
That's not so easy to see.
I mean, this game is just insane, yeah? I mean, it's an absolute treat from start to finish. So, I mean, Gukesh could be tempted by this, by the way. He could totally see the tactic queen h3 and he could go for it.
Yeah. Knight f5 has been played. If you go to the live position, Gukesh thinking.
And, chat pointing out, unfortunately, Gukesh doesn't know it's plus 3.6. That is a great point. And I think he does know that he's in control. He should be better because Black's king is under target. But I think whether he understands the counter-attacking potential that Black has, I'm not sure. So he cannot afford to relax. But he has 8 minutes on the clock now.
Now 7 minutes.
Somebody said, what about king f3? See, king f3 by itself feels a bit shaky because I don't see the idea there. You're defending e3, of course, but black can now play queen c2. And suddenly, he at the very least has this check. And if you play knight g3, apparently queen d1 check. And this is where I have to stop myself and not go any further. So this looks tricky. King f3, very risky.
Yeah, I mean, not necessary and just, but it is tricky, and why chat is coming up with these interesting ideas is, check the last 5 moves of white style.
Yeah,
keep going. Yeah, so after rook h8, bishop d6. Look how many times in a row you have moved the bishop. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and now you have to make the 6th bishop move in a row.
Wow.
That's very rarely, such a good idea, but it actually works here. And just until we wait, maybe just a very quick glance on the
Nihal Sarin's game,
actually all
actually,
of the games because apparently there are some bigger changes.
Wow. So it seems like 2 results at least incoming today. I just want to
Let's go to
let's go to Nihal's
game.
board because I think he's pondering in about something here. Maybe not happy. Other knight c4 was played in that position. Bishop b3, rook e8, queen c2, e4, knight d4, knight e5, knight f1, knight hops into d3. Rook d1, and this is the current position, but actually f4 is this incoming, and this bishop has gotten kicked more than the FIFA Football World Cup ball. So I feel like this is just game over, yeah, close to over.
Yeah, and I think what he's thinking is, Sahil, that h6 move by Nodirbek and in the opening, and Nihal is thinking, I should have gotten rid of that bishop right back then. And now this is just one-way traffic, and it's just a matter of when and not how in this position.
Yeah. So would you agree? I think Nihal probably going down in this game.
I mean, there's not much that he can do here. I mean, the pawns are just gonna come down. Everything is looking amazing for Abdusattorov. I mean, all of the bishops are looking also fantastic, and White's pieces are just, well, they are not doing great.
So Nodirbek could get his first win of the event, jumping to the Firuzja game. Okay, it's equal, the bar says, but I see 2 rooks under attack. I see some weaknesses. I see some knight on g5.
Apparently, there was
There's
a
a
brilliant
piece
move.
less, no, for black.
Yeah, 95 played, by the way, still not saving it. So maybe a draw, but still a lot of venom left in the position, yeah?
It's going to be a long game, this one. So maybe we can
Will
catch
last
it.
for a while. Right now, objectively equal. Finally, Pranesh, I think this one is maybe going to be a draw, but wait, rook g6 check is incoming.
Yeah, that is possible.
Check?
Is there rook
G4.
g4? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think this is no more than a draw, because that bishop on d5 is worth like almost a queen.
Agreed.
Just protecting everything in the position.
Even if you didn't have the rook and the pawn, this would be a nightmare to convert. You'll take a lot of time basically to convert. You will.
True.
So I think this one may be a draw. So one draw, maybe 2 draws, but 2 results very likely. Nihal, of course, struggling against Nodirbek. And now jumping to the Gukesh game.
He's under 4 minutes now.
Oh my god.
Guki has to play bishop f4.
Let's have the cameras for Gukesh versus Arjun. This is the crucial moment of this game. Arjun still completing his steps at, just like the flash. But can Gukesh come up with bishop f4 as the best, or even bishop g7 as the second best? But he needs to play the bishop. All the pieces are perfectly placed. Somebody mentioned e4. That does look very tempting. But after d takes e4, queen takes e4, maybe the queen was better placed on g4, yeah? Now, if something goes wrong, black also has a few targets. There could be some queen a to queen d5 queen trades as well. So you're also opening up your king a bit by doing this.
And
Yeah.
Arjun bringing another water bottle to his table there, showing, I'm ready for a long fight.
All of the walking, you also need to rehydrate yourself. I mean, but I was kind of hoping that after looking at the other games, you would come back for some fresh moves, and it's not really the situation here. And now soon we will be under 3 minutes.
Wow, 3 minutes.
Oh my god.
Okay, I mean, this is going to be tough now. I think this is the crucial move, yeah? If he finds bishop f4 and knight g3, do you think that advantage is stable? Because it does seem like that, Rakesh. Because if I can somehow exchange that knight, forever your dark squares will be weak. So this is a crucial decision for the world champion. Come on. Rakesh, looking at the board, still no
I thought he
moves.
would move, but now we are under 3 minutes. Well under 3 minutes.
Tough situation. Arjun not even at the seat right now.
It's a very good way to stress your opponent out. Also.
Yeah. And of course, as we saw, there is potential in Arjun's position. I mean, knight g3, for example, like this is what I would play and just lose the game in one move. So chess is tricky. You have to finish it off in style. 2 minutes now for Gukesh versus 29 minutes for Arjun. 10x the time, yeah?
10x the time.
So crazy, actually. And we are very close to reaching the under 2 minutes mark.
He looked
And
at the...
it doesn't really look like he's going to make a move.
Yeah, he's still not close. He looked at the camera, looked at the clock.
He's
About to play.
Okay. Getting ready.
Sahil, does he go for the bishop?
I think he does. I'm not sure where he puts it though.
No! Bishop g7, bishop g7.
Bishop
Teacher
f4.
is playing your move.
Oh, he plays
there
a
we go.
move.
There we
Wow.
go.
Bishop g7 on the board. It shows as a blunder
What?
now. King e7 is the only move for black.
Well, we can see that it was my move.
Wait, is that really equal now?
Yeah.
Yeah, because king d6, right? We saw this. Bishop king d6.
Correct.
And the game is objectively even. So technically, on paper, it might work, but it's a blunder.
Man, this is crazy.
This is something Sahaj was talking about the other day, that now you might see the momentum shift and Guki might even lose this game because, the sense of danger drops completely when you have been winning for a while as King E7 play.
Wow. So Arjun is striking back and does not take any time to play that move. What would Gukesh do now? It looks so natural, Kinshu, to put that bishop on G7. But what now?
I guess bishop f6. I mean, now we are also in a situation where it's not so easy to make moves.
I think he's going to play E4 here.
No, I think he'll play bishop f6 check once.
Yes, I think so.
But King D6?
Yeah, King.
It's not a repetition
And then
technically.
E4, maybe?
I mean, there's a lot of tactics. For example, E4 right now, Knight G7, Queen C8, and Knight G6. This is the best. Oh no, he gives the check.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
King d6 only move, chat.
Arjun should not repeat, yeah? Arjun should not go back because then Rook F8, King F8, and Queen H3. Gukesh is again winning.
Also, it's still not completely over, but Guki definitely in the driver's seat. He has to go King d6 to keep the balance.
It's the typical Arjun move though. I remember I just mentioned he walked all the way to G4 in a game with white to defend that position. So he can do this, but it's so tough to put the king there. There's so many checks available for white. Bishop B5, Queen F4. Will he be able to play King D6? Because if he goes back, white is back in the game.
I think he's gonna play King D6. I think Arjun likes these kind of positions again. Like, not so safe, kind of like interesting, a lot of stuff to do. Your opponent is lower on the time. So I think it plays into his style well to play King D6.
The madman is back, says chat. And how, Sahil, if King d6 appears on the board?
Oh, King D6. If I want to see that move in action, actually. I don't want to play any alliance. Let's see if he plays that move, King D6, yeah? Because it's going to be crazy. Right now, the king has... Well, King E6 is also a move, but now E4 is completely winning.
It's in the queen's line.
Yeah, exactly.
And I think, King d6 is so crazy that, we might need some expert opinion on
By the
that.
way, imagine this Knight F4 check is also a draw, man. And to kind of take us through the final few moves of the game, we have Grandmaster Sahaj Grover joining us. Sahaj, I think we really missed you in this game because the game was completely beyond our comprehension.
I see that a lot of surprises have just happened with this bishop e5 and bishop g7, and we are 100% agreeing on the fact that Gukesh is not taking a draw here, right?
Oh, of course.
100%.
No
100%.
chance. No chance.
It's that I was talking about you, like the sense of danger drops.
Yeah, 100%. I think because now Gukesh is not thinking about losing. Also, he has 2 minutes. He has no time to think about it. Anyways, but if I play King E8, this Rook F8, no?
Yes, Rook F8, King F8, and Queen H3 is the try for white.
Oh wait, King E8?
Yeah, the game goes on, but now Knight G3 apparently.
Oh, that's tough.
Allowing Knight E3, King F3, and now white has some deadly
Knight
checks.
F5 back?
Knight F5 back. Now you can pick up the knight. Okay, we have a move very soon, I think, right? Did he play?
Pawn takes and then...
Pawn takes, Queen F5, and this is okay.
hard.
This is...
Okay, but you have a couple of checks coming in from the queen. Queen A3 check looks kind of
King G2,
concerning
no?
because you're you're covering all the back
King
rank
G4
squares.
you have to play.
King G4 is an only move here,
I think King
What
G2
about King
might be
G2?
also decent, I think. Yeah, it's also decent.
and Rook C7.
C7. I was thinking G6, but apparently Queen E5 check is
Yeah,
very
I
strong.
don't think this is easy to evaluate as winning.
Agreed.
But
It's
at least
not,
you have a repetition like Queen E5,
Yeah.
Queen F5, Queen E5, Queen F5. and
agreed.
then
Not easy at all, actually. So going back, this is the live position right now, but that's the point, right? King E8 is so tempting because it repeats the position and forces the responsibility on Gukesh again. Show me the win. But King D6, we saw this at taper segment, right? He walked the king to G4.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm not so sure if this is a good decision this time around, Sahil. And also, let's not forget, after King D6, he cannot touch his knight because knight takes E3 check.
Yeah, that's been
That's
the theme.
a big problem in the position.
Yeah, it's a tough position for Arjun. He has that time on his side. That's
What
the
if he goes
advantage.
King D7?
King D7, I think, looks a bit shaky because it's pinned. So now,
Oh, knight G3, there's no knight E3 check.
exactly.
That's
So
very
now I
nice.
just picked this up and I think that should be easy. So King D7 lost. King E8 borderline lost. King E6, E4 lost. So King D6 is the only move. But okay, I mean, it looks so tough.
Also, King E6, E4, D4, there's D5 check.
Oh, wow. That's beautiful, actually. Picking up the queen. Nice one. So let's see what he does crucial moment for Arjun and I guess and correctly Gukesh using Arjun's time. Yeah, he's
Okay.
trying to fill out details.
Also, Arjun has a lot of time here. 25 minutes is a lot of time, I think, to find King D6. I think he will probably find it, but also it will come at a concession of, with the time. I think he will have maybe 10 to 15 minutes left when he finds King D6. And in that time, Gukesh must try to, find
He's about
something
to
for
play.
King D6.
Played!
Wow! That is incredible. I thought it would take way longer.
Wow, incredible find by Arjun,
Respect.
man. Putting the king in the center in the middle game when the attack is going on. And
Wait.
Gukesh, look at him. He's about to play Bishop F5 check, yeah?
Are we going to see a repetition? Bishop
No,
E5, Bishop F6?
No. No chance. I think he's playing Bishop E5, Bishop F6 just to gain some time and then he's going to think.
Check played.
Yeah, King E7.
Okay, that's an
Arjun
only
will
move.
play that in like 5 seconds.
Yeah. The only reason he's taking more time is because he's 10x ahead, yeah? Otherwise, he would play it in 2 seconds, I think.
Or maybe, played.
Because you can, Bishop F6
Okay.
check. I do not
Oh.
see this as a repetition just yet. King D6, and I think he's going to take his time. King D6, and now he's going to think
2
again.
times now.
Okay, but he has a move ready.
Wait. Yeah, see, I told you. Bishop G7.
But it's only a repetition, right? King E7 is... Wait, how many times have we had this position? So,
No, Chesscom will tell us if it's a draw.
so this was the
So it
position,
hasn't
right?
happened.
Once this has happened,
Yeah.
right? Now... the bishop
You
hasn't gone to
see,
G7.
he's on purpose moving the bishop around so he can get
You
more
see,
time.
Arjun is looking at the
Yeah,
score
yeah,
sheet.
yeah, yeah. He's trying to figure out details. So, this is not a draw. But after King E7, Bishop F6 is a draw.
So my
Correct.
question is, who should claim the draw here?
Arjun,
of course.
100%.
He's
But
lost.
he has 25 minutes.
No,
And
I think he should
also,
claim it. If he-
Gukesh is maybe a bit, he can be a bit over-optimistic here, no?
But by the way,
Yeah,
look at this.
possible.
But we saw this, Rakesh. After King E7, Bishop 6 is what we saw, right? And the second move was E4, Knight takes G7, Queen C8, and Knight G6. So this is the only other option he has.
I mean, I think you would assume you're winning here as white, but the knights are holding the position
Yeah.
quite well.
ED5,
CD.
Queen E2.
Oh, not CD5.
Okay, what would you play then?
ED5, CD5?
CD5 is apparently blunder, Knight C3.
Wow. Okay. So it's easy to, when you see ED5 from a distance, you will only consider, I think, CD5 as a move.
Queen B7, Knight
No
D7.
way. These are not
Queen
human moves.
B4 check.
They are not human moves.
C5. I mean, this is crazy, and you will probably have some repetition, I'm guessing, but God knows, going back to the life position, that means there's a lot of story left in this movie, yeah? I think this game could last really long, depends on Gukesh's next move.
I'm also
Or
thinking-
really short, depending on Gukesh's next.
Yeah.
But Rakesh bhai, look at how Gukesh is focused on the board. That doesn't look like someone who's going to repeat the position. You wouldn't be that focused if you're just going to repeat. If you've accepted the position as a draw.
Maybe it's like his last thought, right? So he's accepted the draw. I made a mistake somewhere. He's trying to look at all the other options because he does have a draw in hand now. So this is where I would use up all my time. Like if I have 3 minutes, I will use up 3 minutes and then I'll go there.
Somebody who doesn't have time is Nihal Sarin. Down to 30 seconds is the most excellent world champion.
This is over, I think.
Oh, isn't this just a piece?
Yeah, this is his piece. I think.
Bishop moves and just E2, yeah? Oh wait, he is a piece up currently. So he would be getting the piece back essentially.
I think we can stick to the Gukesh game. This one is, I think, done.
Yeah.
Is my instinct.
Nodirbek is taking this one.
Nodirbek is
Yeah,
this
yeah,
one.
100%.
Both of the games are dead equal. So let's go to the Gukesh game because crucial moment. This could end in 1 move or this could end in 30 moves or 100 moves. We have no idea.
I think King E7 is basically forced.
Arjun about
By
to
the way-
play. Gukesh picks up the pen.
The guy who mentioned that move earlier, right, has said that E4 played by Gukesh. He's not
How?
repeated.
Is he in the tournament hall?
I don't know.
Who's that?
I
Cricket
think-
shots.
I would
E4
believe
played.
that.
E4 played. Let's go.
I would believe that actually because I think E4 looks like it's winning for Gukesh. I mean, optically, but it's not actually.
Wow. So that's a free piece temporary. Wow. The game goes on. No draw just yet. Both the players battling it out. Gukesh repeats the position once but does not repeat a third time. 3 minutes for the world champion. And I think that's the only move, right? If you take on E4, then suddenly, the king is opening up. I don't know why Queen E4 check is not the best. First you take on F8 and then you give this check, yeah?
Yeah. And after 8 moves with the bishop in a row, Gukesh finally plays a pawn.
And the bishop is gone. Knight G7, Queen C8 takes the rook. Knight G6, only move for Arjun.
Yeah, that's easy though.
So my question is now, is it possible that Arjun could win this?
Yes.
Because considering Gukesh has very little time on the clock, it's easy to go wrong here.
Agreed.
100%.
Possible. And Arjun, to his credit, is playing very quickly. Yeah, he's not giving Gukesh any respite here. So this is going to be tricky. Now, ED5 is the move we saw. where black has to pick up the knight.
I think he must have calculated it.
So I know about ED5, Queen E2, and pawn takes knight. Is it a draw with Queen G4 check?
Yeah, it does seem to be an instant draw,
Can
right?
I go knight e6? No, that's too risky. Yeah, because of Queen b7 check.
That's like playing with fire.
Oh, rook e8 check is winning on the spot, actually.
King d6?
Rook d8 check.
Oh, you pick up the queen.
Oh,
Let's show that.
That's beautiful. That's very beautiful.
Nice.
Easy to miss, actually.
Yeah, going
That's
back, live position. Gukesh not being given a lot of time by Arjun to think during his clock is running. So now Gukesh has to use up his time. Less than 3 minutes on the clock, chat. Okay, predictions. Chat, let us know on the panel. Rakesh, finals of the game.
I think draw.
I think Gukesh plays knight g3. Result, I don't know. But I think Gukesh plays knight g3. He's not going to make a draw here.
Wow.
Because ed5, queen e2, he will see a repetition and then he will discard that. Because he could have made a draw just
After
a few
knight
moves ago.
f4, you're supposed to play king g1.
Not king f3?
Not king f3, king g1. So I agree with you. I don't think he takes the draw, but he could lose this if things go south.
Knights are very tricky pieces and it's queen and 2 knights.
Wow.
So,
What a match.
And no check possible on the king. Like literally not a single check possible right now.
Arjun sitting calm as a cucumber, by the way. No stress on his face. Let's see if Gukesh can change that.
I love how he's like swiveling in his chair.
Yeah.
Even though it's a crunch
Casual,
moment,
yeah. No
such
issues.
Yeah.
It's
Like
just
the
chilling.
Ding chilling meme that we saw in the World Championship.
Somebody said Gukesh could lose on time. He could maybe make a mistake because of the time. That's maybe more likely.
Knight G3 played thanks to cricket shots, so we don't need to follow.
So we can just close the camera and the boards and just follow cricket shots there, I think. He knows everything. But Sahaj, you did mention that move. And now knight f4 check is a possibility after knight g3. So and queen d4 is an option after knight
But
g3.
b7 is hanging then.
Ooh, oh, this is getting tricky.
But queen b7, knight d7 and you're out of checks,
yeah,
right?
Knight G3 on the board.
Wow.
Okay, this is not looking good for Gukesh now, I think. Queen takes d4, queen b7, knight d7 and you are out of checks.
And I must point out to Chad, Sahaj's prediction game is on point, as we know. So if he's saying this is not looking good for Gukesh, I can't disagree with that one. Oof.
I mean, queen takes d4. You don't have a single check. Queen d4, queen b7, knight d7. There is no check on the board. And black's, first of all, your rook on h8 is under attack. So you have to play like rook somewhere.
And if I take on d5,
h8 is gone.
wow, knight f4 check and I'm
H8,
struggling.
queen h8 is hanging. Sahil bhai.
Queen h8? Oh, okay. But okay, I'm okay. I'll pick this up instead. Yeah. I'll
I
take
mean,
the
but
draw.
why would Gukesh reject
that's
the
fair.
draw and
That's
then
fair.
give up an exchange?
So
right?
rook h4 then, yeah. I think you bring the rook back. Let's say check, knight d7 and rook h4. I save the rook and attack the pawn. And now if you take, then maybe I'm again happy. Let's say rook e4, knight e4, queen c6. This looks great. But still, this game is a 3-result position, yeah? Like anybody could lose this. I know black has 2 knights. Knight is the best defender of the king. But there are tricks you can see. Like you never know when the wrong check might come in.
No, knight. There is not a single check still. Knight f5, there's gf5. Queen b4 check is not possible.
So what do you play as black here?
I will play something like knight takes g5 maybe.
Knight takes
Give me a pawn.
queen c6. And you see like suddenly...
Knight e6 back. I mean, you also have 1 minute on the clock.
Oh, but okay. We have
Look
a
at
move.
that. You have no moves now.
He's taken the pawn. So Arjun will tell us what is he going to play. Gukesh also, by the way, 1 minute on the clock for him.
Yep, he has to move his rook now. This is maybe the moment where he starts to think, okay, maybe I should have taken the draw. Because queen takes b7. I think that's post. Knight d7. That's going to happen, right?
Yes.
And now maybe I go rook a8 perhaps.
Queen b7, knight
No,
d7.
queen b7, knight d7 and queen c8 back.
Queen c8 back.
Because I'm trying to give you a check on e8, but that doesn't really lead to anything because I can
Yeah,
play king
knight
b6.
f4 check is rather scary because king f3 now 95 is made.
Oh,
So-
show that. King f4, queen f2, king e5, f6.
Wow.
Beautiful.
Wow.
F6.
Wow. This is just pretty. You sack everything, yeah? White has a rook, knight and queen, but...
Okay, Gukesh about to play.
Oh, this could be possible, by the way.
Yeah,
You
it's
can
very
miss
much
this.
possible.
You
Queen
can
Very
miss this.
B7, by the way. Queen B7
Queen
played.
takes b7. Has he played it?
Yeah. It will appear on camera soon. Gukesh was under a minute.
Did someone say it in the chat? Or
Cricket shots.
oh,
He was down to 33 seconds, by the way. Played Queen B7.
and now knight d7.
Is the blue arrow.
I
Arjun
love
is
the
playing
speed.
so fast.
I love the speed. Yeah.
I think you have to clearly admit that the reason why Arjun survived this is not Gukesh blundering is just the amazing time management by Arjun Erigesi. Like, look at the clock difference. Like, if Gukesh had an extra 20 minutes or Arjun had less time, like, he would have blundered way back in the same game. So, during the crucial moments, he had that time to fall back and then calculate all the possibilities, and he's not given Gukesh any respite in the game.
By the way, Rook H4 is the best move according to the engine.
Yeah, but after King D6, the engine says to take on D5 and give up the rook on H4, which I think is impossible.
Yeah, for a human. And wait, he's under 30 seconds now.
Okay, let's go live with Bushin. Gukesh played.
Wow!
On the board. What does Arjun do now is the question. Crucial moment in the game. King D6 is the best move here. Just not because all his pieces are packed perfectly placed. The knights, the queen, everything is perfect. King D6.
Just unpin the knight so you can have some knight G5, knight E5, so many different types of ideas. I mean, the knight just needs to jump somewhere.
And keep in mind, Arjun could win this. That is a genuine possibility because Gukesh, as we pointed out, has been pushing for the entirety of the game. But it's equal now. He could lose a sense of danger as we discussed, and he could overpush as he sometimes does do indeed.
Exactly. A lot actually he does that. But after King D6, do I have E5 check?
Queen
Knight
E5?
E5?
No, rook. Your queen is hanging. I think you have to take with the queen, no?
Ah, okay. Oh, sorry. Yeah, Queen E5.
E5 and black is better.
Black
Wow.
is much better now.
Don't
because
ask me
thanks to
why
the-
though.
But Knight F4 check, yeah, is very
Thanks to
deadly.
the connected pawns, and the king is completely safe in the center.
Wow. That's why I think white needs the c6 pawn, right? It does seem like if I win that pawn, your king will forever be weak. So that's why king d6 makes a lot of sense to completely defend that central pawn chain. And then Arjun just kind of gets some chances of his own.
Yeah, and by the way, 22 minutes for Arjun and 1 minute 4 seconds for Gukesh, which means he played the last move in 34 seconds.
Wow. And he was completely winning, yeah, before.
Yeah.
I think time pressure, I think, got to him, I think, to an extent, but still the game is quite complicated. But, in these moments, I think having that extra 20-minute cushion really helps because you can now play moves that maybe your opponent has not expected, and that could create blunders. Like, for example, King D6 is expected here. You could do something else. For example, Knight D8. Maybe Gukesh hasn't looked at Knight D8 in this position, and then he has to find a decision in those 1 minute and 4 seconds, and that's how you make a mistake.
Agreed. That's great practical advice. Let's see what Arjun does. Look at his body language. He's sitting up straight. I think he senses that now I am back in the game. He has plans of his own. And we saw that King FC Knight E5, right? So there is potential for Gukesh to overpush and just lose the game. And if he does lose, he will guaranteed be at the bottom of the table, Rakesh. So it's all or nothing right now for the world champion.
Yeah, very interesting. In all three results possible. And Sal, can we have a quick 10-second look at Pranesh versus Hans Niemann? Because just want to show Sahaj Bhai that what you wanted has finally happened.
Wow. Okay, but this is impossible to win. But wait a second. Who is playing for a win here?
Nobody. I think it's
Someone is. I think maybe Hans could play, no?
Yeah, maybe
B5, B4. I mean, if
Yeah.
that pawn can reach B3, I think this would be a big problem because white doesn't really have any checks.
Agreed. Rook G5, Rook
But
G4.
the queen sacrifice. Let's go.
Crazy. And also, let's go round up. So this is equal right now, but pushing. This is also equal.
What?
Extremely complicated game. Knight F7 is incoming. So it shows it's equal, but anybody could win this game.
And
Sahaj.
that bishop is hitting both of the rooks.
For a long time, by the way. Nobody's saving it. So
And we have Ali Reza's camera as well while we are discussing the game.
5 minutes for Dimitri and 3 minutes for Firuza. So it does seem like a blunder could end this game at any moment. And I also want to quickly go to the Nihal game. Sorry, switching cameras very quickly right now, but we have no time. Nihal is completely busted. Look at this, complex of the bishop, knight, and queen cutting across Nihal's range king. I think this is basically game over.
And also queen C6. Queen H1 is a mate, no?
Oh, wow.
You have to go Knight G3, but Sahaj, that's completely GG's.
Yeah, this is GG.
So Nihal is losing, going back to the World Champions game. Crucial moment, Rook H4 played. Arjun is thinking 20 minutes on the clock. What will he play now? Will he find the best move? King to D6 here is the question.
I think King D6 is maybe one of the only moves in the position. Because if you don't play King D6, your pawn on C6 is hanging.
Yeah.
So Knight F4 check is not possible. Knight D8 is, okay, let's say move number 2.
Yeah. At least that saves this pawn. That's a fair point. And if
But
you
I don't like knight d8 because then I don't have knight f4 check anymore. But also
Agreed.
playing king d6 over the board is not an easy decision because your king is in the center of the board and queens are still present on the board. Those two things are not. Plus pawn takes d5, queen c6 looks dangerous.
the pleasant part is, the king has already warmed the d6 square once. It's already been there. So it's like a return journey for him. That might make it easier. Also, the extra time helps. Rakesh, Sahaj, I think we have kind of made a few predictions here. I'm going to ask you again, the result for this game, your predictions.
I think all three results are possible, so very difficult to predict.
I'm gonna say I think Gukesh can lose this. I'm gonna say
Wow.
Arjun has a good chance
Arjun
now.
about
Because
to
he has a minute on the
play.
clock. Come on.
So yeah, it's
about
going to
to
be
play.
a queen move.
No, I'm not sure. I think he's about to move the king.
Yeah, king d6. I think.
hand
is
What?
Queen
Queen a4. You see, this is I think 1 billion IQ because queen a4 is something that no one has looked at. And now Gukesh has to think in those 1 minute and 4 seconds, what is the difference between the queen on d4 and the queen on a4? And this is where you make mistakes.
And you know what the best move is? It's playing queen b3, trading queens. Not in a million years will Gukesh play queen b3 here. That means huge pressure on the world champion. 40 seconds on the clock. Is there any other move that comes to mind? Because otherwise, the black would be just better, yeah?
Also, that rook is pinned as well, so you can't take on d5 either.
Oh.
Just 30 seconds now for the world champion. He's got to move ahead.
He did not look at queen f4 for sure, I think, in this move. So a mistake could happen. Maybe rook h7 is possible.
Okay.
Queen b2.
Queen b2. Oh, that's not the best move. And now it's completely even. In
Wait,
fact,
knight takes pawn.
No, I
side?
think Arjun is better now. Knight g5.
he has to find queen b3 or he's worse even.
Wow.
He will not play queen b3. We know Gukesh, he will not play this.
Now, or maybe, what if Arjun doesn't take on g5? Because if I want to complicate matters now, I can play d4.
There is knight f5 check.
No
Oh,
ways.
he's not playing this.
No ways.
I think you are right, Saj.
Takes knight g5?
Arjun could be taking over. Queen d2. Okay, this is
come on
very
now.
weird.
I have
Impossible.
2 knights.
Arjun about to play.
And the best is knight f3 apparently. Okay, let's go back. This is engine stuff. Not going to happen in a million years.
F6, f4. Oh, rook d4 is also hanging. No, that's
I think he takes the pawn, Saj. He takes the
I
pawn.
think Arjun will play d4. Because he's trying to play moves that Gukesh has not thought about, I think.
Oh,
Knight
okay,
g5
but-
is too obvious, I think. Here.
Okay, but if you don't find knight f5, I have just a protected passed pawn. This is just extremely dangerous.
Also, d4 stops white from playing pawn takes pawn and pawn takes knight, which simplifies the position, which is
Agreed.
easier to play in time pressure.
Agreed. Absolutely agreed. And
Did
what
he
if
play
not?
d4?
No.
No.
What if knight f5? What's the other alternative here? I don't see an alternative for white.
Actually, knight f5 check, I can also maybe go king d8 also. No, you're not threatening anything.
That's a
I'm
bit-
okay with getting
Yeah.
a worse position as long as you are, well, playing on seconds. I'm okay with having
Okay.
a +1.
I'm going to change my question. Forget about the result of the game. Practically, which side is easier to play, white or black?
The side that has 17 minutes.
I think that sums it
Very
up. Yeah,
simple.
Gukesh, I think, has missed out on an opportunity again, potentially. It's not over. It's completely even, by the way. But practically now, Arjun in the driver's seat, actually. And he could join Firouzja on the leaderboard if he wins.
You know, just to add on to the point, if Gukesh had 17 minutes and Arjun was playing on second, same position, I would choose white here. Because it's all, both of them have complicated moves and it just comes down to the time.
And the knights are the best defenders of the king. Both the people using their knights are defensive resources. But the problem is the onus is on white to attack right. Black has these passed pawns which could end the game long term. So what will white do? No checks available. Every square is covered. And I love your assessment that queen a4 check, queen a4 move was not something Gukesh would have seen. So Arjun finding out the resources, which are tricky to kind of for Gukesh to preempt.
Exactly. Nicely summarized there. So d4 is what I'm expecting, but maybe Gukesh has looked at this. Can I play d4 and queen b3? Is that possible?
d4, queen b.
No,
Oh,
that's a
queen
mistake,
a5.
Oh, and now g5 hangs. No check still.
Wow.
And if e5?
e5, queen
I was
e5.
trying to play knight e4, but I think you have knight f4 check there. Oh no, this is bad.
Wow, so
This is very bad.
Arjun could just win this, yeah?
Completely
I
changed
think
the matter.
very good
because
chance Arjun can win this.
Firouzja was winning at some point, and that would have meant the tournament is over. But suddenly, and then Arjun was lost then. But he doesn't convert, and Arjun, if he converts this, Arjun can overtake Firouzja in the standings, Sahaj.
Wow. Okay.
Wow, that's a great point. That's a very good point because 2 wins, yeah? 2 wins for both of them.
Yeah.
What does the world champion do? He has to constantly stare at his clock, which has 50 seconds. That's going to make him nervy. More likely to make a mistake. Look at Arjun realizing.
Making me nervy, like
Yeah.
having
Chat, are you nervous? Yes or no? Let us know. Because I feel like the tension in the hall is, palpable. We can feel it right now. Imagine being in the playing hall right now as a fan.
Oh, the chair is no longer swiveling, so that's how Arjun is now completely logged in. I think he's looking at d4, knight g5, any move that seems weird but is not completely, let's say, worse. That's what he's looking for. Something that Gukesh has not seen and is not completely losing, basically. So let's say queen c4. What happens then?
Queen c4, there is queen a3 check.
Okay, c5.
c5 and queen a7.
And now d4. This is so hard.
You can play this.
A queen c4 is one. You see, queen c4 you didn't think about. I think nobody thought. It's just a waiting move, but it creates so many chances for Arjun.
Wow.
And no extra time. This is where he would. I mean, at least Gukesh is hoping that there would be some extra time in the position.
Wow,
But
I think this game is extremely interesting. And
D4.
move played d4 on the board by Arjun.
Wow, he is going for the win.
yeah, 100%. He's been going for the win. I think ever since he didn't accept the repetition, I think Arjun thinks he's much better, and he's right. He should be.
And now the best move for Gukesh is actually this. Oh, we have a result, by the way. Nihal Sarin has resigned against Nodirbek. So Nodirbek, gaining that important win at the right time, maintaining his chances to win this event, Rakesh.
Yeah, and tough loss for Nihal, and probably a pairing we might see at the Olympiad as well in India versus Uzbekistan.
Absolutely, and this is Nodirbek's first win of the entire
Gukesh,
event.
15 seconds. You have to jump back. 15 seconds, 13 seconds. Gukesh, the world champion. 10 seconds.
F4.
Golden pawn has been touched. This is bad. C5 now.
This is all or nothing.
But you can't even play F5. I can play knight G5. What's your idea?
Okay, C5, F5. What will you play?
Knight G5.
That's a blunder. Queen D2. Gukesh is winning.
Okay, let's go back. Okay, so let's go back at the move. Remember, I have 15 minutes to think about it.
Yeah,
So,
of course.
That's the trick.
so
Like
we have
F4?
F5, GF5, knight F5 check is what you're threatening.
Yes. And that could be scary actually if it happens.
No, I have king D8, rook H8 and king C7. No more checks anymore. So there are no checks in the position. Let's play something like queen C4.
By the way, we have a move.
D3 by Arjun.
Nice. That's
he
another
just
nice.
pushes
Queen C2 check is his plan.
Ooh.
And F5 knight D4. This is again like such a smart move by Arjun.
And to point out, ironically, it's move 41. The move where Gukesh would have gotten the extra half an hour.
Oh, I'm happy there's an extra time. I love it. I want to see sharp action. Both the players not getting a respite. It is really testing you as a chess player. Your skills.
10 seconds for Gukesh.
8, 7, 6, lift off.
5,
4,
play.
3. Plays queen d2 with 3 seconds.
Still fine. But knight C5 and now again Gukesh doesn't have a move.
Wait,
Maybe you have F5.
Queen c2, I think that's a blunder, right? Because
No.
takes knight d2.
Everything is anything. Knight D4. You're
that's
completely
equal.
fine. You
Wow.
cannot. But okay, you can still play, no? As black.
Yeah. But okay, the game goes on. But I'm not sure Arjun trades the queens because I feel like Gukesh will not lose that in game edge.
Yeah, you don't want to trade queens to make it simpler for
But knight
Gukesh.
C4, knight C5, you can win the E4 point.
But Gukesh also have simple play, no? Like I feel like if Arjun wants to win,
I don't think there is such a thing called simple play here.
I think Arjun plays
When there are
knight
two
C5.
knights on
agree.
the board, there is no.
Yeah,
such
but
thing.
queens are off, no? So
I agree. I think he will not trade queens.
danger of
Fair.
losing is gone.
Maybe
Yeah.
he plays knight C5 first and then he goes for queen C2. something
Correct,
like
correct.
That.
And-
At the right moment.
That also will tell us his mindset, right? If queen c2,
Knight-
Arjun wants to play it safe.
Knight
Knight
C5
c5 is played.
Yeah, knight D
You said
C5.
Arjun wants to play it safe.
If queen c2
That's
happens.
no chance.
Wow, he's going for the kill and now knight defending the pawn.
30 seconds.
e4 is also hanging.
And if F5 now?
You have to go f5.
Knight D4 or F5 GF5. Oh, GF5 because you can't go EF5 now. GF5, knight F5, just king moves to D7.
And now e5 is the... Okay,
No
I mean,
ways.
what?
Queen C2? Oh, but rook C4 is there.
10 seconds
Takes
again for
action.
Gukesh.
Okay, let's go back live position.
Got to go F5, bro.
He has to strike
5
right.
seconds.
Place
5.
it. Wow. What a high class game so far.
GF5, knight F5, king D7, E5 is the move, right? Is that an only move?
I think we'll figure it out very soon, Sahaj.
And if knight D4 is another move, okay. And queen C2. Wait, what happens with queen C2?
Queen f2.
Right now, queen F2.
You mean right now?
Right now, queen C2, yeah.
Right now, queen c2. Yeah, queen c2 take and play knight 2. Simple.
But then knight D4, I'm one tempo extra.
Yeah, possibly.
Knight G5 also hangs.
Knight d4, knight c1.
Maybe
GF5, EF5, Knight F5, Rook F4, and of course this game is
not Rook C4, yeah, because 93 check. So there are traps here and there.
wow. So going back to the life position, will Arjun trade queens? I think he might have to at some point.
Oh, I don't think he does. Because he wants to maintain the tension.
Yeah, he will delete as much as possible, but the king is also opening up. The black king is now opening up. Yeah, the rook is coming, joining the game. So if you wait too long, that could be dangerous as well. But let's see. Right now, the game is dead even. 0.00. Very simple to understand why. Yeah.
43 moves done. Top level chess we are getting to see here at the Quantbox Chennai GM.
Wow.
Went.
And again, 13 minutes. Lot of time here for Arjun to complicate matters. Knight D4 is one, GF5 is another, Queen C2 is another, and Gukesh has to calculate all of it while having 34 seconds on the clock.
By the way, Pranesh, hands not switching games, but I think it's going to be dead even Stevens. That pass pawn has fallen. So that will be a draw as well.
Chops off as well. GF5.
So we have one result so far.
And one will be a draw, very likely. So next, Nodirbek and Future is of course a mystery right now, but this one also a mystery.
GF5, how does Gukesh recapture?
Knight takes, yeah?
I think that's forced.
The rook is hanging, no? Otherwise.
Takes Queen H4, F6. I mean, it's possible to play like that, but I think it would be bad. Oh, actually, it's a nice tactic, yeah? GF5, EF5, Queen H4, Fe6. Now you're planning Knight F5 check, but black has Queen takes G3.
Oh, wow.
Oh,
wow.
beautiful.
So it's like white was trying to fork, but now it's Uno reverse.
Wow, amazing. Going back to the life position quickly. Arjun has 12 minutes. So far, he's had the luxury of that extra time. But that's slowly fading away. Will he trade queens to simplify the game?
Not yet. I think Queen C2, Knight C2, Knight E2 we saw, but and also very important point, Knight F4 check is not there. So if after Queen C2 takes, and if you go Knight E2, Knight F4 check is not there. That's very important because the rook is on H4.
Knight G5, let's say you could play.
This I think is also possible, yeah.
King F2, Knight E4, King E3, and I don't know which side you prefer in this endgame, but maybe very likely a draw, yeah?
Decide with 11 minutes.
This one I think Gukesh will hold because he'll get a lot of time very quickly, right? So
yeah, because of the trades. Maybe
yeah, so he should be okay here, but he's not okay right now.
Would love to remind everyone joining in that Gukesh declined the repetition twice in this game, and rightfully so. He was winning then, but now he would actually take the draw if possible.
Yep. Arjun still 11 minutes on the clock now. What will he do?
Look at that, Gukesh having a peek at the score sheet. What could have I done better? But he has only 34 seconds.
Yeah, this is not the time to look at the past moves. He has to focus on what's in front of him right now. Yeah. The Black King.
GF5 incoming, maybe. Taken.
Wow. Arjun playing the best move again.
Now, Knight takes F5 we looked at, and EF5, Queen H4 is the tactic we looked at. But Knight F5 is, I think, very,
what is Gukesh thinking? He has to take quickly, yeah? Save that time.
20
take
seconds.
The knight. There's no other move.
15 seconds. He takes
Knight F5.
Now King D7.
Played.
Okay, this is bad. Rook H7 maybe? Oh, Rook H7 is Queen E4. Wow.
Best move is King F3, by the way.
Oh, that's tough. That is tough to find.
I think the idea of King F3 is to play Queen H2 and to attack the D6 square.
Oh, that is so pretty actually. If that is the idea, I'm so impressed if Gukesh finds it. That's so pretty actually. And that's deadly. You could miss it, yeah?
Easy.
The Queen D6 check looks like a very dangerous threat.
20 seconds for Gukesh.
King F3.
This is where I think mistakes can happen. Maybe E5 is also possible. Yeah, we looked at this earlier. I think E5.
Whatever he does, he has to find a good move in 10 seconds. 8.
93.
That's a blunder from the world champion. 93 is a big mistake. And now Arjun is objectively better. A -1 evaluation according to the eval bar. And knight takes G5. A free pawn for Arjun. And again, Arjun is better.
He can think again. Like he again has 11 minutes to complicate matters. He doesn't have to take on. I'm sure there are other moves in this position which also, have an advantage. For example, like if I go Queen D4. I mean, you have so many options here as black.
Queen d4, knight f5 at least.
It's a repetition. Yeah.
It's a repetition. By the way, Arjun, if he wins, he could be the tournament leader. So we've been talking about the comeback of Gukesh, gaining his confidence back. This could be a historic first win for Arjun in a major super tournament as well. So let's not forget about that storyline. Let's see if he grabs that pawn.
He's about to play.
He takes it. He takes it. Brutal chess by Arjun. And I guess now Gukesh finds the best move.
Another mistake.
No. That's a decent move, actually. That's a decent move, I think. The engine is kind of changing his recommendation. That's not a bad one. But now black must play knight c takes e4, not with the g knight because f7 is hanging. If you take with this knight, then look at that, game over.
Yeah, that's the ladder checkmate.
So knight c takes e4. White goes queen f5 check, and then you move the king where? To c7.
King c7, queen
again.
e5 check, king b7.
Check again.
And
Queen e7.
it's already lost, Sahaj. It's already lost. King a6.
Oh.
You know what Arjun, Gukesh has to do? After knight c4, he has to find queen b2 and go from this side. That's impossible.
Because b7 square.
Exactly. And if king c7, there is rook h8. And somehow white could have winning chances. Queen b2 is the move he needs to find.
But you know what's the weird part here? That Gukesh has just 2 pawns in the position and he's about to, have just 1 pawn. That's it.
Wow. And that is attacked already. By the way, knight c4, look at this. This is crazy. You played directly queen b2. That's not a good move. You first have to come to f2, knight e4, and then queen b2.
But then knight c... okay. Then
That knight is
Here?
pinned, so can't move.
pinned.
And if
Can't
knight
go back.
c...
Pinned.
Oh, right. This is hanging. I forgot about
Knight
this.
is
Wow.
pinned. Arjun about to play.
Arjun could also make a mistake. This is not
Takes
over.
it.
Takes it.
Wow. Arjun does not make mistakes.
Queen b2. Will Gukesh find queen b2? This is a tricky move. Queen f5 check is a mistake here.
It's a very logical
But it
move.
looks so human to play queen f5.
Yeah, you have a bunch of checks, but every move helps the black king reach a6.
But the thing is, with each check you're gaining 30 seconds. And that's why you would play queen f5. Because you're thinking, okay, let me give a check. Let me gain some time and then I can think.
If Gukesh plays queen b2, I think he wins. If he plays queen f5, he loses, I think.
He wins, you think?
He wins.
Gukesh will win, you
yeah,
think?
I feel that's my instinct. I could be
No
wrong.
chance.
But queen b2 could be deadly to handle because Arjun might have missed that move. Sahaj.
But he has 10 minutes to...
I know, but I still feel he will have some chances.
Get himself together.
20 seconds for Arjun, for Gukesh. Queen b2 practically only move. He's about to play it.
He finds queen b2. He found.
Wow.
And now king e6, the only move for black to maintain his advantage. That's not easy at all.
Insane chess. Wow.
Wow.
Let's go to have a quick look at Ali Reza, the tournament leader.
Okay, that's a draw. I think we should not spend too
Yeah.
much time. Let's jump back. That's a draw. So Aliza gains half a point there. Let's go to the Gukesh game. What a clash this game has been, Rakesh and Sahaj. It's been a treat to watch from the start till the end. Move number 5 or 6, G4 was played, and we've not looked back.
Yeah, and you mentioned Ali Reza's draw. That means if Arjun wins, he catches up with Ali Reza.
Wow, it's the power of winning Chennai GM versus the power of, look at Gukesh. He's
Look
not
at
happy.
Gukesh.
He's not happy with what he has.
not
Queen
happy
is a
at
great
all.
move.
So if I play king e6 here, isn't there rook h6 check, then f6? And
Rook
that's just
h6,
lost
f6
again.
is winning for black,
I'm
actually.
sorry, but this looks so lost still for white.
Rook f4 is the move, apparently. But don't
And
ask
if
me
I
why.
go f6 anyways, like what's the point?
Oh, you know what the move is? a3.
Okay.
And if I go
Okay.
a6?
Okay, king e6 if he finds, I think Arjun is doing pretty well, actually. You're right.
No, you said Gukesh will win this.
I'm hoping that he
Still.
plays king e6. No, I'm hoping for drama. That's what I'm hoping for. The result is out of our hands.
He's on the side of content.
Yes.
Of course.
I want to see like back and forth, like one mistake, the other mistake. Let's see if that happens.
Arjun about to play again.
Oh, he's going for the king.
King-
He's going for the king.
King.
Yeah.
Wow.
What a
Look
move,
at the
man.
reaction
Just
from
tell,
the...
by the way, he's like doing this, yeah? The
Yeah,
king.
and the reaction from the T Nagar Chess Academy boys we saw at the back, it just shows that how insane of a move this was. And Sahil Rook F4, blue arrow.
Blue arrow means he has to find it, and the move is not obvious why it's so good. I think knight e3 now stops the queen trade, so Gukesh will have some chances of Arjun going wrong once Arjun hits time pressure. But right now, Gukesh is in time pressure, 16 seconds.
Yeah, he's got to find Rook F4, a tough move. 'Cause you-
Impossible.
By the way, looks like, has Ali Reza finished his game?
Yeah,
It's a draw, it's a
drawn,
draw.
it's drawn.
Oh, wow.
Played!
Wow, this is a high-class game. Sahaj, Rakesh, what we are witnessing is intense and it's so much fun to watch. Now the knights cannot move. If you move this knight, this could be game over with some check on f6.
But by the way, if f6 now, then queen takes f6. Just putting it out there.
Oh my god!
Oh my god, that's such a trap. Queen f6 possible.
That's why the rook is on f4 and not on h6.
Insane.
Okay, anything is possible. Anything is possible. What a match this has been so far. Look at
two gladiators. That's what it feels
They're
like.
pumped up right now. Look at the posture for both the players. They know that what they've been doing is crazy. And once they go back and analyze, one of them might be so disappointed. It's so hard to handle this loss. Let's see what happens. 38 seconds for Gukesh, and now only 8 minutes for Arjun as well.
And you know, now if you don't act as black, I have an insane idea, Sahaj. Queen swinging all the way inside your territory. Queen H8 is coming.
But Queen A2 check, no?
Just king. Can I go?
Check. At least I will have a repetition.
Yeah, you'll have
I
a
think, in that
repetition,
position. But
right?
I get your idea though. You want to go Queen E8 check, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. That looks quite nice. And
What a
Queen
match.
H6 check is also, I think, another move.
And by the way, you know,
But
remember that 12th move, knight G1 retreating move was when Gukesh got the advantage, and knight E3 a few moves ago was when he lost the advantage.
Wow.
So
Wow.
2 knight retreats are going to be the story of today.
The knight, take it and the knight, give it away. Let's see what happens. Meanwhile, Chad is saying, it's entertaining than football, more so than the yesterday's final. For
Exactly.
Sure.
That was the point.
Yes, for sure.
There's no competition, I feel.
At least there's shots from both sides.
Yeah,
my God.
actually.
And this is a completely messy affair.
Yeah, why is there no extra down 40 moves? I love it. In fact, if they got like 30 minutes now, they would start thinking for 30 minutes. I love that there's no time.
Yeah, shout out to the organizers for
Beautiful
this
format. Okay, now 7 minutes for Arjun. So maybe Arjun has like one more thing left and the time is going to get very even Stevens
Yeah.
in just a couple of moves.
Saj, what about, something like pawn to C5? Bringing one more or making it even
That
crazier.
would be so annoying to deal with because you have no threat. If I play Queen F6 check now, anyways,
I can take.
Knight F6 and Rook F4.
And knight G-E4 is winning, actually.
Is it?
Yeah.
And Rook A7?
Rook A7, but these 2 pawns, knight D5 now.
Oh, you can mess this.
Okay,
Wait,
but this
Rook
is
A6
tough.
check?
This is tough for both the
Rook
players,
A6
yeah?
check?
I'm guessing king E5 now. And king comes to D4. Very comfortable, actually. This pawn is just too strong. So going back, I think anything can happen Monday. Come on. Arjun, 6 minutes now.
Take your time, Arjun. A5 also looks kind of interesting to me. Just to throw a move. Because white doesn't really have a threat, right?
Agreed. And
What
you
threat
have...
do you have in this?
Queen F6.
But C5 is nice because you also have Queen D4 as a threat.
Oh, that's
yes.
Potentially.
true. But I think that will also simplify the matters because the pawns will be doubled. So
But that's fine because you have F5, King E5.
I just thought Saj, C5 idea is C4.
Yes,
so
yes,
that
yes.
F6 is possible and the queen is no longer pinned.
if Arjun wants a
also
2-0
good.
position, he could do that. But I think he will also risk not winning that game. So let's see. Less than
Also-
6 minutes now.
Also C5, Queen C6. And then
Oh,
you have a
yes.
discover attack on the king.
Wow.
So many ways that Arjun can play this. As long as he has figured out
But
that
Queen
F6 check is
C6,
a
Queen
draw.
B3 as well. There's an option, yeah?
As long as Arjun has figured out that Queen F6 check is a loss. Like he's able to convert in that endgame.
Yeah, that's what maybe he's calculating.
5 minutes now for Arjun. 38. Look at Gukesh using every second from Arjun's clock carefully. Okay, about to play a move.
Let's go.
Crucial one.
C5 incoming.
I don't think he's playing C5.
Yes, he is.
No, I don't think so.
Yes.
Oh,
Played.
oh, and look at this A3 best move played by Gukesh in a second. That's the best move.
Unbelievable.
These guys are not
Two
giving up.
gladiators literally.
And
Not
we
making
discussed
a single mistake.
Queen
C6,
C6, then Queen B3 check.
C4.
C4 and you trade the queens, yeah? And this would be like an endgame
Wait,
now.
Queen B3 check, King E7?
King
The Knight
E7.
F5 check is there.
Queen D3 now, actually.
Oh.
No good discovered
Knight
check.
D6 check.
I have like 1,000 checks, but none
But
of
there's a
them are
reverse check with knight D5 check.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To your check.
Right.
Wow, going back. Okay, this game is very tricky. 5 minutes for Arjun. 1 minute for Gukesh.
Wait. No. Can we just go back to that moment? 1 second. Queen
Okay.
C6. After Queen D3, don't I have Knight F6 check? Where is
King
the-
H2.
I was thinking G3 I have Knight H5, F2 I have Knight H3, G1 I have Knight H3, but I've missed you have King H2.
Yeah, I saw all
Queen
of that actually.
C7. actually. But
No
Queen
way.
C7. Queen C7. How?
Queen F5, white is winning.
But Knight. Oh.
Why? This is There's some knight d5 incoming as well.
Position actually.
Yeah, you could lose this. And I love the format. No extra time incoming, Rakesh. That is amazing. Let's see what happens now. 4 minutes for Arjun now.
I think Queen C6, Queen D7 is also an option, Sahaj. With the idea of D2, D1.
Yeah, but Queen D7 feels like your king is getting boxed out.
Right,
like
right.
Queen F6.
I
If I play Queen E5 check, that's a mate.
Oh, yes.
So like Queen D7, Rook F5, for example, with the idea of Queen E5 mate. Yeah, that's a bit risky.
But I love Queen C6, trying to be sneaky with that discovered check as well.
Yeah.
Same.
But Arjun also has been playing moves, right? Which are, let's say, something that Gukesh can't predict. So will he stick to that strategy is also a question.
What about Queen D4? Can I play that?
Queen D4, I think, might be like a...
Queen B3.
Oh, Queen B3 check. C4 and Knight C4 now.
Okay, this is...
Now white is better.
Okay, but not really, yeah?
I mean, like, at least Gukesh, I mean, the bar went up the middle line, yeah?
But,
Gukesh will take it any day.
C4 takes Queen... Oh. Never mind, let's see.
3
let's see what he
minutes
goes
now for Arjun. This is his last long think. He needs to find the right idea. The best move is actually Queen D7, but it's not the human move here. Queen C6 looks much more natural, threatening a discovered check.
Queen C6 or Queen D7, yeah? 2 moves.
Chat like the stream. Let's get more people in. What a match this has been between the world champion and the Indian number 1. Of course, Firuzja has drawn his game. So if Arjun wins, he joins him in the lead with 2 rounds to go. If Gukesh wins, then of course that's an important win for the world champion and his confidence as well.
Question, after Queen C6, Queen A2 check?
Queen A2 check. I think where the king now moves because there's no counter
like
check.
every bad move you make, the bar just takes such a big jump. Yeah, Queen, and now Knight D5 check, I was thinking, but maybe it's just King D6.
And Chad is
So
asking, what's
tough.
the best move in the position? It's in fact Queen D7 that the engine is shouting for Arjun to play.
And if Rook F5?
Can I go?
Queen C7, threatening Queen G3.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
And the best move now is actually not Rook F5, but Queen H8. Your move, Rakesh.
insane.
Threatening basically nothing.
And now,
Basically, you
Rook
are
F5
threatening
now.
nothing.
Rook F5, Queen
Rook
D5
F5 now.
But I have F6, no?
Here F6.
No, I mean, after Rook F... I mean, I'm just saying that there
But
is
then
no
Queen
threat.
G8 check. And you have check from the back rank. There could be
Knight
something.
F7.
Like, it's too complicated, man. It's too complicated.
So tough, actually, I think.
By the way, Arjun
United is
has
hard, I
just
think.
2 minutes left now. They're getting they're going to get equal amount of time now very soon.
Yeah, just a minute's difference now.
Yeah.
Actually, this is Arjun's last long thing. The advantage on the clock ends after this move for Arjun Erigaisi. So everything is even now. Maybe bar slightly in Arjun's favor, but if he messes this up, then it's all even Stevens. Chat
See what he
saying,
goes for. By the way, 1 minute each.
somebody saying in chat, it's a blitz game, man. It's cricket shots. Yeah, I'm not going to doubt that guy. It's a blitz
Yeah,
game.
he's right. He's right.
always right.
90
going for a
seconds
move. He's
left
going for a
for
move.
Arjun Erigaisi.
I think he's going for the queen.
Tough one. Oh, he pulls his hand back.
He's going for the queen. I think he's going for the queen.
Time is almost even now.
Yes, Queen C6
Queen
played.
played. Now Queen B3.
Does he
Only
know?
move.
Does he know there is like how to make a mistake actually? Like so far, I think all moves have been perfect from him.
But this is.
That's a mistake. I mean, that's not a mistake.
But for Gukesh, he has to accept the queen trade now, right? Is he ready to accept the queen trade with Queen B3?
100%. You're 3 pawns down. How? I mean, you're not playing to win this anymore, right?
No, but you might think, okay, in the end game, I might not hold this anyways. He has to give that check or he's busted. Okay, can I just move the king somewhere? Is that? Oh, he
Played.
finds it. Wow.
Wow.
What a game. What a game.
Wait, King E5, what's happening? I mean, I'm sure I'm walking into some trap, but I just want to know
King
which one.
E5.
Yeah.
Rook F5.
King D4. I'm walking into something, but I just want to know what it is.
Rook D5, I think.
King E3.
King E3.
Queen D3.
Wait, did he just play it?
No.
What did he just play?
He plays C4. C4.
C4. Okay, the safer option. But
Best
that was
move.
crazy, yeah? King D4. How was that equal still?
That's a good
Okay,
question.
he's about to take the pawn.
F1 check was
He
the move
takes
here.
it.
Queen
Oh,
C4
we have
played.
an endgame.
Let's go to the live board, please.
Yeah.
Takes.
Okay.
So guys, we have talked about that endgame with 2 knights versus a pawn, right?
Oh. That's
So,
something which,
it's
Sahil
like a-
loves.
1 in a million, I think, possibility, but it is possible.
Okay, I have to ask the question. Practically, which side would you choose here, white or black?
I mean, even if I have, I think no time, I will still choose black here. Because black is a pawn on d3. I mean, white cannot win this position. It's impossible,
Wow.
I think.
Yeah.
It's just playing for 2 results.
Wow.
I think you will sacrifice one of your knights for the pawn. And then I'm really thinking those 2 knights versus pawn.
But any chance that I can somehow bring the knight, let's say b2, and at some point
King
I pick up
d4.
the a7 pawn?
King d4. How will you pick up the a7 pawn? You need 3 moves for that. Rook f5, rook f5, rook a7. And in that time, I can
Wow.
promote.
It's already lost, yeah? One wrong move and Gukesh is
Wait,
lost.
he's going for the knight. Knight b2 played.
Wow.
And now king d4, I think. King d4 is very strong here.
d2 is also possible, by the way, if
But
Arjun
king
wants.
d4, I think you want to activate your king in the end game. So king d4 would make a... Plus, the knight and the king's position is the best. Because that knight cannot give a check to the king
Yeah.
anymore.
Also preempts rook f5 check as well. Let's see Arjun's move. King d4.
Oh, he
No,
plays
he
g2.
Oh, king f1 only move for the world champion now. That's the only move.
But king f1. Oh,
90 seconds to play that.
by the way, you cannot play knight c3 because there is rook f5 check.
And you lose a knight.
And you lose the knight.
Blunders possible for both the sides.
But king f1, there is knight g3 check. And then knight e4 check.
And that's the repetition maybe.
No, knight. The other knight I meant.
Here.
No,
Oh,
I
rook
thought
f-
you were going king g2. Okay, I thought you were going to go king f2.
King f2. I mean,
Wait. I think that's a mistake. Gukesh just played rook f5 check. That's a mistake.
that's a blunder. That's a blunder. Now Arjun is winning. He's objectively winning.
Completely winning.
No way.
You know, Gukesh is, I think, Arjun is winning, but this also means no 2 knights versus pawn. I really want to see that endgame.
Maybe that's the endgame we're leading to still, Sahaj. It's still
that
possible.
That endgame is theoretically a draw, but practically it's a nightmare to defend that.
Okay, this is crazy now.
You didn't get it.
I got it, but I was just too locked into the game right now. He's playing my moves, rook a5. That's what I wanted to play. And now king
That's
c3.
not a good side.
Yeah, and king c3 is the only
Wait,
move.
this is possible now. King c3, knight d1, king c2, knight d3, and you will promote, take the knight, and you will go rook a7 and rook takes f7, and you might see 2 knights versus a pawn.
Yeah.
It's actually a possibility. It's like a 1 in a million.
Wait, what now?
Basically, what I'm claiming is that black is gonna promote the pawn. The other pawn, a7 is falling, and you're gonna go rook takes f7 straight because you don't want that pawn to promote. That leaves out 2 knights versus a pawn.
But right now we have this position, right? So king c3, knight is attacked,
Knight d1,
knight d1,
King c2,
attack it again,
knight d3,
knight d3,
king
attack
d3,
it again,
knight d1, I guess.
knight d1. Now king e2,
Oh, there is no knight c3 check.
knight
There
b2.
is no knight c3 check. That's huge.
But I don't think you
He's
want to.
winning. He just played it, king c3.
Yeah.
But look at this. You can't play d1, I think, here.
No, you cannot.
Now going back to live position.
Because he has to take the knight away.
Okay, we'll see it now. We'll see it now in action. And that means Gukesh could lose this. He could lose this. He was +4, Rakesh, almost in the evaluation. Tough.
Rejected 2 draw for
Wow.
repetitions.
Knight d3, king d3 again.
Yeah, king d3 of
And
course.
now knight d1, then king e2. Very strong move.
Ooh. But the point is after knight
It's
b2.
lost, dead lost, no?
But after knight d1, king e2, knight b2, I don't think you're supposed to promote.
No, you're supposed to deflect the knight.
Yes.
So knight c4 or knight d3 or
Yes,
something like that.
exactly. I don't think you want to promote instantly because white would love to give the knight for the pawn.
I just
Take on
really-
a7.
I really want to see that endgame though once, but I don't think we're gonna see it today. There's knight e6, knight f4, knight d3. I think that's the plan. But this is completely lost, right? It's mine. I see the bar
Arjun
has just
about to
taken
move his king.
King e2 is the winning move.
And Gukesh
Played. He's going for the king. He's going for the king.
Played! Wow! Arjun Erigasi, what a comeback. Knight b2, and now if you queen, very important, knight takes is a draw. Rook a7, and you cannot win this as black, so you have to avoid this.
F5, F4, F3 is there though, Tico. Like that will
He
be difficult.
finds the best move again in a second. Arjun is on fire right now. Knight e1, knight d3 maybe is the plan.
And look at that power strip. He sips some water. That is known as, I'm
Oh,
winning.
I think Gukesh missed this. I think this is what he missed. He's going to realize just about right now that he's lost.
Wow.
Look at him. I think he's kind of realizing it, yeah? He's grasping what's really happening in the position.
Yeah, this is gone. Because if you go rook takes a7, knight e1 check, king moves and knight d3. GG.
Wow, just want to show that. Rook a7, knight e1 check, king has to move. By the way, the king is already kind of in a mating net. Now knight d3, If you move the knight, I queen, you might pick this up, but I queen
Like,
anyways.
You don't take back the knight, basically. You
Yeah.
promote. That's
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, very important. Give
And
this and
Gukesh
this.
can just
This
resign
check.
here. This is over.
Even that's winning, actually. Oh my god, even that's winning. Going
And
back.
very important in that line, Sahil, if you go till the end, instead of knight d3, if white goes rook e7,
Yeah.
knight b2, rook e4 check, king d3.
King F3.
Yeah,
also
anywhere.
next.
And it's a
D4.
win.
But do you know the one reason why Arjun is winning this game?
Why?
The golden pawn. It's still on F7.
Oh,
You cannot make this up.
that's a chessable
entire
course
day.
waiting for you, sir.
You've been pushing the F pawn 5 squares the entire day, and suddenly.
It's the golden pawn. It's not a
Yeah,
coincidence.
fair, man, fair. But okay, right now, Sahaj, I mean, now the time doesn't even matter, yeah? Gukesh knows what's happening.
King h3 played.
Knight F2 check. And now Knight D3.
91 anyways, no? We don't need to change anything.
Knight F2, Knight D3 is also winning, no?
No.
Yeah, it is.
I'm gonna
It
check
is winning.
quickly. Knight
It
F2,
must be.
King
King G3, Knight D3
G3,
is winning, yeah.
Knight D3.
Takes, rook
Yes.
takes, King F3, D1 queen is a check. So you don't even have to
Check.
look at the end.
Knight
game.
D4.
I was thinking King
GG's.
F3 instead of rook D5 check.
Ah,
And D1
It's
queen
check,
is
no?
a check.
It's a
Yeah.
check, yeah.
I thought rook D5 check you will have an okay, maybe king pawn ending I have to think about, but no.
okay. So we are, I think, moments away from Gukesh resigning. Look at him. I think he's not happy at all now. This would be his second loss at the Chennai Grandmasters. And with Pranesh holding that draw, I think he's going to be, and Hans Niemann, I think,
Sole last place.
he'll be in sole last place because Pranesh and Hans will both draw. So he'll be in 1.5 out of 5.
Oh my god. He's going for the knight. Knight E1 played. Wow,
Wow.
your move on the board.
Okay, I think.
Arjun beast, Erika, I see.
Yeah, and that means Arjun is absolutely on point here. He's going to join Firouzja on first place. 2 rounds to go. He could. He's a very
And
genuine chance.
he's supposed to play Firouzja, right?
No, that's Nodirbek, I think.
Yeah, Nodirbek in the last round.
He's playing-
No, he's plays Firouzja
Yeah,
in the
he's
last
playing
round.
Firouzja. Oh.
In the last round,
He's
he plays
playing-
Firouzja.
Nihal and Firouzja in the next 2 rounds. So that's an exciting lineup for him as well.
No, interesting that Arjun's position started getting better and he's winning after Grandmaster
Oh, look at
Adiman
Gukesh, by the way. Look at Gukesh.
entered the building.
Look at Gukesh. I think he's in pain, of course. He had that draw in hand. He didn't take it and he made that bishop g7 idea. He could have just put that bishop on f4. It would be an easy win.
Yeah, and look at him. Look at Gukesh.
Oh, he's in absolute pain right now. Tough one to handle for the world champion, I think.
By the way,
He's
this,
shaking his head. He shook his head just now.
Yeah.
this would put Gukesh at 2-7-0.
Wow.
9. I think for the first time.
2-7, I think he drew
He will be
against
1-3. He's at 1-3 right now. So I think with this loss, it will be minus 4.
2-7-0-7, I think he would be on.
Yeah, more or less.
Rook
But is the game
d5.
over? No.
No. He's
yet.
a new score sheet.
Rook D5. So knight F2 check, knight D3. I think that's winning.
Yeah, that's the simplest one. Check, king h4, and now knight d3. You block the path. The knight has to take, and you can. I guess you can just queen, but okay, this is.
And he's also going to cross Dmitry Andreikin in the wrong direction though.
Oh, yeah, he's
So
going to
he's
go.
going to be the lowest rated player
Apart from Pranesh.
apart from Pranesh.
Okay.
Sad.
That's a tough one. That's a tough
Knight
one for
F2
handle
check.
to handle for Gukesh. Arjun about to win.
Just like knight f2, right?
By the way, what would be Arjun's live rating, Rakesh Bhai? Can we check
He
that?
will be at
Because-
2-7-6-5. Oh, he would
Yeah,
have. I think
he'll
he
cross
might,
a niche.
I don't think he crosses an
No, he'll just be behind it.
Yeah,
So he will be world
nine
number
still.
9.
Knight
Played.
f2 check.
I think it's his like resignation time. Yeah, after the next move, I think.
Couple
He
of
shook his
moves,
head
max.
again. He shook his head again.
He can't
Gukesh.
believe it. It's like we were talking about, he was about to win and how it changes everything in terms of his confidence. This loss will also change everything in terms of that confidence.
100%.
Yeah.
And it's the same story. He tries to play for a win, and in the past he would win those games, and now
Yeah.
it's just not working out in the way that he wanted. It's sad, but
So
something has to change for sure.
this just means Gukesh has, this event is definitely, even if he wins the next 2 games, he has no chance of winning. In fact, he'll be in sole last place. That's, that's a painful place to be in for anybody, Rakesh. And for as the
Yeah.
world champion, for him to be there, King H2 now, but just Knight D3. And I
And
think
then knight A4 I have still. I can still keep the game going. So the other knight to D3. Knight ED3. So if
Knight
you play
E-
knight
E-
A4, I have
A4?
knight E4.
you can give this check, yeah? Oh,
That's why
tricky.
Has he
knight
played?
ED3.
Yeah.
Has he played knight
of course.
E3?
Yeah, he's played Knight E3.
Let's go. Knight A4, I think, and now knight E4. Very important. To block everything.
Wow, Arjun. Look at him. He's moving
Oh
something
my
on the board.
God.
Oh, that's like a
rubbing it in.
Wow, Arjun Erigesi, what a win! What a comeback by the India number one, defeating Gukesh in an, I would say, a mind-blowing comeback, moving his king all across in the middle game, d6, e6, f5, e4, he's just moving casually, yeah?
And look at Gukesh, he can't believe it. It was a +4 winning position. He rejected 2 draw repetitions and he takes the loss. And with that, he will be under 2710 in terms of live ratings.
Wow, and Gukesh is, of course, just above 2700. He's also at the bottom of the standings. So, I mean, we have one more game going on, but that's going to likely be a draw. But can we have a look at the standings once before we look at the final game? But a huge win for Arjun, who's joined Firuza. I think we don't have to update it yet. But
Firuza will draw
it's
most
after round
likely,
4.
and then Arjun would have won. That means it's now between Firuza and Arjun.
Yeah. So,
And they play in the last round. That's crazy.
Incredible. But look at the bottom of the standings, Sahaj. Pranesh is likely going to draw. So he moves up to 2 points, as so does Hans. That means the world champion will be left in sole last place.
So now, chat, I think 3 games are over. We've had 2 results compensating for the no results yesterday. And the final game is Pranesh versus Hans. And this is very crucial for the standings as well, because if these guys draw, only then Gukesh is alone in last place.
I think it's now live. 2708.6 is Gukesh's rating now.
Wow. And speaking of the other winner today, that is Abdul Sattar Nodirbek, he becomes 2767, says you would love that rating. And he overtakes Vincent Keimer and is world number 5, 7 points behind Yavokin Sindaro.
Wow.
Uzbekistan has the world number 4, has the world number 5.
Yeah. And the upcoming Olympiad. So,
But I think this is probably, the thing is, the closer the loss comes to the world championship, the more painful it is. Because if it happens in January, there's almost the entire year, you have to come back and get over your weaknesses. But now it's so close. He has only one more event after this. That's the Olympiad, of course. And of course, if he's not playing on board 1, that's also, to his confidence a little bit, because he was on board 1 for the last Olympiads.
yes.
So I feel like things are really going south for the world champion.
And now, Sahil, sorry to cut you, but with that rating, I don't think Srinath puts him on board 1.
I think that's up for debate. But at the end, the understanding is that Gukesh, something has gone wrong. Something has gone wrong, and that will have to be fixed, of course,
I
for the
think
World
it's
Championship.
just the same story. I think he's trying to play for a win. Something is not working, and that just
But the
maybe
point
he
is-
has to adapt his play. Maybe make compromises. I mean, he had 2 minutes on the clock in comparison to 25 in such a complicated position. Twice he had the draw. In those moments, you just have to take it and accept that, okay, you cannot win this game anymore. But it's a tough thing to do.
I think it's 2024, Gukesh would have found Bishop F4, basically. That's the difference. And I think something has to change, but we know he's capable of it. He became world champion for a reason. And all he has to do is look within himself and remember who he is. He's somebody, if we had a player of the year award in 2024, it would go to Gukesh, I think. There's no doubt about it.
100%, yeah.
So he has it within himself. And the quality for Gukesh is he rises to the occasion at the right time, when it's required the most. So Olympiad, World Championship coming up, 2 events. And maybe the next 2 rounds can be like a launching pad for that confidence.
Yeah, hopefully. And coming back to this game, Sahaj, you had mentioned, it's only Hans who's playing for the win.
Yeah, 100%.
Does he have enough, meat in the position?
No. I think the queen is just too powerful in this position. You can just give a couple of checks, but I think Hans knows it's a draw, but they are just trying to,
I would
just play on.
even argue that after Queen F2, let's say,
But
White could have
Pranesh also wants to draw, right? He played Queen G8, by the way.
White could also have some chances, right? I mean,
No, not really. Because if you play King F6, I have Rook F4 check, and if you go King E7, I'll play Rook E4 again.
So that's a repetition, I think.
Or
Yeah.
Rook F5 I can play, Rook H5 I can play, because all the pieces are defended very well.
Yeah.
So you don't really have to worry about checks in this situation.
This game will end very soon as well, because if you push as black, for example, H3, then that's where you lose. Queen G3 and the pawn
You're
drops.
losing this?
Yeah. I mean, there might be a fortress, it's possible. But I think
No, I don't know if this is a fortress, because
Yeah,
the
the
fortress,
pawn
in a fortress, you have to stop the king, basically. The white
king is already in,
The
yeah.
king is already in.
So Hans, I think, will also realize this is a bit too risky, and he should take that draw. You don't want to keep the rook loose. Rook E3, for example, like some random check. For example, if the queen was here, this would be game over. So I think it's time for both the players to accept a draw.
Rook F4 played.
F4 played.
Nice move, blocking the king and also blocking some checks on the f file.
Okay, just check. It's a draw, no?
King no, but why? Because if black is going to hold a fortress, white can also hold a fortress. The h3, you have queen h8 check. He plays king h5.
Yeah.
And now
By the way,
basically
We have the table-based hedge. It's a draw.
yeah, of
With
course,
7 pieces.
100%. And there are moves to lose here, but it is queen.
I don't know. Crazy.
No, it's long ago.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's happening.
Wow.
I think black can try for a few moves hedge, but draw is going to be the most likely result.
Plays king e5.
Yeah, I think
Rook f5 check, and then you can go king d6 back. But this gives Hans a chance to play h3. Then queen g3 is possible, maybe. He is making slow progress.
So like rook f5 check. No, he's about to play rook e4 check.
yeah, they're going for the draw, yeah? Rook
King
f4,
f6.
rook e4.
Rook f4. No, he's just trying to gain time so he can play rook f5 check again. And then he wants to play h3 most likely.
Inside, rook f5 check. You can go king d4 because e5 looks tempting. Like you think you're going to win the queen, but actually you end up losing the bishop.
There it is.
He does
Rook
play
f5
on.
check. He
I was
moves
going
on.
to d6 actually.
Or
But
you're
you
going
can play king d4 as well. e5 check, you don't have to be worried about because
No,
king takes d5.
I like that if I feel like king d4, I won't have winning chance. I've already got my king in. So if you overextend, I can potentially come by this path.
Overextend where?
Oh, he
The
goes
king is not there, no?
king d4. Ooh,
h3
actually
played.
Yeah.
It's getting a little scary, Saj. Queen g3 only move.
And now if you give this check, for example, queen h7, king g4, queen g6, king h4, and check, king g3, like this is where it gets a bit tricky, yeah?
Yeah, queen e3 check, maybe king g2. I mean, you're gonna not be able to play, there won't be enough checks because you can't shelter on h2 or h1.
Like there's some risk involved, and one wrong move, one wrong check in time pressure, and this would be over. So best to kind of avoid the king moving forward.
Okay, let's see what he goes for. It's Pranesh to play. 7 minutes to go. Queen g3 is logical. Queen h7 check is logical, but I like queen g3 the most because it stops the pawn. Maybe Hans will play rook f3. And then something like queen h2 would be decent. I think he goes for queen g3 though. King e3 played.
Okay.
And now rook f3 check, maybe.
I think a very practical move, right? Because now the king has limited squares.
Yeah, but such positions you never win, I think. It's okay, but he has to try, but you never win such positions. Not with your opponent having so much time as well. So
I mean, it would be different if Pranesh was playing under 30 seconds.
exactly, yes. Then it would be different. Very different.
And he looks confident. He does look very confident, actually. Not a sign of any worry on his face. So this should be easy. And
Pranesh has 7.5 minutes, which is exactly the amount of time of the documentary made by the MGD1 team. So do check that out on the Chesscom India channel and the MGD1 TV channel, because a very nice documentary featuring Sahaj, Tikubhai and myself.
yeah, it was nice to watch. Yeah, great, well edited, and of course, it's building up to the end of the event. So let's see how that turns out. You get to hear the players' thoughts before the event and of course during the event. So highly recommend checking it out on the YouTube channels. And of course, today's results
Changes a lot of things.
changes a lot of things.
I had predicted in that documentary that Gukesh is going to win.
Same for me. Yeah,
It was so close. I mean,
that's not possible anymore. So
yeah, that's not possible. I think now he's basically playing to avoid last place.
yeah, that's true. Rook f3 check,
check.
king e2. King moves forward. Some tricky chess.
Also, Sahil, a tough day for Indians. 2 Indian losses. Of course, Arjun, the benefiter and the winner today. But hopefully, Pranesh holds this.
No, I think he will. He will hold this comfortably. And Adin also, I think Arjun was in second place. So for him, it's a dream game.
What a game.
catching up with the tournament leader by beating the world champion with the black pieces in this epic comeback. Like you couldn't have written the script any better for Arjun. And he was busy yesterday, right? I think Sehaj, you asked him like if he's watching the football match tonight. He said no, I'm going to prepare. And,
Absolutely, yeah.
and
I mean,
that
okay,
helped.
but it's not the preparation why
Yeah,
he
yeah.
won. But of course, Gukesh got a completely winning position, but he held on for so long. But yes, a good sleep is very important.
And
in
let's
that
not
sense.
forget the cherry on the cake of the story you just explained, Sahil, is he is sponsored by Quantbox, and we are at the Quantbox Chennai Grandmasters. So
Yeah, by the way, Queen B8 is a brilliant move by Pranesh because you basically stop the pawn from moving, you stop the king from moving, and this kind of highlights the problem Hans Niemann has. There is simply no way that I see you can push forward because if you play rook to g3 to cover this up, then the king's path gets cut off. The bishop cannot really check because the rook hangs.
And if rook g3, there's queen f4 check, rook g4, then you go back with the queen.
Exactly. So black
No
cannot
problems.
really move forward.
I mean, you
so,
hardly win such endgame.
yeah, this is a beautiful move actually. I think we're going to see a repetition very, very soon.
There's a fascinating comment in the chat. Normally, we don't take a lot of them, but Gukesh prep is excellent, says ABCDEFGH, as he got a +3 advantage against Arjun, the opening expert himself. But the only thing for Gukesh is he is self-doubting himself and calculating for a long time, and then he comes in time pressure and losing. Your thoughts on that, Sahaj and Sahil?
I think that's a part of every chess player's life because you will go through different types of moves and you will go through different types of decisions and you will doubt them. I mean,
Yeah.
that's part of life. But I think the bigger issue here is that when you have 2 minutes on the clock and and it's a complicated position, I think in that moment it's better to go for a draw rather than to complicate it further and try to play for a win. And especially when you are not in the best, let's say,
Not in form.
mindset.
Yeah.
I think sometimes...
That I think is something you can change. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like I think Gukesh needs to kind of release the pressure, right? That's the way. And I'm going to share an example which might not make sense at the start, but maybe it makes sense at the end.
Okay.
So, like usually, when I enter a hotel room, I'll make sure it's very, very clean, right? But if I'm playing pickleball versus Nihal, and I come back to my room, I don't care because I am completely exhausted. I just want to lay down and sleep. For Gukesh, I think he needs other challenges in life, maybe in some other department that's going to kind of release the pressure in his chess life. But I don't know if that helps.
Maybe he joins us for pickleball too.
Yeah, that might help actually. Maybe some like
Take the pressure off.
more serious threats. Maybe something which is which makes him realize that the world championship is not the end. Like it's a part of life, not really life. Okay, if that makes sense, hopefully. But by the rook f3 check.
Oh, by the way, I see a cool checkmate here. Rook g5. Let's say
Okay.
queen f4 check.
Oh, rook g4 would be a horrible blunder.
Exactly. So can we play that actually
Yeah.
just for a second? Rook g5, queen f4, rook g4. No, not queen h6.
Oh, sorry.
Queen f6 check.
Sorry.
And king g3, queen f2 is a mate.
Nice. So हारी गए थे भाई. Going back, okay, we have queen b8, rook f5, king e3, king g4 played. So hands trying to come in now. But still, I mean, I'm controlling this square. So do I have anything to worry? Queen g8 check, simple.
Check. Rook goes to g5 and then he goes with the queen back to b8. I mean, this is pretty much a fortress, I would say.
Yeah. Hands wondering if there's a way to trick Pranesh here.
And queen, yeah, there it is, king h4.
Okay, queen b8
And now
back here.
queen b8 back. Easy.
That's the same position twice on the board. So hands has to find a different way to play on.
Was it a better move for Pranesh there, maybe, instead of queen b8?
Not really. Not really. I think
mean, anything is a draw, yeah?
there was a transmission error. I think that's what the bar.
And if you play e5, is e5 possible? Oh, no, e5 there's queen d8 check.
Yeah, e5 would be the kind of move that loses you the game. I think
Exactly.
this is exactly why black is so solid. So his trump card has to be the h pawn, if there is one.
So now after queen b8, it is rook f3 check, maybe?
F3 check.
I think
but
they just agree
that's a
to it.
repetition, yeah?
I think they just agreed to a draw.
That's a repetition actually. Rook f3 would be a repetition because he's already played it once. Rook f3, king e2, rook f5, king e3 would be an instant draw. Now, Pranesh looks very confident. I don't think he has a single... He's not showing a single
Plays rook
sign of
f3
worry.
check and now
Check.
king e2 immediately. This is, Pranesh will not give him that, that time advantage
I think
anymore.
rook b3 now is what Hans Niemann is thinking, but rook f5 would be
come
instant
on.
draw.
And then you can just claim a draw, I guess, in this position.
Yes, you can stop the clock, call the arbiter, show your move king e3, and just claim the draw. So he cannot play rook f5. That's very important. Hans
If
also.
rook b3, isn't there queen f4 check?
There is. That's why it's very tough, right?
So he
But he
plays rook
plays it,
b3.
yeah.
Wait, queen f4 check is a draw, no?
Queen f4,
King
king
h5,
h5, queen f7.
Yeah. I
King
mean,
G5,
the king is just too far away
G7,
from the
king
rook. You
F5.
cannot get away.
Check. Yeah, this should be a simple draw, no? Like, how do you escape the checks?
I mean, you have to put the king on the other side of the board. And are we going to see a 50 move rule being applied here? Can we check what was the last time he played h3?
That's a good point. Move 78. We're on 85, so only 8 moves.
We are here for a couple more hours then.
Yeah.
So let's play queen e5, I guess, or maybe even queen f. Oh, queen e5 is not working because black and no, h2 I was thinking, but queen h2 is a check again. So queen e5 works, queen f4 check works.
Can you, okay, give this, okay, yeah, that's not really possible, yeah. Like queen d8 check, I was just wondering.
Anything is a draw, I think.
Check.
Queen g5.
I was trying to trap the king here, if that
No,
makes
but
sense.
that's actually maybe working for Hans. Maybe he
Because the
wants
rook is far away, right?
to-
How
But
do
he can play rook g3 and king g2.
King h2, check. Because king f2 I have, no?
Now king g2.
Now rook g3 would be a horrible blunder because
Exactly. That was my point. I want to trap the king
King
here. Rather than let it go on the other side of the board, I want to trap it here while the rook is away.
Yeah, maybe. What did he play?
While his
He
Tom
has
is away,
made a
Jerry
move. He
will
played
play.
queen e5. He played queen e5.
Okay.
And now h2 there is queen h2 check.
Yeah. Okay, let's see what Hans plays. Maybe rook f3.
still pushing, kudos to him.
But rook f3, queen b8 would be a draw again. So he can't play rook f3 as well. Yeah, he knows it's a draw. He's just trying to trick. King g4, I think, has been played, by the way, by Hans Niemann.
Says you were manifesting that queen sacrifices. Finally, Hans did it for you.
Yeah. Let's go. But okay, sadly it's not working, yeah, still.
Yeah.
Hope so. Gukesh finds his form back before championship and retains his title. Is somebody in the chat? Indeed, that would be what he would want. I think India would want, but right now I think his form not the best.
Now I think it's maybe a bit difficult for Pranesh. Yeah? This looks a bit uncomfortable.
Not really. Check,
King f5.
check. We saw this, no? Like infinite number of checks. Like how do you know?
King e4.
Okay, King e4. Queen
This is
g6
already
check.
looking uncomfortable.
Check.
King d4.
Check.
e5.
E5. You'll play e5, yeah? Okay. Okay.
About to move,
I
queen
didn't-
g7 check.
I didn't
played.
count that in. Okay. Check.
Queen g7 check. King f4. By the way, we're I think about to see that exact sequence of moves. So king f2 is possible. What about king f2?
Oh, that looks a bit
F2,
risky.
can I go h2?
Then queen h6.
Oh, Ishu's winning.
Yeah, because then you can never take on
Oh.
h2 because rook b2 check is a skewer.
Nice, very nice.
That's what he's hoping for. Yeah, bit very tricky.
And the
Hans-
problem is in Hans's position, like every piece is well protected. So
Yeah.
even if you have checks, you cannot really take the piece.
It's like Nimzovich would be smiling in his grave right now looking at this.
Now king f4. 6 minutes.
Maybe Hans has a cold, Sahil.
Yeah. Seems to be using a what do you call it?
Inhaler.
Yeah. I think Nihal also had a cold.
Yeah. And then they played
Yeah.
yesterday.
So queen
Check.
c7 check, and now king e4, I guess. So we are looking at that exact same variation, yeah, with king e4, king d4, and black can play e5, or maybe e5 right away.
Oh, will he play e5? But
That's
there are no checks. Yeah, Queen c1 check is the only one I think. No. After
but
that.
e5 also liberates the bishop. Now you can start targeting the bishop.
Yep.
But what if I go king e4? No. Oh no, queen c2 is a check.
You know, for black, the advantage is you could lose this pawn, nothing would change. You could lose this pawn, nothing would change. You could, like, even queen versus rook is so hard to convert sometimes. Hans can start dropping pieces and he would still not like lose this one. So
Ravi is saying Hans' game is a draw. It'll be easy. Was he at the tournament hall?
No, I think he's just predicting
Oh,
it.
he's
And,
predicting it.
but yeah, likely a draw. But Hans has a couple of tricks up his sleeve.
He's thinking now. 3.5 minutes for him.
I think e5 is what I would consider in this position. Unless Hans wants to, really stretch the game, then he can play king e4 and, stop the checks and like when he reaches the 50 move mark, then plays e5. That would
Yeah.
really stretch the game.
Yeah, really.
Tire Pranesh out, like also the commentator.
No, I think
I
the
think
commentators
this is-
getting tired was like Gukesh and Arjun, by the
Oh
way.
yeah, that was insane. One of
that-
the best matches I think that we have commented on.
Yeah, that credit goes to them. But okay, E5.
E5 played. So the counter resets for the 50 move rule.
Exactly. So now the queen can basically go anywhere. Maybe queen g7 looks interesting. Queen h7 also looks interesting. But there's rook b2 check and your king is going to be in the back rank. So can I play queen c1 check? Because I think that's the most human here.
Yeah, you can.
And king somewhere.
Where?
G4, I guess. Sorry, I don't know.
Queen G1 check.
Bishop g2.
Can I hide my queen on H2?
Please don't.
Oh wow, no. Oh, no, I can't.
He plays queen c1, by the way. That is happening. It's the most human, I think. King g4, I think is also very human.
Yeah, the design is very human. And now king G4, as we discussed. I think queen E4, there will be queen H1 check. Maybe. That's going to tie the
King g4, there it is.
Played.
queen C8 check. I like actually.
Queen c8 check and king f. But king f4, you have queen c1 check again.
Back.
King h4, there is queen d8 check. Oh,
Yes.
queen c8 is very nice.
Yeah, I think it's a draw. Yeah, I don't see
But
how
he
you-
might go king e.
King G3? Which check are you giving?
There is a very funny position here. I'll just come back to you. After queen c8 check, king f4, I'll play queen d7. And now king e4, queen g4 is mate.
Oh. Like possible in a blitz game for sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
But okay, a good
You were
question.
saying which position?
After
King G3, no checks.
Queen
Queen
F5.
f5, yeah.
Bishop F3 check.
King
King
move somewhere to
E4.
King
d4.
F1 you have to play.
No ways.
Yeah, you can't play King F1, yeah?
That's scary.
It's becoming more and more scary. Yeah.
Wow.
So lots of love for Gukesh in the chat, and that is what we like to see.
Yeah. But for me right now, the question is how much, patience I think Pranesh has, because this is tough. You have to be on your guard on every single move. You have so many options. Queen G1 check, Queen C8 check. I mean, I think now he's thinking, he has a chance.
Yeah, now there is a big chance. Because queen c8, there is king. I really don't like this move, king g3. For Pranesh, I mean. Can I go queen c5?
Here.
Yeah.
No.
Oh, wow.
So it's easy to go wrong, yeah, in this position. h2 maybe as well. Oh my god, that's so tough.
Now, if Hans wins, then Pranesh would also be at the bottom of the table. So
Queen D2, wait.
that's an awkward move, yeah? Attacks the bishop.
Hanging on by a thread, I think.
If
By the way,
h2
Rook B2 is possible here.
What?
Rook B2 is one of the moves.
Yeah, queen b2, h2,
Queen
yeah.
B2, H2,
But that's just
Queen
a draw.
E5 and Queens. So you can play this if you want a piece up.
We know rook bishop versus rook, but now we're gonna find out
Queen Bishop versus Queen.
versus queen, yeah, exactly. But queen d2 is cool. I think he will play bishop f3 check, most likely. And king f2, then there is h2. What happens then? Wait, bishop f3 check,
And H2?
h2, and then queen d7. It's so easy to go wrong here.
But this one is a draw, no? Like, how do you even make progress there? Because
Yeah,
now
very
you are
tough.
stuck.
Very, very tough, yeah.
There's no chance.
But
actually.
there is a cool tactic here. One more. Can you go 2 moves back? One more. So if let's say I go king e1, right? Rook b1 check, king f2, h2, queen f4 check draw.
Oh, that is so beautiful actually.
Insane.
Wow. That's nice.
Insane stalemate. I mean, you can take it in two ways.
That is very pretty. Actually, going back, live position I think is this one right now.
Yeah.
Um,
Hans's move, 2 minutes to go. Bishop f3 is what we are expecting, or bishop g2. Maybe bishop f3. Because I think now Pranesh is targeting that e5 pawn. Because had that pawn been on e6, this is not a threat anymore. You could just play h2.
Yeah. Sounds good, but 1.5 minutes, 90 seconds for Hans Niemann.
wow. So Hans, by the way, I mean, he should push. I think in the logical thing in this position would be to keep on pushing, right? It's not like a simple draw. There are tricks. We've seen multiple variations where Black genuinely has chances. But Pranesh doesn't have a sign of worry on his face. 4 minutes, he's more time, so he's very calm and composed.
It's getting a little scary. You know, the pawn is reached to h3.
Okay, I think 1 minute to go. Bishop f3 check, I think, is what we are expecting.
Still no moves. 50 seconds for Hans.
Yeah.
He's got to
I think
go.
he's taking his last thing. Yeah, maybe he senses this is the moment. You know, there's no checks on the board, and
Bishop
maybe he can try to
c4
play
check
for a
played.
win.
King
The
F2.
other side. King
I
f2
think-
blue arrow.
Yeah, this is the move. Yeah, king. Oh, you are joking me. That's actually even more beautiful. If I go,
King. Why doesn't King e1 work, Sahaj?
no, there is a cool idea there as well. I mean, if just to show Rook b1 check.
No, H2 is winning.
No,
us.
I know,
Huh.
but Rook b1 check, King f2. Like give a waiting move. Rook a1. Rook queen f4 check is a draw.
Wow.
Again.
Again, the stalemate trick.
That's cool, no?
Yeah, by the way, King F2 played the only
By
move.
the way, if Hans plays Rook b1 here, Queen f4 check is very much possible.
Oh, do you think that's how maybe the
That
game
could
could
be
end in a
possible.
draw?
Actually, Rook b1, he can play Queen d4 check as well. They
Oh
both
my
work.
god. Sahaj is just stop flexing now.
Oh wow, the king actually has only one. You know, the first
Come
rank
on.
squares, and
He
you
has
put
to do it
B1.
for the memes. Come on.
That
For
would be a nice
content,
one.
He
That
has
would
to
be
do
a
it
nice
for the
one.
content. Rook b1. Okay, so Rook b1, your opponent plays. Which one are you going to play? Queen d4 or Queen f4?
Queen f4 because there's two ways you can do it.
Yeah. Oh, he plays Rook d3. Of course, Hans sees it.
Nah, Hans.
By the way, look at this: Queen E2 check, King F4, and now White can play the beautiful Queen D1.
Oh,
Epic.
And you take and it's stalemate. Wow.
that's crazy. Did not think about that. But yeah, Queen h6 is also, I think, working in this position. But Queen e2, I think, seems the easiest.
Yeah. But Rook F3, you have to play King G1.
Yeah. King g1 and King h2, I think, was easy. I think that it has to be some stalemate motive. So Queen e2 check or Queen h6 is what we are expecting here.
Pranesh has 4 minutes.
Yeah.
So,
He should use that time. He has to be very careful. He's so close to a draw. There's no benefit to taking the time home. Calculating all the possibilities, all the checks, all the captures, stalemate possibilities.
Let's see. Now 3 minutes. Pranesh taking his time. Of course, it's very easy to go wrong here.
he's got to play 3 minutes.
Queen E2 would be the sweetest check because then there's this Queen D1 stalemate. And he's tempting stalemate. Pranesh also now low on the clock. Okay, he has to be careful. You know what can happen when you're in time pressure?
And now Queen. Can I play Queen e1 as well? That also feels. I mean, it feels a little cute. Because if you go king f4, then I can play queen c1 check and go for a win as well.
Yeah.
So if queen e1, king... Oh, no, queen e1, there's rook f3 check. Sorry, never mind.
Yeah, Pranesh about to play now.
Queen
Wait.
b4. Oh, that's an interesting move because you pin the bishop now. And...
You
Wait,
can just offer a draw here, I
rook
think, at this
d4,
point.
is that possible?
No, rook f3, rook f4, I think is nicer.
Mhm.
Because king g1, king g3 you can play. Wait a second. Rook f3, king g1, king g3, no? Ah, no, but queen c4 is covering the f1 square. Never mind.
Even that's
How
a
is
draw.
this a draw still?
h2 check, king h1, and rook f2.
Okay, this is the first time I'm finding out such a position is a draw.
Queen c1, king f3. Yeah, there's no way to make
So
progress, no?
fascinating chess
You
is
just have
sometimes.
these two moves.
By
Goes
the way,
rook
he has played-
d4.
Check. Okay, now going back to the life position.
Hans just had 15 seconds, by the way, when he played that.
Has to be careful. Now, what should we just can I play queen c3? No, h2, yeah? Maybe. c3. Yeah, you can actually. You can.
By the way, if you played queen c5 in this position, for example, then rook d2, king e3 and rook e2 is mate.
Oops.
Wow.
2.5 minutes for Pranesh now. He's getting pretty low on time.
Yeah, I think we'll have the
Queen
result
c3 played.
in the next 5 minutes because both the players now low on the clock. So we should see the result very, very soon. Hans even played his last move with like seconds. Single digit seconds. So he cannot afford to.
So
30
just,
seconds for Hans.
just for the memes, I think rook f4. I think he's gonna. Oh, if there's rook, bishop d3, never mind. There was another stalemate possibility actually. But queen c8 check. He has bishop. He wants bishop f5. Okay, that makes sense. Can I go king g1 perhaps? Oh, he goes queen c8. That's the plan. Now bishop f5. I think that's what he wanted. Now queen g8 check is there. Ah, but queen g8, queen. Oh, bishop f5, queen g8, king f4, queen g3, queen g8.
Oh,
You see it, yeah?
yeah.
Queen g8, king f4 is a blunder. Queen g3 and queen f3 is mate.
Wow.
So you also Hans has to be careful now.
Yeah. That's why, he has 20 seconds on the clock. So it's possible to miss these ideas when you lose a sense of danger. But Hans being very careful right now.
Ten seconds for Hans. He's got to play.
Bishop f5 played, and now queen g8 check.
A very nice move. King h5 only move, by the way.
King h4, there is queen g3 and queen e5,
Queen
and
e5.
Hans could lose that.
Okay, this is where Hans says, okay, I think I've seen enough.
No, but queen h8 check and queen takes e5 is falling, no? Can Pranesh not play this?
King g4.
He's going for
wow,
queen
you can't
h8.
play in g4.
King g4, there is queen g7. check.
Only move king g6.
Wait, can Pranesh win this?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, exactly. King g5, queen
You look
g7
at
check.
Hans. He's red.
King g6 is an only move. Wow.
Wow, Pranesh with a golden chance. Where does he move his king?
Will
He's
we see-
hesitating.
He has overpressed
Come on,
here, for sure.
Pranesh.
Will we see another twist here now?
Now, if Hans realizes, okay, this is too much now, I think
It's
it
still
can
not
be a
obvious, right? Why is...
draw. No, king g5, there is queen g7 check. It is, I think, kind of.
okay. Yeah, yeah,
Bishop g6, queen e5 would come with a check. He plays king g6 on the board.
Best move, only move.
Now he just captures the pawn on e5 and offers a draw.
yeah. I think that's it.
Oh, I think he just offered a draw, no?
Yeah, he did. He looked at his opponent and I think
Yeah.
Pranesh will accept it. So that's it. Pranesh having one last think, whether he has any winning chances or not, but I think that's a comfortable draw. Yeah, he's shaking his head. Oh, Pranesh takes the pawn. I don't know if he offered a draw or not, but
Rook d2 check.
there's h2 check at some point and it should be over.
Yeah, king g1, h2 and chop off everything. That's
Yeah.
a draw.
Hans is not happy with the position.
But okay, I think Pranesh was never under trouble. Like there was not a single move when it felt like he had, okay, real pressure building up. So I think, to be honest, Pranesh defended very well.
King g1 played.
Very
Now rook
smart.
g2 check, there is king h1. But that's also a repetition. I think you can just go queen takes f5 and that would just be a stalemate.
Wow.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Wow.
King h1 and just, yeah. Don't play king f1 though. Bishop d3 check could be dangerous.
Yeah, that's winning actually. So be careful.
King h1 played.
And now it's over, right?
Any move queen takes f5, that's just over. Or
Rook
queen
F2,
f6.
Rook F2, Queen F5.
Then queen g3 check and you lose.
Yeah. Oh, have to be careful.
Rook c2 by Hans.
I don't know what was the point of this move.
I'm just keeping everything defended and avoiding
But
stalemate, I
why
guess.
not? I mean, this is Hans is still pressing. There is no way he can shield the king. You can just play queen g3 or you can play queen d6. Anything you can play and it's a draw.
I think they're going to repeat now.
You could have just left the rook on g2, I think, and allowed him for a stalemate.
Yeah, there were so many beautiful stalemates you showed
Yeah.
us today.
Never seen that many in a single game, yeah? Possibilities.
Yeah.
And by the way, what an exciting day today overall as we come to the end of day 5 at the Quantbox Chennai Grandmasters. First of all, it was, I think, like we expected 4 results at one point, but the first game actually was Nihal losing his first game to Nodirbek. Nodirbek, who's now is on a +1 score. Then we had that crazy draw between Firuza and Rekin, and to be honest, it could have been gone either way. Then we had that insane game between Gukesh and Arjun. I mean, no words for that game. What a comeback. Gukesh was completely winning. Arjun crawled back in the game and at the end even won. And now this game, which has also been a treat to watch with so many stalemates, likely ending in a draw. So 2 results today overall.
Absolutely. But still, I mean, I think they did compensate for yesterday's no results, yeah?
Yeah, more
In
than
some way.
compensated, yeah.
So we are still following 3 draws and 1 result basically throughout the entire event.
And by the way, there we see it, repetition.
Incoming.
So that's going to be the final result for today. Hans even not fully happy with the result. He plays king f7, but I don't think that changes anything. Queen d5 check.
Not
And
really.
bishop p6 would be very risky because then your rook could be loose in some variation.
Not really sure why he's still carrying on with the position because it's like king g5, king f7 hardly makes a difference. And maybe he's a bit upset, with how the game has gone. But I don't think he was winning ever, right?
Yeah. But I
He
think
was never winning in this position,
Yeah,
so I'm not really
yeah.
sure what this is about. So king g6.
he's listening to you, Sahaj. It looks like. Check.
Queen d6 check, okay.
And
there it
there it
is.
is.
The draw.
Wow. I think a convincing game from both players. Never was one side winning, and at the end, that beautiful end game ending in a draw, a unique one where we saw so many stalemates, Rakesh and Sahaj. And that's it. That's the end of day 5 at the Quantbox Chennai. I loved how Hans signed that score sheet at the end. That's short form material for sure for us. But overall, I think an exciting day, probably the most exciting day of the tournament so far.
Very true. It started off with that Gukesh's opening novelties G4, H4, but sadly it did work out for the world champion. But that means we have 2 joint leaders now in Arjun Regaisi and Alireza Firuza. And the best part is they both played together in the last round, Sahaj.
Wow. So Arjun, Alireza leading the charge. Nodirbek also won his game today. So he's just right behind them. And Raking is the only guy to have made all draws so far.
Wow,
So he's
yeah.
rock solid. And then we have Hans, who has just 1 loss against Arjun and the rest of them were draws. Pranesh, Nihal, and sadly we have the world champion at last place with 2 losses.
And I want to point out for tomorrow, I think we have Arjun against Nihal. So we have the top guy versus the second last guy. We also have Pranesh versus Gukesh. That's such an important match. First of all, an opportunity for Pranesh to, beat the world champion. But also for Gukesh, I mean, he has to win tomorrow because if he were to accidentally lose, he goes down to 2701 or 2702.
Yeah, with Pranesh's 2650-ish rating. So
No, 2666 is his rating
yeah,
right now.
2666. Got a big day coming up, and the all-important clash as well there on top of Pranesh versus Gukesh's Nodirbek with 3 points versus Firuza. He can cross Firuza if he wins tomorrow. So I think everything to play for in this exciting event at the Chennai Grandmasters.
And of course, it could be something crazy happening if Nodirbek beats Firuza, goes to 4, and Arjun wins as well. He could be in a half-point lead. So I think tomorrow, maybe 1 or 2 players will be remaining at the top with chances to win the tournament. Sahaj, Rakesh, summarizing today's day in one word, what would you say?
Compensation. for no wins, in the previous round. So
I would say intense.
Intense indeed. I love that word. I think this was an exciting day. Heartbreak for the world champion, of course. He would not be happy right now.
He was +4, Sahaj.
+4 indeed.
it happens. I think it happens. I think to anyone, but I still think it's not about whether you can win that. I think it's about taking the draw when you have less time on the clock. You really have to compromise on those moments, so you can save those half points, save those moments. Yeah.
On the topic of the draws, rejecting the first draw for you are thumbs up. The second
The first draw is, I think, understandable. The second draw for, I think, was in a position where he had less than 2 minutes on the clock, and it was a very complicated position. And I understand wanting to play because you still think that you're winning inside, and it's a difficult. In retrospect, everything is easy. It all makes sense. It all makes it's all logical, but I think on the board, you really have to control yourself and make some compromises. I think that's what it came down to at the end of the day.
Wow, I think this was regardless an exciting day. I think the most exciting day by far. And with 2 rounds to go at the Quantbox Chennai Grandmasters, I think we're going to have one winner in the next 2 days. Who will it be is the question right now. 3 players, I think, in the hunt. It's Arjun Erigasi and Alireza Firuzja at the top with 3.5. They'll be coming back tomorrow. And of course, Nodirbek hot on their heels, half a point behind. So thank you, Rakesh. Thank you, Sahaj. Thank you, all our team working hard behind the scenes. And thank you for joining the broadcast today. 2 days to go. Let's see who is the winner of this life-changing event in a couple of days. See you till then. Bye-bye. Day 6 coming tomorrow.